It being 11 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, and repair, standing in the name of Mr. Miao.
Okay. I'm just looking at my... Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if you'll indulge me for about 10 seconds, I'm just waiting for my lectern to show up. Thank you. It's, good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. It's an honor for me to rise in this House today and to speak to this legislation, Bill C-244. And this is a good day. It's not a super common day in this House when all parties come together and, for the most part, agree on the generality or principles of a bill, but I think this happens to be one of those days, and that's where Canadians are, and we're here to serve Canadians, to be their voice in getting things done. This particular bill seeks to amend the Copyright Act, and I think whenever we do something like that, we have to be careful to protect the rights of producers, of artists, of inventors of things that have copyrights, and so we do this carefully, I think, but at the same time we do this keeping in mind the consumer and the taxpayer. And so I would like to commend my honourable colleague, the member from Richmond Centre, for his fine work on this legislation, for bringing this legislation forward, and I'm glad we have the opportunity this morning to discuss that. I hope we're able to, at the end of the day, once this has gone through committee and comes back to the House for its final reading, that we will be able to work in a spirit of camaraderie and do other things that Canadians are asking us to do, and that's to provide tax relief and, more importantly, affordability. And that's something that we can't lose sight of here, is the whole aspect of affordability. And Bill C-44 seeks to amend exactly that, and to amend the sections of the Copyright Act to chiefly where existing legislation deals with the subjects of diagnosis, maintenance, and repair. I would like to focus my comments mainly this morning on how this particular piece of legislation would impact the agriculture industry. Serving on the Agriculture Committee, being in an area that is very heavily centered on agriculture, I think this is very applicable. And so it's through that lens of affordability, as well as addressing a few of the concerns brought forward by manufacturers. I think if we were to put this bill in a nutshell into everyday language, we could say, if you buy something, you own it. And as an owner of a product, whether it's an electronic device, whether it's a household device like a dishwasher or a fridge or a stove, or if it's an automobile, or if it's a piece of farm machinery or an implement, or a piece of construction machinery or a highway tractor, you as the owner have the right to repair it. And assuming you have the knowledge and the ability to do that, of course there's always the cost benefit of whether you can repair something more cost effectively than the dealer, which represents the OEM or the original equipment manufacturer. So if you don't personally have that knowledge, you should be able to travel a reasonable distance to have it repaired by someone who does have that knowledge, who does have that expertise for a reasonable price. Then there was a time, if you were a farmer in this country, that you were also a mechanic. And if that tractor or combine wasn't working for you, you had to find some way to jig it up to repair it. Our seasons for planting are short, and they can sometimes be very time sensitive, and our seasons for harvesting can be short and time sensitive, and you need to take the crop off when it's mature, when it's ripe, and when conditions allow you to do that. You know, just this past week, I live on a bit of an acreage, and so I have a John Deere tractor, and I'm for the most part very happy with my tractor, but my tractor needed a little bit of work. And so I took it to my John Deere dealer this past week, and I got him to give it a fall tune-up and to put it back into proper working order the way it should be. And I went and I picked it up, and I looked at the repair bill, and I looked at it and I thought, wow, man, I could have done all this work myself for a lot less money. But of course, there's that cost benefit. I don't have the time to do it. You know, with our parliamentary responsibilities, even the times when we're in our riding, we're very, very busy in the constituency doing constituency work. But a farmer, an owner of a product like a John Deere tractor should be able, if he has the ability and the time and the knowledge, to fix that piece of equipment himself. And that's what this legislation seeks to address, not all repairs should be proprietary to the original equipment manufacturer, but it should be incumbent upon the owner to repair that piece of equipment in the most economical way possible. So a farmer was by necessity a jack of all trades, and as a result of this necessity they possessed the wherewithal, the knowledge to fix and maintain their own equipment. Now, with major technological advancements and computerization that we've seen in vehicles, farm equipment, and appliances over the past 2 decades, the ability to repair is becoming more and more difficult for farmers, and progress is sometimes a double-edged sword. You know, when that tractor or combine breaks down in the field today, you need the proper diagnosis equipment to plug it into the ECM to get a reading to tell you what's wrong and what needs to be fixed. And often it's beyond the capability or the scope of what a farmer is able to do, but he should have the ability to call his local repairman that does have the tools to plug into the port and to get the proper diagnostics, which would allow him then to repair his equipment and to do it in a way that allows him to expeditiously take his crop off the field. Instead of waiting for a technician that may be 4 or 5 hours away, may be tied up with another customer fixing another urgent need, he should be able to have a variety of resources available at his disposal to fix the equipment. So new technology is great, but it also drives up prices and it makes repairs more difficult, and all the more so while farmers have only one option, and that's what this legislation seeks to do, and that's to create options and a diversity of responses and resources for farmers to access repair for the equipment. We don't think through this legislation, I think all parliamentarians agree that for the diagnostic, repair and maintenance of a machine, it should be a one-source option for repairs, because that's often in a lot of situations, especially in the farming community, not a practical solution. Farmers often live very far away from a repair facility, and then, but in their own community may have a local mechanic who has the ability and the wherewithal to fix their equipment, and they should have the option to do that. So as an MP for a rural riding, I must mention the fact that farming isn't cheap. In fact, it's very, very capital intensive and requires a huge investment. And speaking this past summer, the cost of a new combine is upwards of $1 million. And it's loaded with technology, and it's good, it's efficient, and it's productive, but it does cost a lot of money to get into farming. And so farmers need to be very cost sensitive and be able to control their costs. We know what's happened to the price of seed, and now with fertilizer, which is, all of those prices have seemingly skyrocketed in the last 2 years, and taxes, including the carbon tax, Madam Speaker, for which I'm hoping that the members on the government side of the House will be able to support Bill C-234 from the member from Bruce, Huron-Bruce, which would provide full exemption of the carbon tax for all aspects of farming, including the heating and cooling of livestock facilities, the powering of irrigation pumps, and also the powering of grain dryers to dry the grain. Those are things that are missing, and the carbon tax is a punishing tax, and it's been a punishing tax to agriculture producers. And this Liberal government, Madam Speaker, I don't know if you know this, but April the 2nd, or April of this next year coming up, this Liberal government seeks to triple the carbon tax. And that's going to hit farmers right where it hurts, and farmers can't absorb that cost. If they're to absorb the cost, there's only one possible outcome, and that's that the cost of food is going to increase. And so that's something that we need to be very cognizant of, that farmers have to pass along the cost of production to the end user. And the end user is all of us. We're the consumer. We're the people that eat the food. So let's keep that in mind as it comes up, that the carbon tax, according to the Liberal plan, will be tripling this coming April. So Bill C-234 will exempt agriculture fuels from all carbon tax, and so I'm hoping as Bill C-234 finds its way through committee that it'll get broad support, as this Bill C-244 is getting here in this House today. So I'm going to skip over a few things here, but One more story. I heard from a farmer who had crossed the border just recently to pick up parts in the United States. And it used to be that CBSA would simply log the part and he was on his way. And now he says they insist that I have all the product numbers ahead of time entered online. And I told him I don't know where to find that information, how to do that. And they told me to get a farm broker to do that. So now he has to go, expected to spend $300 on a trip to see a farm broker for a $10 part. He says it's just crazy. He says, Madam Speaker, this bill, C-244, would allow that farmer to fix his own equipment at home at a reasonable cost. And I think this is a bill that we want to get behind as Conservatives. We want to support the Liberal member who brought this legislation forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to it.
Honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to be here today and happy to speak to this bill. This bill, which would allow a person to circumvent a technological protection measure that protects a computer program for the sole purpose of performing any diagnosis, maintenance, or repair on a product in which the program is embedded. And if Bill C-244 is passed, it will now be allowed to manufacture, impose, distribute, sell, or rent technology supplies, devices, or components used for diagnosis, maintenance, and repair. Fundamentally, the Copyright Act remains and is essentially about protecting literary and artistic property rights and encouraging fair value for the work that they do. Bill C-244 does not allow one to break digital locks that prevent copying or altering an artist's work without the consent of the artist or the copyright owner. What it will do is allow a person to do so for the sole purpose of repairing it. The Bloc Québécois will support this bill. A similar bill was tabled during the last session of Parliament and was passed unanimously, 330 votes for, 0 against. Votes that pass unanimously should sometimes be accelerated because this one did not pass because elections were called last summer. Analysis and study of the bill in committee was interrupted when the elections were called. Quebec has not legally enshrined the circular economy, but Quebec does apply the principles of the circular economy in several policies. In fact, most of Quebec's industrial strategies are now underpinned by the principle that the material and energy used to produce goods should be recovered. It is high time to revisit the linear economy model. We should introduce the principle of repairability of the goods that we consume. Today, environmental and sustainable development education in primary schools also includes awareness of waste reduction, reuse, and recycling of products and materials, and sorting. Équiterre has a citizen petition on its website, which it encourages us to sign and support. For the sake of coherence, we need to enter into a new paradigm and stop throwing money away. Our societies are becoming aware not only of the negative impacts of waste production, but also of the economic and energy potential of these non grata objects. This awareness is already reflected in new legislation and policies in Quebec. It should be noted that a bill is currently before the National Assembly of Quebec. This bill would ban planned obsolescence and would make it mandatory to include a durability and repairability rating on labels. This modernization of the Consumer Protection Act will have to be ambitious in order to bring companies to change their practices for the benefit of consumers. Far from interfering with the work of the National Assembly, the passage of C-244 will prevent manufacturers from using federal copyright law to thwart work to make Quebec the place in the world where consumers will be the best protected from this practice. A World Bank report called What a Waste lists a number of initiatives around the world to reduce the amount of goods going to landfill. Elsewhere in the world, like in Italy, for example, the Competition Bureau has fined companies for intentionally making older phones obsolete in order to get people to buy another phone. Meanwhile, in Canada, we have heard testimony from broken goods repairers who've been threatened with legal action for having repaired a product without the retailer's permission. It doesn't make any sense. In January, France celebrated the first year of the enforcement of its laws, which force companies to be more virtuous and transparent when it comes to the repairability of their products. In the United States, several states are discussing or have already legislated about reparations. The objectives are very clear. The goals are clear. We need to stop using disposable plastic, better inform consumers, fight against waste, and fight for reuse. We need to take action against planned obsolescence, and we need to produce smarter. That is our future. The future looks bright for repair services. More and more consumers are fed up with the buy and throw out attitude and the immense waste it causes. Moreover, the repair tutorials and DIY groups movement is in full swing on the internet and throughout Quebec. There's now an online platform with repair manuals for a host of electronic products that you can repair all on your own. And I bet the repairmen of this world, such as iFixit, will make a lot of people very happy. This movement is taking hold, even if not all laws have been modernized. For the time being, this does not prevent you from exercising your right to repair by putting your appliances back together on your own, because we lose nothing when we try to repair something that's already broken. Unfortunately, though, as long as there are no legal provisions recognizing this right, we might resign ourselves to throwing out the product or, at best, recycling it because it was designed and assembled in a factory with casting and irreplaceable parts. This is a citizen movement and a societal movement that is gaining more and more traction. It is a movement that has a growing number of supporters at various levels of government. Governments need to take action because waste is no longer just a health issue. It is also a green transition issue because the resources used to produce these products are not available in infinite quantities. Private matters are a provincial responsibility under Section 92(13) of the British North America Act, Property and Civil Law, which is why in Quebec, programs such as Recyc Québec and the Office de la Protection des Consommateurs, Consumer Protection Office, are involved in this modernization. However, recourse to the federal government is still possible, and this bill is a first step in eliminating it and paving the way for the repair of goods. Bill C-44 respects provincial jurisdiction and leaves it up to provinces to define the right to repair principle themselves. Given that techno-waste is an increasingly serious environmental issue, several measures need to be reviewed. Today's debate represents a small part of this effort, but rethinking the laws that allows for the repair, diagnosis, and maintenance of electronic devices in particular is a necessary part of the discussion. Bill C-244 is an interesting measure. It confirms that, number one, we have the right to repair and have repaired the goods that belong to us. Two, repairers, be they mechanics or computer specialists, will no longer be exposed to copyright infringement lawsuits, thus giving free rein to healthy competition and to development of small and medium enterprises. We're very proud of those in Quebec. We don't always have access to specialized repairers. Also, this bill will ensure that we eventually have other choices other than the company-authorized retailer. Fourth, this bill will be particularly useful in regions where large companies do not open branches, which makes it impossible to get our goods repaired. Despite the difficulties for some companies in getting the principles of the circular economy adopted, we can still make adjustments and promote repairability. Gradually, everyone will benefit from this. I urge as many people as possible to change their habits. Before buying a product, we should find out about the availability of spare parts and the repair options offered by the manufacturer. Among those, we should favor the option that is able to sell us spare parts and help us with repair. We should support and encourage companies that offer to repair our goods. We can also opt for reconditioned or refurbished goods, which are often available at a lower cost. And the automobile industry is a good example in this. I had a meeting with the industry recently. A lot of strategic data now belongs to automobile manufacturers, which hurts some in the region, and it hurts repairers everywhere where they are needed and where they offer repair services at a lower cost than manufacturer. Because then, when repairs are needed, the cost is punted down to consumers. I feel that we should also modernize the Copyright Act. We should keep in mind businesses and associations like Copybec and Access Copyright. They know that loss of sales is associated with issues in the education sector. If Minister Champagne is listening, I would ask him to please take action. I'd like to remind the member not to name other colleagues. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Aussi penser à des mesures techniques.
We could also consider technical measures that could be put forward. It makes a great deal of sense to be able to repair what belongs to us. And we want to be able to avoid a throwaway culture. We need to support a strategy to encourage consumers to keep their goods instead of throwing them out because they can't repair them. I am persuaded that this bill will move forward on committee. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this morning on behalf of the people of Skeena-Bulkley Valley and speak to this important bill before us, Bill C-244, which deals with the right to repair. I thought I would direct my remarks perhaps more broadly at this idea of the right to repair. It's an idea that has a lot of resonance for people that I speak to, both in Northwest BC and I think across the country. But first I want to acknowledge the work of the member for Windsor West, for whom this has been a topic of focus for a number of years. The member for Richmond Cedar and the member for Cambridge, who've both brought this bill forward. This is a bill that has a lot of support from across party lines, and that's, of course, always good to see. I hope that in this Parliament, this bill is able to progress and be passed into law so that the very focused approach that it represents can start to have an impact and lead to some of the results that have been promised. I mentioned that this idea of the right to repair has a real resonance. I think intuitively people are drawn to this idea because it speaks to a set of values from a bygone era. These ideas, this ethic around repairing things instead of throwing them out, around conserving, around ensuring that we're not a wasteful society. I'm told that my grandmother used to like to say, waste not, want not. I think that's something that she got from her mother, who of course lived through the Great Depression. And many of these ideas come from that generation that had to do with less, had to make consumer products last longer by repairing them. In thinking about this idea, the right to repair, I was remembering some of my experiences with repair. They don't have to do with electronics, which I know is the very directed focus of this bill before us, but I thought I'd share them very briefly. I was thinking about my neighbor, Ross Van Horn. I had a lawnmower, one of those real mowers from the great Canadian company Lee Valley, and it was a quality product, very sturdy, but of course my abuse and misuse of it over the years resulted in the handle breaking, and it still kind of worked, but I didn't fix it. I just kind of made do, and Ross lived across the street. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple of years ago, and so I pass on this story in his memory, but he would look out his front window and watch me struggling with this broken mower, and one day he just came over and took it from me, took it into his basement. He took an old piece of curtain rod, brass curtain rod, and he mended it in such a beautiful way, with such care and attention to detail, that it was better than it was when it was brand new. And it really reminded me of these values of the generations that came before us, values that I fear, Madam Speaker, we've lost to some extent. I was made aware of we have an obsession in North American culture with the new and the unblemished, the unworn. And I was made aware of a tradition in Japan called kintsugi, whereby broken pottery is mended using gold instead of transparent glue. And this is a way of honoring the life history of the object, of not hiding the fact that it was once broken, but mending it in a way that its history is portrayed and shared as part of its beauty. I think that's something we could learn from in our current throwaway society. I don't know if we can perhaps be mending shattered iPhone screens with little bits of gold, but this idea that mending something can actually make it more beautiful, I think that's something that can be celebrated. I was also thinking of an experience with a favorite suit of mine, and like many members in this place, I join in a lot of parades in our riding, and a couple of years ago I was mounting this old-fashioned bicycle wearing this suit, And for some reason, it was particularly tight at the time. And as I lifted my knee, there was a loud ripping sound, and a very embarrassing part of the suit burst open. And I was forced to ride this bike to the end of the parade in a rather exposed manner. I would show you, Madam Speaker, the part of the suit in question, but I fear that it may be interpreted as something unparliamentary in this hallowed chamber. I took the suit back to the retailer, and I was told by the salesperson that mending the suit in such a way was not the way that they wanted their products to be represented out there in the world, which I found a little horrifying, and I took it down to a wonderful tailor down, I believe it was on Queen Street here in Ottawa, and she fixed it up so that it's better than new, and I'm proud to continue to wear that today. So I'm digressing a little bit from the focus of this bill, but I suppose my point is that if we can embrace this culture and this ethic of repairing things, we can create a better society, we can create less waste, we can be a society that really takes care of our resources and acts in a way that's responsible. I know many members have cited the amount of electronic waste that makes its way into our landfill or our landfills every year. And this is an issue of great concern for a number of reasons, not the least of which is the impact on our changing climate. Because so many of the emissions from our consumer products, particularly electronics, are created in the mining and manufacturing processes rather than the use over the lifetime of the product. The statistics I saw were that for Apple products, 83% of the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions come from the original manufacturing processes. That was a 2010 statistic, so perhaps that has changed. But there is progress to be made in this regard, and by fixing things, we can use fewer things, we can extend the lifetime of these products, and we can release less emissions. Now, this bill seeks to make a very specific change to the Copyright Act, and it seems that a number of companies are using the Copyright Act in a manner that it was never intended for. Essentially, these processes called, and I'm looking for the euphemism, technological protection measures, or TPMs. These are ways in which electronics companies essentially lock their products and prevent third-party repair people from getting into them and fixing what's wrong. Because, Madam Speaker, today, of course, the repairs we're talking about don't use pieces of brass curtain rod and pop rivets. They are more likely to use lines of code or very specialized electronic parts. So it seems like this is an important step, but it's only one step in ensuring that the right to repair, that these restrictions on repairability are addressed. In doing some reading, background reading on this bill, I came across a report. This is by, I believe it's the Federal Trade Commission in the United States, and it lists the number of repair restrictions out there that prevent people from repairing products. Product designs that complicate or prevent repair, unavailability of parts and repair information, designs that make independent repairs less safe, policies or statements that steer consumers to manufacturer repair networks, application of patent rights and enforcement of trademarks, disparagement of non-OEM parts and independent repair. And the last one they mention is the one that this bill deals with, software locks and firmware updates. So we have a lot of work to do, and I'm hopeful that we'll see other legislation that tackles these other barriers to repairability. Now, of course, when we talk about the right to repair, the history of these pieces of legislation has seen quite a bit of opposition from the companies that stand to benefit from these mini monopolies over their user base. If you can't get into a product to repair it, and if you're forced to take that product back to the original manufacturer, that puts a significant amount of power in the hands of those companies, and that's power that they don't want to lose. And so we see pushback from all sorts of companies, whether it's Apple or Panasonic or John Deere, of course, being a very common example in the agricultural sector. But in that same study that I mentioned from the the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, they looked into these arguments made by companies and found, quote, there is scant evidence to support manufacturers' justifications for repair restrictions. So this is a change that very much needs to be made. I think it could be construed as being against economic growth, but I would offer that the repair economy is in fact a very important part of our overall economy. There are so many small businesses that earn their living repairing goods, and that's a part of our economy that we can stimulate through bills like this one that seeks to expand the right to repair. Madam Speaker, it's such an honor to rise and speak to this bill. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what a pleasure it is to be able to speak on such important legislation. Actually, I'm really encouraged. You know, we often talk about consumer rights and what it is that we can actually do to help our constituents. The member from Richmond Centre has brought forward a piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, that really makes a difference. And I applaud him in terms of just his efforts in wanting to make life better for all of us that like to use our hands to be able to fix our products, Madam Speaker. And really, that's what this legislation is all about. When you stop and think about it, when you go and you purchase something, you have to allow the consumer, me as the consumer, the ability to be able to play around with it, fix it if it breaks down. And that's the essence of this. This is very much a consumer's rights piece of legislation. It's enabling people that go out and purchase a product, and then they bring it home, and then maybe a month or 2 months or even a year later, it breaks down for whatever reason. It allows them to be able to have a better opportunity to repair it. You know, my colleague from Avalon, I think he was in appliance repairs for 20 plus years. And you can tell how technology changes things. You know, when I was 12 years old, pumping gas, I had a deep admiration for cars. I could actually pop a hood and change spark plugs and do the oil change. I actually started to understand how a motor worked, Madam Speaker. And, in fact, I've done a lot of things with the automobile over the years, you know, teenage years going into my 20s. It was pretty simple to understand. Nowadays, you pop the hood and you're looking at computer technology. Now there's some of these advancements are good for our environment. Like now I have a turbo booster as opposed to an 8-cylinder and so forth, and you can do a lot of wonderful things. But one of the things you can't do, nowhere near as much, is the type of repairs that we could do in the past. Technology changes things. And as the member from Richard Centre emphasized, technological protection measures, those TPMs that are put into place that intentionally prevent an appliance manufacturer puts into place, prevents some people to be able to do the type of work that they would have been able to do in the past, Madam Speaker. And that's why this important legislation is before us today. Others have attempted to get the legislation through. I have a feeling that given the persistence of this particular member, the member from Richmond Centre, that he will be successful at getting it through. I do believe that the Standing Committee does have a role to play. We understand the importance of Copyright Act, Madam Speaker. We want to ensure that there is a creative environment here in Canada, that people are investing in technology and other things can feel comfortable in knowing that their creativity is going to be there and supported by the government. It's one of the reasons why I think it's important that it go to Standing Committee. Based in terms of the discussions and debate that I've heard on this legislation, I'm expecting it to pass second reading unanimously, Madam Speaker. And once it does get to the Standing Committee, I think that we need to have a good, healthy discussion I know the member is open to amendments that might make the legislation even healthier for us, Madam Speaker. We recognize, as the member that Conservative member that spoke about the agricultural community, a community in which I am somewhat familiar with, and I can understand and appreciate the frustrations when you're talking about, you know, the jack of all trades, if you can put it that way, or the Jack and Jane of all trades, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, these products that are being purchased, whether it's a cell telephone, an automobile, a tractor, combine, a combination thereof, all forms of consumer products that are out there. There are and is attempts by manufacturers to prevent those products from being fixed at that local level, or at the very least to make it very, very expensive to fix, Madam Speaker. And as a direct result, often we start to see this buy and throw out mentality. I remember you buy a color TV back in the day and something goes wrong with it, you get the TV repair person to come out and whether it's the TV tube or the clicker or whatever it might be, you'd get it fixed. And you would continue to use the TV. Nowadays, you buy a flat screen TV, 30-inch flat screen TV, I think they're about $150, Madam Speaker. If you shop around, you get some pretty good deals. But when that TV breaks down, it's off to the garbage. Hopefully it goes into a recycle situation. It's this whole buy it, when it breaks, it costs too much to fix, so go ahead and buy another one, a replacement, Madam Speaker. And that happens far too often in our society. We heard some members talk in terms of about the environment, whether it's our landfill sites or even our recycle depots. Could we be doing a better job? Bill 244 provides that opportunity, Madam Speaker. It provides us the opportunity to ensure that we have a healthier environment, that our consumers are better protected, Madam Speaker, and it allows for that creativity, as I say. The government is not trying to say or put a slow or prevent creativity in protecting copyrights, Madam Speaker, and it's important to recognize that. And that's why I believe in going to standing committee. It'll be nice to hear from industry reps to see what they have to say about the products that they actually produce. Because this is not an attempt to go after industry per se, as much as it is to ensure that there's consumer rights that are being protected, Madam Speaker. And there is a difference. Canada is a trading nation. We are very much dependent and in need of expanding our borders by exporting our products and obviously importing the merchandise that Canadians desire. And it's important that we maintain that two-way flow of trade. We have seen a great deal of that trade over the last number of years, where we have reached record numbers of trade agreements being signed off on, Madam Speaker. So I think that the messaging when we talk about this particular piece of legislation, what we need to keep in mind more than anything else is that C244 allows consumers to repair a product that they own without violating the Copyright Act. That's what the legislation does, Madam Speaker. We're talking about the right to repair when someone goes out and purchases a widget so that they're able to do the fixing at a much more affordable Cost, no doubt, Madam Speaker, but for a lot of people, they just like to be able to fix, to play around with the products that they acquire. And if there's any demonstration of that, all one needs to do is take a look at social media, the how-to, Google how-to, whatever it is you want to do, and you will find that there are videos on it. So I think that we need to encourage this bill to go all the way through. I look forward to seeing it come back and ultimately get the royal assent because it will have a profoundly positive impact on our communities throughout the country, and that's the reason why I would like to vote in favor of this bill going to committee at this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to stand and speak to Bill C-244 today, an act to amend the Copyright Act. This bill is pretty much the same bill that the Parliament expressed a majority opinion in favor of in the last Parliament with Bill C-272. And copyright law is something that actually I've worked with professionally since my time as a lawyer in the private sector. So it's an important part of our intellectual property regime. But all of these laws should make sure that they keep pace with technology, with change, and with consumer need, Madam Speaker. And that's why I'm in favor of this private member's bill going to committee and being studied. The short form for this bill really is enshrining the right of repair. Why is that important? Well, it has two fundamental areas where it's critically important for us to modernize our approach to repairing technology. The first is for consumers. The more you use intellectual property to grant extraordinary commercial rights, almost monopoly-like protections, we use intellectual property to do that to encourage innovation, to make sure that we have the smartphone, we have technology that makes our lives easier, that makes our economy more productive. But that monopoly protection for a period of time will also lead to higher prices, less competition. So in the case of technology that cannot be repaired because of digital locks, because of technology manuals and other things being kept secret, that is providing a monopoly protection for that technology, thereby not allowing someone to have a device repaired. And when you've spent a lot of money on that device, you're going to then be forced to either buy a new one or only have the repair done by an authorized dealer. What does that mean? Higher prices for consumers. So the biggest thing I think you'll see a lot of parties in this House supporting Bill C-244 on is this consumer protection. This is why in the previous Parliament, why I supported and the official opposition supported it, is for consumers to have more choice, to be able to have that right to repair, whether themselves. Certainly, I doubt there's any MP in here technologically proficient enough to fix their smartphone or anything else, Madam Speaker. I'm sure you'd agree. But the third party to do that for you, your agent that you take your device to, they can fix it. I think it's important for any Canadians that might be following this debate. This is beyond just getting your smartphone fixed. There are so many computer operating systems and semiconductors, chips. We're seeing the shortage of them in the last year causing a backlog in orders from cars to recreational vehicles to farming machinery, because these devices, even manufactured, we think of them as industrial goods, are so heavily dependent on consumer programs. And if you then have digital locks on those programs, you will not be able to repair, and when there's a supply chain shortage, you'll have trouble replacing the item. So the first reason why I think Bill C-244 should go to committee is this consumer protection, small business, the ability to have lower prices, reuse materials. You're going to hear some industry players in the automotive field, in farming implements, in computer devices, opposed to this. Well, when you have an intellectual property monopoly, of course you're not going to want more competition. And you're going to say we should not allow a digital lock to be open to allow someone to repair something. But I think our society needs this, Madam Speaker, because this is now the state of the consumer. Every large purchase you have, from your home right through to your vehicle, right through to your business, will be impacted by these intellectual property provisions. And it's time for industry to get with the program. We have to encourage an ability to repair for the consumer, more competition on the repair space, and I think industry will adjust to this change, which is necessary after a few decades of rapid technological advancement. The second reason why I think the right to repair is so important, and I think you'll hear a lot of advocacy groups around the country, is the environment, Madam Speaker. If we're not repairing items, they will often get discarded. So not only is the consumer or the small business paying more, they will then create piles and piles of electronic waste that we see far too often finding their way to jurisdictions in China or in other parts of the developing world where they're not really being recycled. They're just paying to destroy or dispose of these items. So it's out of sight, out of mind for us. We go on to the next purchase, but this is then allowing our waste to be a problem in an area of the world that certainly doesn't have the ability to deal with it. So I think the developed world has to get in line with the philosophy behind right to repair, not just for the consumer, as I said, but also for the environment. We're also seeing our friends do this, and of course our friends and trading partners, there's no bigger one than the United States, Madam Speaker. Updates they made to their Digital Millennium Copyright Act is providing the ability for a right to repair. Now, right now, the United States is limiting that to the consumer level. So if they're seeing a large company buy a large manufacturing, a CNC type machine, they're not providing that right of repair in the industrial commercial setting. But they are providing it for the consumers. And they're extending in copyright what's known as fair use rights, allowing fair use to be the diagnostic or repair or maintenance of operating systems within a device or within some sort of machinery. So a consumer has that right, the fair use of copyrighted material to diagnose a problem and fix it. That is what I think should be done with our copyright regime, is allow fair dealing exceptions at the consumer level. So this bill really doesn't tackle the right to repair from the standpoint that the Americans have, Madam Speaker, but at least it's a start. This private member's bill is actually defining or redefining what it means to circumvent a computer operating system, thereby making sure that the right to repair doesn't attract violations of the Copyright Act. But I think at committee, one of the things that will be explored is actually, should we go in line with Western countries that respect intellectual property rights and create this right to diagnose and repair as a fair dealing exception? I must note, Madam Speaker, for fun, having done copyright work when I was legal counsel to Procter & Gamble and when I was with two large law firms, copyright and fair use has always been an area that I've watched, fighting counterfeit goods, people using trademarks, copyrighted material to trade off the goodwill of other brands when they're selling phony product. But in fact, the most leading case in Canada on the fair dealing exception, the most recent major legal development was in a case, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation versus the Conservative Party of Canada, Madam Speaker, where the Conservative Party of Canada was successful defeating the claim by the Canadian Broadcasting Company that television commercials that used clips from CBC's news programs somehow violated their copyright. Well, Madam Speaker, certainly a public broadcaster shouldn't really have the same intellectual property strategies as the private broadcasters. But in any event, The court recognized that criticism, political debate, questioning allowed for a fair dealing exception to use those clips. And we see now these copyright usage on YouTube videos and a whole range of things where you can use small clips in your production as long as you're just using it for news, commentary, criticism. These are exceptions that have developed within copyright as our society developed, as social media grew, as technology grew. So as copyright changes with the times, Madam Speaker, I think for both the consumer and for the environment, we need fair use exceptions or changes to allow a right of reply. And that's why I think it's encouraging that Bill C-244 builds on the work done under 272 in the last Parliament to give Canadians this right of repair.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see I'll have about 4 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I'll be brief. First of all, I'd like to commend the presenter of this bill, the member for Richmond Centre, the member for Cambridge, who preceded him as well. The member for Skeena Bulkley Valley, I'd like to thank him for his far-fetched, kind of kooky examples. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to go through those kind of kooky examples, but I think this bill is very important, and I was pleasantly surprised to see the unanimity there is here in the House. There are some bills that are so sensible, they just make common sense, and people pass them unanimously, and that's the feeling I'm getting this morning. But with the little time I have, I'd like to point out how important copyright is, how important intellectual property rights are. That's what allow creators and inventors and artists to survive. So we have to be very cautious when we study this bill, C-244, because of the importance of intellectual property. But abusing a right is never acceptable. And we're in a situation where multinationals are abusing their economic clout to control the public. When you think of the updates to cell phones, how many of us have changed cell phones, not because they didn't work anymore, but because they got too slow? And same thing for your personal computer, the constant updates they have to keep doing, and after a few years, your computer's no longer as quick as it originally was because there's been so many additions to the software. And when it comes to household appliances, I've, in the past, repaired a lot of things myself. And when you talk about a washing machine, the basin is huge, and it rides on this tiny, thin piece of plastic washer, and eventually that breaks. And I'd like to thank all those who guided me. Just replacing that one flimsy part enabled it to work for another 10 years. So that's what we need to deal with now, not to breach the rights of companies, but to protect consumers and the environment. That's fundamental, too. How many tons of garbage are there every year because there's appliances that have been thrown out and discarded because they don't work anymore? So I'd like to mention the efforts that are made to protect the environment in Quebec and elsewhere. So my time is up. I'll leave it to the committee to study this bill, and it'll be very positive for everyone. Thank you.
Member for Richmond Centre for the right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today in support of my private member's bill, Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, allowing all Canadians the right to diagnosis, maintenance, and repair. And I'm very excited to see this bill come up for a vote very soon. The concerns of this bill impact the lives of Canadians in almost every aspect, from the tools and equipment we rely on in our day-to-day lives, to the transportation we use and commute with, and to the environment we care a lot about for now and our future. The most notable impact are to Canadians' consumer rights, allowing consumers to gain autonomy over the goods that they purchase. The support received on Bill C-244 is commendable, and we all understand that this issue is nonpartisan and does not fail within one demographic, but to every Canadian from coast to coast to coast. This piece of legislation spearheads the conversation on the right to repair, which I hope to see it being discussed and studied at the Standing Committee in the near future. Bill C-244 addresses concerns regarding digital devices that have become increasingly prevalent over the past decade. As digital technology continues to advance, we are more connected than ever, and as technology becomes a fundamental part of life. The Copyright Act, as it stands today, does not account for the right to repair and is preventing repair done on copyrighted products, even when nothing is being copied or distributed. And today, we're seeing more and more Internet of Things in the product we purchase, all of which are protected by copyright through technological protection measures, also known as TPMs. And any circumvention to it would be considered illegal, violating the Copyright Act, and could potentially be charged with breaking a federal law. This is the reason why Bill C-244 will create a pathway to a broadened right to repair framework, allowing provincial and territorial governments to create their own right to repair legislation however they see fit, and ensure sustainability for future generations to come. Allow me to give you an example, Madam Speaker. This phone I'm holding is costing over $1,000. And guess what will happen if I break my screen? I'll have to go to an authorized dealer repair shop to have it repaired with an estimated cost of $329 shown online. And what will happen if I go to an unauthorized repair store to have it fixed for less than the estimate? The problem I might encounter is that there will be a pop-up on the screen showing unauthorized or non-genuine part are detected, and possibly voiding any warranties moving forward. Similar situations would apply when replacing a LED touchscreen panel on a refrigerator, or maintaining a new electric vehicle that someone just purchased. These technological protection measures can inadvertently prevent repairs and limiting the lifespan of a product useful life. Madam Speaker, Canadians should have the options to repair the products they purchase and own. The circumvention of technological protection measures we discussed and allowed under Bill C-244 is for the sole purpose of diagnosis, maintenance, and repair only. Any other circumventions is considered illegal under the Copyright Act. And before I end my words, I'd like to thank the member of Cambridge for the work he had done in the last Parliament, and all of those who had shared their comments about Bill C-244 with me, and with the hope of seeing this bill pass in the coming vote. Thank you for your support, and I thank the members for their debate today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Miao, seconded by Mr. May, move that Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, and repair, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Si un député d'un parti
If a member of a recognized party in the House wishes to have a vote or a vote on division, please rise and indicate this to the Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 5, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day.
Today, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-31, Cost of Living Relief Act No. 2, Targeted Support for Households, and on the amendment of Mr. Jennis.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-31, legislation styled as an act respecting cost of living relief measures. And I emphasize styled as an act respecting cost of living relief measures because the measures put forward in this bill can at best be described as half measures and band-aid solutions that fail to address the root causes of the cost of living crisis faced by everyday Canadians. This bill offers measures throwing some money here, throwing some money there, all in a desperate effort by a desperate government to make it appear that it is doing something, anything, to address the cost of living crisis, a crisis of this Liberal government's own making. I have to say it is a bit ironic that even though this bill is styled as legislation to address the cost of living crisis, this bill will in fact exacerbate the cost of living crisis. It will do so because it comes with a price tag of several billion dollars. Several billion dollars that will be borrowed, that will pour fuel on the inflationary fire that is at the heart of Canada's cost of living crisis. The cost of living crisis cannot be understated. It is happening, it is real, and Canadians are hurting like never before. Inflation is at a 40-year high. It hit 8.1% in June. Inflation for essentials such as food is even higher. Grocery prices are increasing at a faster rate than we've seen in 40 years, with food inflation hitting 10.8%. When one looks at some dietary essentials, prices have gone up even more. Fresh fruit up 13.2%, eggs up 10.9%, bread up 17.6%, pasta up 32.4%, and I could go on. The average family of four is now spending $1,200 more this year over last for groceries. $1,200 more this year over last just to put food on the table. And so while members opposite and their coalition partner in the NDP will undoubtedly pat themselves on the back for handing out $500 rent checks that, by the way, most renters won't even qualify for, that is a mere fraction of the increased costs that Canadians are paying just to put food on the table. It underscores the severity of the cost of living crisis and the empty response on the part of this government in tackling it. How did we get into this mess in the first place, one might ask? Well, undoubtedly there are a number of factors, but perhaps the biggest factor is this government's reckless fiscal policies, this government's out-of-control spending. Never in Canadian history have we had a government that has spent more, borrowed more, and added more debt. To put it in some context, in the past 7 years, this Prime Minister has accumulated more debt than all of the debt accumulated in the 148 years of Canada's history leading up to the election of this government. This Prime Minister has added more debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. Madam Speaker, that is staggering. It demonstrates the total lack of prudence, the complete recklessness on the part of this government that has now resulted in this cost of living crisis with 40-year high inflation. Now, Madam Speaker, the government said, don't worry, we can spend and spend some more because interest rates are low. Until they're not. We saw the highest increase in interest rates in a quarter century. The summer interest rates are undoubtedly going to go up even further. The Liberals say, well, we had no choice because of COVID. Except, Madam Speaker, when one looks at the facts, this government can't hide behind COVID as an excuse for their out-of-control spending. Let's look at some of those facts. To begin with, this government added $100 billion in debt in its first 5 years in office, before COVID hit. In other words, this government added more debt during the good times, indeed more debt than any government had accumulated during that period of time, leaving the cupboard bare. Of the $500 billion in new spending that we have seen over the past 2 years, this fire hose of spending, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has determined that more than 40% of that is unrelated to COVID. So they say it's because of COVID, and yet hundreds of billions of dollars of the $500 billion of new spending, according to the PBO, is unrelated to COVID. Then, in January, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that the stimulus spending was not serving its intended purpose anymore. And the PBO effectively called on the government to stop the new spending. What was this government's response to the Parliamentary Budget Officer? To do exactly the opposite. This government did the only thing this government knows how to do, and that is to spend other people's money. With $71 billion of new spending, with Bill C-8, $60 billion in new spending with Budget 22, and now billions of more dollars with this inflationary spending bill. To pay for it all, this government, through the Bank of Canada, did something that no other government has done before, and that is quantitative easing. In other words, the printing of money. And so, after all of the spending, all of the debt, and all of the money printing, there has been a cost. And it is the cost of 40-year high inflation. The more that this government spends, the more the cost of living goes up. The more that this government spends, the costlier it is for Canadians to purchase goods, Canadians taking less in their paycheck, their purchasing power being diminished, all because of this government's reckless fiscal policies. And so, Madam Speaker, although we find ourselves in this position of 40-year high inflation fueled by this government's reckless spending, one must say that it ought not have been a surprise to this government that they would find themselves in this place. After all, it was quite foreseeable that when you have more money chasing fewer goods, you're going to get inflation. It's called Economics 101. The leader of the official opposition, when he was the shadow Minister of Finance, called on this government to monitor inflation. He predicted that if the government didn't get spending under control, we would be seeing inflation. What was the response from the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister? It was to completely ignore the leader of the opposition. They said, don't worry about inflation. If anything, we must be concerned about deflation. Well, how wrong they were. But, Madam Speaker, I guess it is a consequence of having a Prime Minister who has admitted that he doesn't think much about monetary policy. Perhaps if he thought a little bit about monetary policy, we wouldn't find ourselves as a country in this fiscal mess and the consequent cost of living crisis that everyday Canadians are enduring. Now, Madam Speaker, if this government was serious about addressing the cost of living crisis, it wouldn't be doing what it is doing, but that's what it's doing. It's doubling down on the same failed approach with even more spending that got us into this mess in the first place. What this government should be doing is heeding the advice of the leader of the opposition by reining in spending, by restoring a fiscally responsible policy, a sound monetary policy, by finding savings and rooting out waste in government. And Madam Speaker, there's no shortage of waste to root out. If this Prime Minister was serious about tackling the cost of living crisis, which begins with tackling the out-of-control spending of this government, this Prime Minister would be doing what the Leader of the Opposition has called on this government to do, to introduce legislation such as pay-as-you-go, whereby government must find $1 of savings for every new dollar of spending. Now, some Liberals might scoff at the notion of pay-go legislation, but it's worked. It's worked in the largest democracy and the largest economy in the world, that of the United States. More than 20 years ago, a Republican Congress passed and a Democratic President, Bill Clinton, signed into law pay-go legislation. What was the result? A balanced budget for the first time in decades, and the United States paid down more than $400 billion of debt. But, Madam Speaker, don't expect this government to implement measures such as that. Don't expect them to rein in spending. Don't expect them to reflect on their failed policies and reverse course, because on issue after issue, this government's measure of success, as they measure their success, is based upon how much they have spent. We see this with respect to housing. This government has spent billions of dollars, more than $40 billion in housing. Billions of more was announced in Budget 22. What have been the results? Well, to begin with, the average Canadian is now paying roughly half of their monthly paycheck to cover their monthly housing costs. When this government came to office, the average Canadian was paying roughly 32% of their paycheck. They're now paying 50% of their paycheck. Housing prices have doubled. They've gone up 52% in just the past 2 years. We have the most land in the G7, and yet we have the fewest houses in the G7 on a per capita basis. So the Liberals can pat themselves on the back for spending all of this money in housing, but when you look at the results, we've got the fewest houses in the G7, among the highest prices that have doubled under this government's watch, and now Canadians are paying half of their paycheck just to put a roof over their head. I would call that, Madam Speaker, a policy of failure. Canadians certainly haven't gotten good value for all of that money that went out the door. Madam Speaker, it is why I say if this government was serious about tackling housing affordability, they again would be turning to the Leader of the Opposition, who has put forward a comprehensive plan to make housing more affordable so that Canadians can purchase a home or rent a unit by, among other things, tackling supply, by increasing supply, by selling off a portion of the federal government's real estate portfolio to build more housing units, by incentivizing municipalities to allow more houses to be built, including tying federal infrastructure dollars to municipalities based upon new units built. These are reasonable solutions to try to address a very real problem that is impacting so many Canadians. What is this government's solution, Madam Speaker? Well, to hand out a $500 rent check. That's their solution. $500 rent check that doesn't even cover 1 week's rent in most Canadian cities. Not only that, 6 out of 10 renters, more than 6 out of 10 renters, won't even qualify for the check. And those that do will see whatever short-term benefit of that $500 eviscerated with the Liberals' inflation, rising interest rates, and most significantly, planned Liberal tax hikes in the new year. That's right, at a time when Canadians are paying more in taxes than in housing, transportation, food, and clothing combined, at a time when Canadians are faced with 40-year high inflation, this Liberal government has suddenly decided it's a good time to increase payroll taxes and triple the mother of all taxes, the tax on everything, the hated carbon tax, that, by the way, is contributing to inflation. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, it demonstrates that this government isn't serious about addressing affordability. If they were, as a starting point, they would again heed the advice of the Leader of the Opposition and canceled the planned tax hikes. But they're not. And so here you have a government that is, with one hand, handing out some checks to some Canadians, only to take whatever benefit away with the other hand in the way of planned Liberal tax hikes. This legislation may be styled as an act respecting cost of living relief measures. But, Madam Speaker, this is not a serious plan to address the cost of living. It is more liberal smoke and mirrors. It is an empty PR exercise in the absence of a real plan, and it is why I will be opposing the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, if you listen to the Conservatives, you would think that the Liberal government of Canada is causing rapid inflation around the world. That all the problems, you know, whether it's the pandemic or it's the war in Europe, has no factor in terms of what's happening in Canada. The reality is quite different. The reality is that Canada, yes, we're concerned about inflation, as we should be. But when you compare us to the United States, to the European Union, to England, our inflation rate is less. When you take a look, Madam Speaker, in terms of the legislation we're actually debating today, it's about providing dental care for kids under the age of 12. You wouldn't have known that if you were listening to the member speaking on the legislation, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, does the member not see the value of providing dental care for children under the age of 12? Does he not believe that the constituents, the children that he represents, would benefit with that program that's being proposed in the legislation today?
Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would note that 9 out of 10 provinces already have dental plans and supports for children, and so in that respect, this is a duplicative measure. But the honourable member talks about the reality of what is happening in Canada. The reality of what is happening in Canada is that we have 40-year high inflation, and it is being fueled by this government's out-of-control spending. The member is quite right. Canada isn't alone. Other countries also have inflation. Why do they have inflation? Because they've pursued the very same policies as this government. If you pursue the same reckless policies, you're going to get the same reckless results. The member, the parliamentary secretary, cited the United States. Well, they...
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, our colleague has often made very structured speeches. I understand that they're against C-31. I understand them somewhat because it's a badly written bill. But as they seem to want the federal government to barely exist at all, how does the new position of the Conservative Party to be against transfers, including increased health transfers to provinces, to the equivalent of 35% of costs? Are they against the requests of Quebec and all the provinces? The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Member for Mirabel is quite right that the provinces, the premiers, have called on the federal government to increase health transfers to the provinces. What has been the response of the Prime Minister? He refuses to even sit down with the premiers. And what does he come up with? He comes up with this bill instead of addressing the needs of the provinces. And yes, we do have deficiencies in our healthcare system that need to be addressed. Those deficiencies were exposed during COVID. And so what is required is federal leadership working collaboratively with the provinces, and that starts with sitting down with the premiers, something this Prime Minister has failed to do.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to be very clear on this point that CPP and EI are not taxes. These are social programs. They are part of a social safety net that ultimately helps workers. And ultimately what the opposition party is consistently saying is that these are taxes. However, these are deductions that help people. And yes, it is my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what the Conservatives are ultimately saying is that they want to save workers on average about $11 a month by cutting their pensions and cutting EI. And what this would actually save corporations are billions. And they're not saying that to people. They're trying to sell them on something that isn't true. and ultimately we are trying, through the government and our work with the government, to create longer, long-lasting, equity-driven social programs like dental care. So I would ask the member why he doesn't, ultimately there is a difference, but ultimately they're calling for tax cuts that will benefit a very small group of people, especially, and why he would ask for that now, especially when we see in the UK that this is clearly not working. This is clearly not the way to...
Have to give the honourable member the time to answer. The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for London, Fanshawe. She says that these are not tax hikes in terms of payroll tax hikes, but the member for Papineau, her leader, said that they were. The Government of Canada website says they are. And here's the reality for everyday Canadians. These payroll tax hikes are going to mean that the average person is going to take less home in their paycheck. And they're going to take even less home in the new year when, on top of the payroll tax hikes, this government, with the backing of the member for London Fanshawe and the NDP, is going to set to triple the carbon tax. Policy of the NDP is one of taking more money out of the pockets of Canadians, making life less affordable. Our position is to put more money back in the hands of Canadians by cutting taxes, and that's a very different approach indeed.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
St. Albert Edmonton has been interested in finding common ground in this chamber. In fact, just last week he proposed and sponsored a bill from the Senate that was passed here unanimously. So in this spirit, when he speaks about the cost of housing, he and I agree that much more needs to be done to address the increased unaffordability. One solution I'm hoping he could comment on is the rules of the market that currently favor corporate investors like real estate investment trusts. Two questions. Does he agree that homes should be for people to live in and not commodities for investors to trade? And is he not similarly concerned that more needs to be done to tilt the market back towards regular Canadians, young people, for example, looking to even afford renting housing in communities across the country?
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for Kitchener for his comments, and I appreciate working collaboratively with him on some issues of common ground. But the root of the problem that the member speaks of goes back to the $500 billion that this government pumped out over the past 2 years. Exactly. Money that went into the mortgage and finance systems that was borrowed to investors who bought up properties, bid up prices, and as a consequence, housing prices have gone up 52%. It's because of that policy.
For Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess I just would like to ask the member the question. My colleague, we just heard a comment from the NDP that it almost reflected that the taxpayer were kind of those, just like those big bad corporations, they were the bad guys. And I'd just like the member to reflect on payroll taxes come out of, in essence, every tax dollar comes out of the back of a taxpayer's pocket. Can the member just answer and reflect on where the money actually comes from for these payroll taxes?
For St. Albert Edmonton.
Yeah, well, Madam Speaker, it comes from the earnings of Canadians. And they're going to be taking home less in January, again, thanks to the Liberal and NDP planned payroll tax hikes and the tripling of the carbon tax. You couldn't come up with a worse policy at a time of this cost of living crisis in the face of 40-year high inflation. By the way, as the
one last question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of a Government in the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I listened with interest when the member was talking about the price on pollution, the carbon tax, as though it's something that, is brand new. The reality is that this party has run 3 elections on having a price on pollution. And as a matter of fact, that member, under the Conservative banner, also ran in favor of a price on pollution in the last election in 2021. Can he explain to the House why he's so critical of a plan that he ran on just 1 year ago?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton, 15
Madam
seconds.
Speaker, the parliamentary secretary is simply wrong. I have always opposed the carbon tax. The Conservative Party has always opposed the carbon tax and will scrap the carbon tax if we're elected.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm sharing my time with my good colleague, the member from Edmonton Strathcona. So what are we talking about here this morning in the House of Commons? We're debating Bill C-31. It is a bill that looks to see Canadians to get the support that they need. And what are those supports? We're talking about ensuring that low-income families and children get access to dental care. We're talking about providing a housing benefit for low-income individuals and families, although a one-time housing benefit, but nonetheless, some support that are desperately needed for people in our community. And where are we at? We just heard from the Conservatives that they're opposed to providing low-income families and their children access to dental care. They say that we can't afford it, but yet they are completely fine to see big oil and gas industries continue to get subsidies from the government. In fact, last year alone, the oil and gas sector made over $147 billion in profits. And Conservatives want to see that they continue to get subsidies from the government, and meanwhile, they are saying no to children under 12 from families who cannot afford to get dental care. You have to give your head a shake and say what is wrong with this picture. They just elected a new leader to say that every day we're here in this House, each one of those Conservatives will get up and make a statement to talk about how they stand on the side of the people, how they got their backs. Oh, really? Whose backs do they have? Oh, that would be the wealthy CEOs and big corporations who are making humongous windfall profitabilities.
Point of order from the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
I just think the member is confused that the Conservatives, we are not government. It's actually the Liberal Party's the government now.
It's not a point of order, that's the debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Trying to interrupt my speech, making a false point of order, does not change the fact that the Conservatives are on the side of wealthy CEOs. It does not change the fact that they are not on the side of everyday people who need access to dental care. They're not on the side of children who face tooth decay and cannot access dental care because their families can't afford it. And in fact, children with tooth decay are the #1 reasons why they miss school. That is, in fact, the highest number of surgeries to which children face because of tooth decay. It's not just the pain that they have to endure, because oral health has huge implications, long-term health implications. And it means that we need to treat it early on. But the Conservatives are not there for them. You know, they voted against the NDP's push to get dental services to everyday Canadians, not once but twice last year. I might add, the Liberals joined them last year as well and voted against the NDP plan, not once but twice. And it was because of 25 new Democrats in this House, that we were able to force the government to take action, and that's why we have this bill before us today. That's why Canadians who cannot afford access to dental care, who do not have dental services, are going to get some help starting this year. And that's why children under 12, low-income families who are eligible, will be able to get some support this year. That's why next year, seniors, people with disability, would be able to get access to dental services. I have met seniors in my riding and across the province and the country where they have told me devastating stories of how they cannot eat because they don't have proper oral health, because they don't have teeth. Can you imagine a senior in their 70s, in their 80s? They have to blend up their food as though they were an infant because they can't chew their food, because they don't have proper teeth. Who in this House would say no to those seniors accessing dental support? Because that's what's coming next year. The Conservatives are saying no to children this year. Next year, are they going to say no to seniors who need dental care? Are they going to say no to people with disability who need dental care? I hope not. I hope that the new leader would wake up and really stand on the side of people and stop saying that we can't afford it. What we can't afford is to continue to allow for wealthy CEOs to get their fat bonuses. What we can't afford is to allow this situation to continue where big corporations have huge windfalls in profits over a pandemic period. And that we need to put in a excessive profit tax to support these kinds of programs, to support the people. The Conservatives will say that they are there for people on housing. We just heard them talk about how they have this great plan. Oh, really? They talk about a plan, but yet they don't talk about need. Affordability need is where it is at with people. It's not just supply, any supply. It's not about luxury condos. It's about people who are paying 30% or more of their total income for the housing cost. 1 in 5 Canadians are in that situation right now. And they need help right now. And it was the Conservatives under the Mulroney government, then the Liberals under the Chrétien government that axed housing programs. In fact, the Liberals outright canceled the National Affordable Housing Program in 1993. That's why we have a housing crisis before us. And the measure of a $500 housing subsidy is a small measure, it's a good gesture, it's something that the NDP were able to force the government to take action on, and I'm glad about that. But more needs to be done. Make no mistake about that. And for both the Conservatives and the Liberals, they need to support the NDP's push to ensure that real estate investment trusts stop getting the tax benefits that they're enjoying, that we need to stop the financialization of housing, that we need to stop treating housing as a stock market. We need to make sure housing is there for people as a basic human right. That's what we need to do. We need to make sure that the government stop helping big corporations make more and more money. These investors make more and more money and getting a tax benefit from it without a return to the people. That's what we got to do, and that's what we got to talk about. And for the Conservatives, they are so petty that they would even say that low-income individuals and families should not even get a one-time $500 housing benefit. At this time, of unprecedented inflation. Who does that? Look at what's going on in the streets. In my riding in Vancouver East, we have people who are homeless living in tents. They need help and they need support and they need it now. So let's focus on the needs of the people and put them ahead of wealthy corporations and wealthy CEOs. Let's make sure that they get the help that they need, and New Democrats will continue to push for more and fight for more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kings Heath.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks this morning. Just two quick questions. No one on this side disagrees with the propensity and the need to help provide dental care for those who are most vulnerable, but the NDP position seems really focused on a federally administrated program. We know that healthcare is provincial domain. We know that many organizations and programs are run out of provincial health cooperation. Why is it that the NDP wants this to absolutely be a federal administered program beyond the obvious choices of Indigenous communities and military families? The second piece, if she would just be on CEOs. It's very clear the NDP is taking a concern about corporate profits. The leader of the NDP has certainly almost made it seem as CEOs are rigging the system. Does she believe that corporate leaders in this country, all of them, are rigging the system, or is there just some in particular? Because I worry about that broad characterization of all corporate leaders in this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First off, on the delivery of health care, it is a shared jurisdictional issue. Under the Canada Health Act, this is actually something that should be afforded to all Canadians. On the dental health care plan that the NDP is pushing forward, that was something that Tommy Douglas 60 years ago dreamt of. And we're trying to complete that dream with this. We want it delivered, and the federal government can and should deliver this service. And at the same time, also increase transfer payments. That's what they must do to ensure a cohesive healthcare delivery services for all Canadians. On the second question, okay, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were going to cut me off, Madam Speaker. Okay, and on the second question, around bonuses for wealthy CEOs and big corporations, it is time for them to pay their share. And that's why we're calling for a excessive profiteering tax, as the UN Secretary General is calling for the globe.
Honorable député de Laurentides-Labette.
Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, I made a presentation on C31, and when I mentioned that this was to provide relief, I'd like to know how my colleague is satisfied with this temporary relief to deal with an issue that the provinces should be dealing with, and that is dental care, like Quebec already does.
Over East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I indicated earlier, the delivery of health care is a shared jurisdictional issue. But, you know, this is the first step. This is not the only step. This is the bottom and not the ceiling. And we will continue to take action to force the government to deliver support to Canadians. That's what we're doing here. Without us, they won't even get this dental care service for 12 and under in the next year for seniors and people with disability and people 18 and under. You know, they wouldn't get this one-time housing benefit. And we will continue to push the government to act. We'll demand action and force the government to provide support to Canadians.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by saying how much I appreciate the member for Vancouver East in her advocacy on addressing the root causes of the housing crisis. I wonder if she could share a bit more specifically with respect to corporate investors and the extent to which there is preferential tax treatment for them to be gutting out the core affordable housing supply that we so desperately need.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What we're seeing in the housing crisis is this. We're losing housing stock faster than we can build it. And the reality is that wealthy investors are coming in and buying up this stock. And in that process, under the real estate investment trusts, for example, they get preferential tax treatment. They don't have to pay taxes at the corporate rate. And so there's a windfall to which those investors are getting. And we have to stop that practice. Housing should not be treated as a commodity. It should be ensured to be there to house people. That's why the NDP is calling for the government to put a moratorium on the financialization of housing, to support the nonprofits to get into the market, to buy the stock and stop the preferential tax treatment.
Fuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague from Vancouver East for her intervention today. I learned so much from her about housing. She is such an expert on housing in this place. And I think we all should listen to her and hear the calls that she brings to this place. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start today with a little bit of a story because, of course, we're in the House debating the need for dental care for Canadians and this bill which would bring some relief for Canadians who are struggling right now. And I've told this story before, but I want to share it again. I spend a lot of time door knocking in my constituency. I think it's very important for members of Parliament to speak to their constituents as often as possible to find out what those concerns are, what those issues are. And one day I knocked on a door in one of my ridings, one of my neighborhoods, and you know, it was a pretty affluent neighborhood. So I knocked on the door and I was talking to this gentleman, and he was telling me about the fact that the dental care for him was a massive, massive issue. And the reason was he had a dental plan, his children had access to dental care, his family was fine. But his concern was for the children that were going to school with his daughter that did not have those things. And I think about that a lot when I stand in this place. I think a lot about the fact that as parliamentarians, our job is not to get things to make our lives better. Our job here is not to do things to benefit ourselves, to benefit those who are our friends. Our job as parliamentarians, the reason that I'm a New Democrat, is so that we can make lives better for all Canadians, so that we can help folks that are struggling. That's our job in this place. And so I think about that gentleman an awful lot with the fact that his concern was around others. His concern was for others. I'm so proud to represent, you know, people like that in Edmonton Strathcona that care about their neighbors. And Madam Speaker, I am a mother. I have children. They're not as young as they once were. That's the way growing up works. But I do want to acknowledge that I come to work in this place, and I have this incredible privilege to ensure that my children will always have access to dental care. And so I think that's something that we all in this place need to reflect on, and I'm going to go back to that in a few minutes. Madam Speaker, our public health care system is full of holes. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that our public health care system does not include dental care. It doesn't make sense that our public health care system doesn't include pharmacare, that it doesn't include mental health care. At what point did we decide that parts of our bodies needed to be protected and covered and other parts didn't? It doesn't make any sense. And so, you know, it doesn't make sense for us to pretend that our teeth aren't actually part of our body. From a health perspective, it doesn't make sense. From an economic or fiscal perspective, it doesn't make sense. And I have to tell you, if I had the power right now to fix those holes in our healthcare system, to fix the gaps in our healthcare system, if I could do that today, I would. I think it is one of the most important things as parliamentarians that we should be doing. But today we have an opportunity to fix one of those holes. And I'm incredibly proud to support Bill C-31 to get dental care for some of the people in Canada who need it the most, for children under 12. If we do our job in this place, we can get 500,000 kids the dental care that they desperately need. We can get them that dental care, and we can get it for them and all kids, not just for kids, for families that can afford it. We've known that dental care belongs in our healthcare system for decades. It has been 58 years since the Royal Commission on Health Services called for dental care to be included in our public system. You know, Madam Speaker, I've said this before as well, but the most common surgery performed on preschool children at most pediatric hospitals in Canada is the treatment of dental decay and the health implications that stem from that. We're asking families in this country to make heartbreaking decisions on protecting their children's health, protecting their teeth, or paying their bills, paying for groceries, paying for gas for their vehicles. That's a decision we should never be asking people in Canada to be making. And I said earlier that I know I stand in this place as somebody who comes with a great deal of privilege. I have a wonderful salary. I have a wonderful benefits program. My husband has a good paying job. He has a dental program. My children will never have to worry about their teeth, about having dental care accessible for them. And I feel deeply fortunate for that. All of us sitting in this House should feel deeply fortunate for that. The dental plans that we have cover us, cover everyone. But what kind of people would we be if we didn't want the things that our children have for all the children in this country? What kind of people would we be if I could look at my daughter and say, thank goodness my daughter Kelty has dental care, and look at someone else's daughter and not want that for them? How could I do that? But I will tell you that there are Conservatives that are sitting in this House right now, who have already voted twice against dental care for children. And I want them to know that I see them. Canadians see them. You know, Conservatives voted against health care 50 years ago, against one of those things that Canadians see as fundamental to our identity, fundamental to who we are as a country. 50 years ago, Conservatives voted against that. And now they are voting against dental care. They are fine having dental care for their families. They are fine having dental care for themselves. But they do not want dental care for children across this country in their constituencies, in their ridings. I have no idea what they must say to the people in their ridings to justify this. I have no idea how they can say, for me, it's great. For you, not so much. It's horrendous, Madam Speaker. All children deserve dental care. Every MP that voted against dental care in the last Parliament, and I will acknowledge that included the Liberals, but every MP that votes against dental care is saying that what they have access to, what they are entitled to, others are not, and that is disgusting. You know, another thing that I want to bring up within this Bill C-31 is the rent. I'm just checking my time. Is the support for rent. You know, winter is coming. We know that. And winter comes with so many more challenges for vulnerable people in Edmonton. This year is going to be, as you will imagine, harder than most because everything costs so much more. We already have a homeless crisis in my city and in cities across this country. And things are getting worse. The support in this bill for renters and for low-income people who rely on the GST rebate is really not that much. $500 for renters and a temporary doubling of the rebate. It's not that much money overall, but the difference in your life when you're living on the edge, it is enormous. The opportunity to prevent people from becoming homeless, to help people who are really struggling right now, is enormous. And we have to do what we can for these people. The support in this bill will be the difference between holding on to a place to live and becoming homeless. For hundreds, maybe even thousands of Canadians, it will be the difference between buying groceries and going without. It will be the difference between hope and despair, Madam Speaker. And just to finish, Madam Speaker, people are struggling to pay for everything right now. Groceries are more expensive, rent is more expensive, gas is more expensive. I know it can feel overwhelming for many Canadians right now. And that's what these programs are about. Universal dental care, social programs like this, they raise people up. They give people opportunities. And after all, that is ultimately what the democratic government is supposed to be. It is supposed to be people coming together to make laws, to make rules, to make programs that create a stronger, healthier, and happier Canada. You know, I like to hope that we're all in this place wanting to make a positive difference in our communities and for our constituents. And I know we don't always agree on what that looks like. But I believe in the power and the equity of social programs delivered by government and the power of people lifting each other up. I'm proud to say that because of the work of New Democrats, Bill C-31 is doing that today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm curious for the member's comments back on something that the member from St. Albert mentioned when he was speaking a few moments ago. He talked about dental care, and I heard him correctly. He said that 9 out of 10 children under the age of 12 already have some form of insurance or way to have their dental care paid for. So my question to her is, I mean, to me, that would be an argument why you would make it universal, because almost everybody already has it. But the argument was almost being made in a way that was like, well, if 9 out of 10 already have it, it's only 1 out of 10 that don't. So I'm curious for her comments on that. Does she think that, you know, when we get to a certain threshold, in order to provide that equality, that we do need to make something like this universal?
Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. So I don't understand where the Conservatives get some of their data, some of their information from. You know, in Alberta, we do have a program in Alberta. If you are a single mother, if you are a single, you know, if you're a family and you are living just pennies above the poverty line, if you're making just pennies above minimum wage, you will get some support for dental care. But realistically, the vast majority of Canadians that are living under $90,000 a year can't access dental care. So yeah, I agree with them. 1 in 10 is too many, but I don't think it's 1 in 10. You know, the people who aren't able to access dental care is much greater in this country. And strangely, the Conservatives think that about all kinds of things. Don't worry. You don't have to worry. We've got it covered. It's not covered. That's why we have to put this legislation in place. I don't understand.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just to the member, on the rental subsidy that's going to be included in C-31, it's $500. In my riding, for a 2-bedroom condo or a 2-bedroom home, like a very small one, you're talking what will only be 1 week effectively for rent. So this is just a patchwork. This is giving false hope to people that C-31 is going to solve all their problems. If you add up the cost of inflation to basic necessities like home heating, like groceries, we're talking about $1,200 annually. It'll be completely gobbled up unless we get inflation under control. Now, the members from Edmonton and their inflation on the rent isn't as bad as Calgary's, but does she really think that 1 week's worth of a rental subsidy is actually giving hope to renters that this government will get national inflation under control?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know the member is being very thoughtful, but I have to say, like, is his question basically, should we give them nothing because we're not giving them enough? Is that sort of the expectation there? Because what I'm seeing is that we have a program that was not put in place by the New Democrats. Of course, the New Democrats would have done this much different. We would have had a much more robust program for folks. But this is still some support for people who need it. And for people living on the edge, as I mentioned in my comments, these are folks that $500 will make a significant difference. And I don't understand why the Conservatives would say $500 isn't going to help families that are struggling. I don't understand how you can look at that additional add to your budget and say, no, that won't help. Of course it will help. It won't do enough. And my colleague from Vancouver East mentioned this is the floor, not the ceiling, but it is a help for people on the edge.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First off, I'd like to say to my colleague that obviously when you vote on bills, the Bloc has a concern that we want to vote according to our conscience. And when it comes to jurisdictional issues, we may vote against a bill, not because we don't agree with it, but out of a concern for respecting jurisdictions. My question for my colleague is about my concern about this temporary relief, considering how vulnerable people are these days, because we initially said that we were going to accept this assistance, but how are we to make sure that people who have this need, whether it's for housing or dental care, how are we to ensure that they get ongoing access to this help? That's my question.
I thank my colleague as well for her question. Her and I have worked quite close on certain files, and I know her to be an excellent member of Parliament who certainly chooses to vote with her conscience. One thing I will say is that this is an urgent issue that we can get some help out for Canadians quickly. Now, I will say that we brought forward dental care in the previous Parliament. If that had been supported at that time, we would have had this in place already. The fact that it has taken... Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and really a true honor and a pleasure to be speaking to Bill C-31. For my wonderful constituents back in Cowichan Malahat Langford who are watching, today's debate is on the legislative framework that the NDP has forced the Liberal government to bring in to establish an interim dental benefit for children under the age of 12 and also provide an important subsidy to people who are struggling to pay their rent. It's a moment of great pride, Madam Speaker, because in the last election, dental care was a very key focus of mine during the campaign. And it's really, I'm filled with gratitude to be able to stand in this House and tell constituents that we are actually delivering on something that is going to make a real difference. You know, I know from my experience, I've been here for 7 years now, Madam Speaker, and one thing I've learned about the House of Commons is that memories can be short. In this place. So I think it's important that we take a little walk down memory lane and set the table of this debate with what happened just last year in the previous 43rd Parliament. And I have to give credit to our former colleague Jack Harris, the former New Democratic Member of Parliament for St. John's East, because it was last year in the spring session, Madam Speaker, that he brought forward Motion 62. Motion 62, of course, was calling upon the federal government to put in a dental care plan as soon as possible for families earning less than $90,000 as an interim measure. We debated that in May and in June, and when it came to a vote, Madam Speaker, on June the 16th of last year, unfortunately it didn't pass this House. In fact, the final vote tally was 285 votes against and 36 in support. I will acknowledge the 10 Liberal MPs that did find it in their conscience to see this as a benefit and voted with us, but the vast majority of the Liberal Party and all of the Conservatives voted against it. Well, Madam Speaker, what a difference a year makes, because here we are now in this 44th Parliament, and we are actually debating a real legislative agenda, a government bill that hopefully will make its way to committee soon and through the legislative process so that we can get this established. And we are actually going to establish as an interim measure an important dental care benefit for children under the age of 12. That's going to be expanded next year to include children under the age of 18. It's going to include seniors, and it's going to include persons with disabilities. And of course, our plan is to have the full thing running by the end of this Parliament, the 44th Parliament, so that all families earning under $90,000 can access much-needed dental care benefits. Now, I think if you were to take a poll of words used in this chamber, we all know that inflation is occupying every member's minds right now. We hear it constantly from our constituents. It is all over the media. You can see it every time you go and fill up your car or go shopping for food. The cost of living is becoming unbearable for too many families, and that includes in my own riding of Cowichan Malahat Langford. But what is not being spoken enough are its primary causes. Not enough people in this place are talking about how corporate greed is driving inflation. I mean, I listen to my Conservative colleagues complain about the high price of gas, but they say nothing about the massive corporate profits that are happening in the oil and gas sector, about how those companies are profiting off the backs of working families in their ridings. Instead, they want to continue this argument over carbon pricing. It's a position they once supported under former leader Preston Manning. They briefly flirted with it in the previous election before abandoning it. So they want to continue having that conversation. And they also don't talk about the inflationary effects of climate change. I mean, I live in British Columbia. Last year, just months apart, we had devastating wildfires and catastrophic floods. Floods which cut off Vancouver from the rest of the country and which cost billions of dollars of damage, which we are still to this day trying to clean up from. Their answer, Madam Speaker, is to try and target people's employment insurance and the Canada Pension Plan. They incorrectly, in my view, call those payroll taxes. I don't know of any other tax that pays me a deferred wage when I retire like the Canada Pension Plan does. I don't know why you would go after a retirement vehicle that so many Canadians depend on for their retirement, but also that so many Canadians who find themselves with a disability depend on, or an insurance program that is there for when you lose your job. Now, granted, employment insurance does have a lot of problems, and certainly our party, the NDP, has been very vocal about those problems. But the concept of the program is a sound one, even if it does need some drastic improvements. The concept of having to pay a little into an insurance program for that day when you may lose your job through no fault of your own. That is a sound concept. That, and with CPP, are programs that we need to build upon to lift each other up, to truly support Canadians who are in need. Now, I do want to stay focused on C31 and the need for dental care, because it is very, very important in this country. If you look at the statistics population-wide, the millions of Canadians who have reported skipping going to the dentist because of the cost. A lot of the talk in this place has been about too much money chasing too few goods. Well, I'll agree with the first part. There is too much money. There's too much money lining corporate bank accounts, and there's too much money being paid out in bonuses to CEOs. And this is at a time when people are making those incredibly tough choices at the grocery store. I'll make no secret of the fact that at the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, I hope my colleagues there are going to join me to investigate the corporate profits that are in existence in the grocery sector, a sector 80% of which, more than 80% of which, is dominated by 3 companies. But we're not paying enough attention to how that is driving inflation, how you look at the markups that are going on with food, and they are rising far faster than the general average. But with dental care, Madam Speaker, this is a moral issue for me, because we're debating today actually a motion that was put forward by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, a Conservative MP, which is essentially going to kill Bill C-31. So that's where the Conservatives are today. Their big response to dental care is to move a motion to kill the bill outright. But what they don't talk about enough, Madam Speaker, is the fact that Conservative MPs, like every MP in this place, gets to enjoy the benefits of taxpayer-funded dental care, and their immediate family members get that. So essentially, their motto in this place is, it's good for me, but not for thee. They will not fight for their constituents to provide them with the same level of benefits that they enjoy as sitting members of Parliament, and I need to call them out on that because that is shameful. I think it is absolutely shameful that we live in a country where families are having to make that difficult choice on to whether they can afford to send their kids to see the dentist. We know that poor oral health is an indicator of worse health problems in the public. And if you don't look after those problems at an early age, if you don't detect them at an early stage, they get worse. They cost our system more money. The answer is in preventative health care. It is in making sure that kids can access those services. So, Madam Speaker, I know that I am in the final minute of my speech. And I just want to end on a number. 25. 25 NDP MPs. Less than 10% of the seats in this House. And today we are debating a bill that we campaigned on. We are talking about an agenda that we have been driving. And so I'll say this to my constituents, Madam Speaker. If 25 New Democrats in this place can punch above our weight and get this kind of action going, which is going to benefit so many Canadians from coast to coast to coast, imagine what a lot more could do. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'll conclude. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings Heath.
I'll have to disagree with my colleague that I think the number in the House right now is just perfect. Actually, we don't need any more. But I want to ask him just two questions. One, I go back to the dental care because, again, I'm struggling. I understand that the NDP, as does this government, we want to make sure that there is a federal government helping to provide support for dental care. But it seems as though the NDP wants it to be federally administered. And I'm not against the idea of the Government of Canada putting money in, similar to what we did on childcare, to establish a national framework. But it doesn't quite seem that that's the NDP position. Could the member explain his views or the NDP's view on why they want it to actually be federally administered as opposed to federally funded on the outcomes? The second piece is around, again, the CEOs, and I respect the fact that he has brought forward a motion in our committee on agriculture. But I want to go to the leader of the NDP's message that went out 4 days ago, where it says they've rigged the system to take wealth away from you. I understand if the NDP wants to actually put a policy in place that actually charges CEOs more, that has higher policies, but is he worried about the narrative that we are targeting CEOs in a reckless way that doesn't necessarily respect all corporate leadership in this country?
Member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I've heard this member's question. It's been asked to some of my colleagues, so I'll start with the first part on the federal role in healthcare delivery. Look, I'm a member of the Federal House of Commons. I'm doing what I can in this place. Yes, I understand the provinces have jurisdiction over healthcare, but I do believe it is a shared jurisdiction, and we need to look no further than the Federal Canada Health Act. Different provinces have different benefits, but I believe that a Canadian who lives in Prince Edward Island should have the same access to services as one that lives in my home province of BC. The federal government is the one and only government has the ability to put in a program to ensure those benefits have equality. On his second question, Madam Speaker, CEOs get bonuses for delivering higher profits. I'm trying to make the connection between higher corporate profits and the inflation that so many Canadians are suffering. And I think we need a parliamentary inquiry into this. So yes, I will continue with that narrative that corporations, CEOs, and the status quo do need to be looked at.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lempton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'm really puzzled. It seems that the NDP had said that they wanted dental care for all Canadians who currently didn't have coverage. So I don't understand why they agreed to this program that only covers children under 12 in some families when many provinces already cover that, and that the rest is going to be post-2025 after the election when the Liberals don't need them anymore. Why did he support it?
The honourable member for Cowichan Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, to use a poker analogy, you play the cards you were dealt. And we were dealt a minority government courtesy of the Liberals. So we are actually going to use our legislative agenda in this place to deliver. And in answer to her question, absolutely. Our goal one day is a universal program. This is the floor, not the ceiling. What I will say, though, is that children in her riding and children under the age of 18 next year and seniors are all going to benefit from this. I hope she finds it in her heart to support it.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I would like to make an observation. Since the spring, there's been only one party in this House trying to fight inflation, and that's the Bloc Québécois, because the increase of health costs is 6%, and the Bloc Québécois year after year has been defending and standing up for what all provinces want, what Quebec wants, and that is increase in health transfers, because we have problems in our healthcare systems for years now because of this, Madam Speaker. Here's what I'd like to hear from my colleague. Why is the colleague not ready to support an increase of up to 35% of federal health transfers. If they really care about people, about Canadians, about inflation, well, then this should be the #1 priority. Thank you.
I will disagree strongly with my colleague. The Bloc is not the only party that has been fighting for this. In fact, my own constituent is Premier John Horgan of British Columbia, who was recently the chair of the Council of the Federation. He was there leading all of the premiers, asking for more health transfers from the federal government. Not only is he the Premier of BC, he's my constituent, and I am in lockstep with what he has been asking for. I think if my honourable colleague from the Bloc checks the parliamentary record, he will see that New Democrats have been very clear in this place on the need for stronger health transfers from the feds to the provinces.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's for the opportunity to rise today to speak to the amendment that has been put forward by the member from, I believe, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And, back to the comment that the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford made earlier about the Conservatives introducing an amendment just to kill the bill. I would disagree with him, although I appreciate him giving that credit to them. What they're really doing, Madam Speaker, is they're introducing an amendment so they can start to put up speakers again and reset the speaker roster on this so that they can continue to repeatedly do this and just burn the clock away. Because despite the fact that Conservatives are against this, Madam Speaker, that doesn't mean they're ready to vote for it. Of course not. Why would they ever do that when they can use this as an opportunity to just endlessly burn away the hours that we regard as being so precious in this place to debate important pieces of legislation? Because, Madam Speaker, what's more important to the Conservatives than voting against dental care, what's more important to Conservatives than doing anything for Canadians, what is absolute paramount for them is to ensure that the legislative process in this place just cannot function. And so that's why we're here today, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, to talk about this particular amendment, which basically does nothing other than effectively vote against the bill in itself. But nonetheless, it is a very important bill, and I want to congratulate my colleagues in the NDP for being so passionate about this and for bringing it forward. I certainly would agree with them that they have done a good job of playing their role in this House of Commons. They identified the fact that they do hold the balance of power, and rather than using that in an obstructionist fashion like the members from across the way, they've used it as a way to determine how can we actually do good things for Canadians that line up with their values and their priorities. And that's why, I have no problem in allowing them to take some credit for what is being proposed today. Would I go as far as to say that the NDP forced the government into doing this? Well, I think that's a bit of a stretch, but nonetheless, I respect the fact that they're using the terminology that they believe best fits the narrative of the day. But what this really comes down to, Madam Speaker, is the fact that currently, as it is right now, 55% of Canadians have their dental care covered through some form of private insurance policy. 6% are insured through some form of public insured policy, perhaps for the most vulnerable in our communities. And then the balance, 39%, are literally paying out of their pocket for dental care. And amongst that 39%, there is a portion of those people who have family incomes of $90,000 or less who are really being targeted in this, because we recognize the fact that it's the most vulnerable in our communities that need to be taken care of. That is, underlying principle of just about all the legislation that has come forward from this side of the House, that we understand that when we build up individuals who are struggling, when we give opportunities, when we provide incentives to participate in the economic activity of our country and the social well-being of our country, it's for the benefit of not just those individuals, but indeed for all Canadians. And that's why I personally think that this is such an important piece of legislation. I would note, though, that it's not just about providing and helping to pay for the costs of dental care when people actually need it, when they need to go to see the dentist. What I think we have to recognize is that all provinces and territories will cover emergency emergency dental service. So if you go into a hospital and it's something that's directly related to somebody's health, as it relates to if they need a service right away, that will be covered by the province and or territory. And so why I think that this is important is because this is about investing in the future. This is about saying, rather than waiting until it's at a place where it jeopardizes somebody's health, why aren't we helping to pay for preventative measures? And that's what a dental care program will do. You know, the reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, a lot of folks out there that this would apply to, people who are in families of less than $90,000 a year, are going to make tough decisions when it comes to what to spend their money on. And so if they have the decision between perhaps going and getting a regular checkup at the dentist or getting a cavity filled that perhaps isn't really bothering them, they might, and arguably so, and I think it'd be a reasonable thing to do, just push that aside and say, well, no, I can't spend my money on that right now. I'm going to spend it on something that I need more. And so what could end up turning out later on is that the situation that they're put in as a result of not having that preventative work done up front is that they end up in a situation where they're actually in much more dire need, and the costs become a lot more expensive. And as I indicated, in some cases, they end up in an emergency room where the provinces and territories are going to take care of them in any event. So my point here is that I strongly believe that there's an opportunity here to help people with that preventative assistance in order to ensure that they don't have those problems later on. And, you know, Madam Speaker, I realize that my time is pushing along, but I did want to say that, you know, in the bigger picture of talking about affordability, I find it very interesting that Conservatives who come in here on a daily basis and talk about Canadians who are struggling don't seem to be interested in any of the programs that we've put forward to actually assist Canadians, with the exception of the GST, the increased GST rebate, which they've said that they're going to support, but have not given any indication whatsoever about when they'll actually let a vote take place on that bill. With the exception of that particular piece of legislation, Conservatives don't seem to be interested in affordability as it relates to genuinely assisting people. They just seem to want to come in here and give grandiose speeches about why this government has made life so difficult for people, but without actually presenting any concrete ideas or building on any concrete policies that have been brought forward by this side of the House. So I find it very rich, and I find it very ironic that they seem to be willing to turn their back on those that need it the most, yet in question period, which we'll see in less than an hour from now, I'm sure you will hear them repeatedly asking about why we're not helping those individuals and why we're not doing more to help them. And that's really the irony and the reality of what takes place on this. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to take any questions that might come from any of my colleagues, but I'm very happy to see this piece of legislation come forward. I'm very glad to see that the governing party is able to work with the NDP to advance initiatives that are in both of our interests, and indeed, in this case, something that the NDP has been struggling for and fighting for many years. I'm glad to see that we're at this place where we can work together, because it always is nice to be able to return back to Canadians and say that we worked with other parties in a minority government to get things done. And the fact is, Madam Speaker, if you look back historically, most or a lot of the big decisions in our country were made during minority governments. Healthcare, CPP, even the creation of our flag was made during a minority government. So I'm very happy that we're able to do this with the NDP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. A very simple question for the Honourable Member with respect to the government's plan to triple the carbon tax. The purpose, and he's laughing because he thinks it's funny. I can tell you Canadians who are struggling to afford gas, groceries, and home heating, Madam Speaker, they don't think it's funny. The government is intent on tripling the carbon tax, and Canadians are already struggling under the impact of the carbon tax.
Now, will the member acknowledge that the purpose of the carbon tax is to raise the price of gas? The argument for a carbon tax by those who support it, they say we want to have a higher price of gas to discourage people from driving. Of course, the gas price is influenced by a variety of different factors, but one of those factors is the carbon tax, which has been put in place by design to increase the price of that gas. Will the member acknowledge that his government's carbon tax plan is designed to raise the price of gas?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I actually did start laughing when he asked that question, Madam Speaker. And you know why? Because we have a bill here that is about dental care specifically. But not only that, this member moved an amendment to the bill in his name on this very piece of legislation. I then went and spoke for 10 minutes on this bill and on this piece of legislation as it relates to dental care and his amendment on it, and then he stands up and asks me a question that's completely unrelated to the bill. And then he can't understand why I might find that to be slightly humorous. It's because, Madam Speaker, Conservatives just don't want to talk about making life affordable for Canadians. What they want to talk about are issues that are, not within the realm of what's actually going on in the room. They want to divert completely away from the actual substance of what we're talking about.
Commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I've heard him speak now. When it comes to the basics, nobody opposes getting dental care to children. Nobody's opposed to helping people who experience low income, to helping them pay their rent. That's why we moved forward with the bill at first reading. But is my colleague open enough to consider a transfer to the provinces connected to this program, a transfer to the provinces and to Quebec? You'll understand that I'm thinking of Quebec, which already has a dental insurance program, which isn't perfect, but that could be improved. There are structures already in place. Will my colleague insist on imposing yet another structure on top of what we already have, or will they respect provincial jurisdiction?
Well, Madam Speaker, I won't insist on anything. I'll let the committee do their work, and I'll let the committee look at the question that the member's raising. Am I open to it? I'm open, especially when you talk about healthcare, which is so complex and is an issue that is done between the federal government and the provincial government. I'm certainly open to letting those discussions take place and seeing where they land. I mean, the reality of the situation is, though, Madam Speaker, I think what we want to ensure is that the money that we give out to provinces to help with this kind of thing, whether it's directly to provinces or through CRA, which this is proposing to do, that it actually get in the hands of those that need it and actually help with the affordability, not allow provinces to take the money and then not use it for that intended purpose, basically just subsidizing what they're already spending.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things I think that has been missing, at least I think from the dialogue today, is a conversation about what dental care in this program will actually put back into the healthcare system entirely. Obviously, we know that our healthcare system is struggling. The doctors, the nurses, patients, I myself don't even have a family doctor. There's a lot of things that we need to do to grow that. And dental care can actually save a lot of money. And I'd like to hear what the member has to say about that in terms of helping our overall healthcare system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And that was one of the things I was trying to touch on in my speech, which was that by investing in people early on, before their dental issues become extremely severe and require emergency medical attention, we're actually investing in our healthcare system. We're relieving some of the stress that will come later down the road for the healthcare professionals that would otherwise have to deal with this as a result of not investing and not helping to prevent issues from arising into the future. So that is absolutely one of the things that we have to consider in the cost analysis of this, because we have to look at the savings that we will get down the road as a result of investing in people now. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Menink.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The members opposite, they have finally become aware of a problem that was obvious to every Canadian except for the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Inflation is a problem. Canadians are being hurt by it. Liberal government policies are making things worse. I am pleased that Liberals have finally realized inflation is a problem for our country. I'm less pleased with their solution. Apparently, they don't understand that their attempts to fix a problem that they created with reckless government spending, will only make things worse. I can understand that the confusion across the aisle when I say that. How can I say their well-meaning plan will not only not work, but will make things worse? This doesn't make sense to them. For those who truly believe that the budgets balance themselves, I can understand that the concept of inflation is also a little difficult to understand. So perhaps we should take a look first at just what are we talking about. According to Wikipedia, inflation is a general increase in the prices of goods and services in an economy. When the general price level rises, each unit of currency buys fewer goods and services. Consequently, inflation corresponds to a reduction in the purchasing power of money. Wikipedia also tells us that high or unpredictable inflation rates are regarded as harmful to an overall economy. They add inefficiencies in the market and make it difficult for companies to budget or plan. Long-term inflation can act as a drag on their productivity as companies are forced to shift resources away from products and services to focus on profit and losses from currency inflation. Uncertainty about the future purchasing power of money discourages investment and saving. Inflation can also impose hidden tax increases. For instance, inflated earnings push taxpayers into higher income tax rates unless the tax brackets are indexed to inflation. With high inflation, purchasing power is redistributed from those on fixed nominal incomes, such as some pensioners whose pensions are not indexed to the price level, towards those who with variable income whose earning may be better keep pace with inflation. This redistribution of purchasing power will also occur between international trading partners, where fixed exchange rates are imposed. Higher inflation in the economy than another will cause the first economy's export to become more expensive and affect the balance of trade. There can also be negative effects on trade from an increased instability in currency exchange prices caused by unpredictable inflation. This is Wikipedia. It's common information there, but the difference is some understand it, some don't, or some refuse to even look at it or understand it. So to put that simply, in terms of even a liberal can understand inflation harms the economy and hurts the people of Canada. Government policies should not make inflation higher, period. That should be a common understanding. It's simple and should be something that we all should live and go by. Which now brings us to the Liberal response to the inflation that have created Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing. The Liberals, with their imperfect understanding of inflation, are trying to make things better. They are ignoring the economic experts that say that increasing government spending adds to inflation. Their solution doesn't fix the problem, it will just make it worse. Madam Speaker, it may come as a surprise to the Liberals, but their children's dental care isn't a high priority for many Canadian families these days. Parents wish they could be more concerned about dental health and state to their children's teeth, but when they are having difficulties finding the money to feed their children, you aren't spending much time booking dentist appointments. The Prime Minister, as we discovered a couple of years ago, doesn't know the cost of a pound of bacon. Just to let him know, it has gone up again. Grocery prices are up by 10.8% on average, rising at the fastest pace in 40 years. Fish up 10%, butter 16%, milk up 21%, eggs up by 10%, margarine by 37%, bread, rolls, and buns up 17%, dry fresh pasta by 32%, fresh fruit up by 13%, oranges up by 11%, apples by 18%, coffee cup by 14%, soup by 19%, lettuce by 12%, and potatoes up by 10%. A family of four is spending an average of $1,200 a year more for groceries than they did in 2021. As well as record food prices, they have to deal with increases in heating, gasoline, and housing costs. Canadians are having to make harder choices about whether to put gas in the car or order to be able to get to work in the morning or put food on the table. This should not be happening in one of the wealthiest countries in the world. This government doesn't seem to understand that is a part of the problem is spend, spend, spend. They say and hope the problem go away. Ask any economist and they will tell you a government cannot curtail inflation by spending. The Liberal government is driving up the cost of living. The government's proposal to do little to solve the problem. Proposals on dental care and housing will provide jobs for civil servants, but won't help most Canadians. The GST rebate will provide some welcome relief, but it is short-term and won't address the real problem. Inflationary deficits and taxes are driving up costs at the fastest rates in nearly 40 years, and that rebate won't pay for very many groceries. As government spending increases, the deficit rises and the national debt increases. Today's spending will be paid by our children and grandchildren, who will not thank us for our actions today. If the Prime Minister was serious about making life more affordable for workers, families, and seniors, he would cancel his planned carbon tax increases immediately. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is increasing 3 times, triple, 3 times the carbon tax on Canadians, and he's suggesting that he wants to help Canadians. If you want to help Canadians, you won't increase the carbon tax 3 times or 3-folds. Canadian families are struggling with rising costs due to Liberal inflation. Now is not the time to raise their tax burden and make their lives worse. Instead of freezing taxes, this government is raising taxes on people who are struggling to make ends meet. Inflation is making groceries unaffordable for many people. This government is making things worse with its taxes and inflationary spending. Those things combined are raising the stresses on millions of Canadians. Many are turning on food banks as the only way to feed their families. Here in Ottawa, inflation is being blamed for record high food bank usage. Food banks in Toronto, they're saying they're facing the highest demand in their history. Food banks in Edmonton and in the University of Alberta campus food bank showing 200 new clients in September alone. Raising the tax burden on Canadians so they have to turn to food banks to feed their children may be the Liberal policy, but it's not the policy of a compassionate government. Last year, the Prime Minister asked Canadians to forgive him for not thinking of the monetary policy. Given the fiscal trouble individual Canadians and the entire nation faces, I don't think they are going to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, whether it was private members' hour where member raised the issue of the price on pollution, or here we're talking about the dental care for children. Children under the age of 12, this bill is all about providing insurance for those children. Yet the Conservatives, they just want to talk about the carbon tax or the price on pollution. Does the Conservative members of Parliament recall, just last year, every one of them were knocking on doors saying, if we elect a Conservative government, we're going to have a price on pollution. What a flip-flop, Madam Speaker. Within a year now, the Conservative Party is anti-price on pollution. They're going backwards, as every other Canadian is thinking more about the environment. And moving forward, the Conservatives have taken a flip to the back, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, does he not realize that the Conservative Party, in particular, this candidate, as other candidates, actually campaigned in favor of a price on pollution in the last election? Why are they breaking that promise?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
I thought, Madam Speaker, by bringing the definition of inflation to this member and his government will make him understand exactly what he's doing. What his government is doing is in bringing taxes at the time of inflation, and they're spending money where they should not be spending because they're putting fuel on fire at the wrong time. So if I had to get from him that kind of question, I would never probably brought the explanation and description of inflation itself. That's why for the member that they're doing they're putting the wrong policy, the wrong approach at the wrong time, and they should think that otherwise.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, what does he think? So not so long ago, the Conservatives appeared to agree with the calls from all provinces and territories to boost health transfers. So after that apparent support, now I don't know if it's the change in leader, but since the change in leader, we're not hearing the same thing from the Conservatives anymore. Do they agree with an increase to health transfers to improve coverage for the public? Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I would have advised him to wait for our platform on this issue, because the question is, everyone wants a better healthcare system for Canadians. All of us. No one will disagree on that. It's just how we're going to approach that and how this is going to be bringing a better quality healthcare to Canadians. That will always remain the debate among all parties. And the one that's going to have a better approach, I think the one that's going to grab the attention of Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. I just want to share with this House that I recently had some constituents come into my office. It was a larger family, and one of the children was complaining and again of having some pain. And when we dug down a little bit more, we found out the reason that that child was in pain is because they had an infected tooth. The family was very ashamed to share that they just did not have the money to afford to go in to get help. And this is not an unusual story in this country. We know that there are a lot of families out there today that cannot make sure their kids get the very basic dental care because they are working hard, but they don't have the resources to get it done. And how hard it is to be someone who loves their child and not be able to get them the support that they need. And often when they do, they have to take them to the hospital, and the only option is to have that tooth completely removed. So I'm just wondering if this member could please explain to Canadians with children under 12 why they don't deserve health care for their mouths.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
In the drama show of the NDP that they're trying to take credit of everything happening today, especially on this bill, and they said that they just forced the government to do so. Everybody cares about the health of Canadians. Doesn't matter what that aspect is, whether it's dental or with other healthcare things. And every one of us have stories from his or her own writing when it comes to that. So let's not to make this the drama. We're saying there is an approach to something, to a policy that maybe It's taking a long time. And right now, the policy is short of solving the problem. And this is the argument. I think we're not arguing whether we would love for all Canadians to have health care or dental care. What we're arguing about is the approach, the cost, and how this approach is truly going to solve the problem other than making the hope of some Canadians high where the reality is.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing. This is legislation that helps to address some of the concerns many of my constituents have shared with me around the rising cost of living and the increasing difficulty they are facing making ends meet. All of us in this House and in this country are seized with the issue of inflation. Indeed, the world is seized with the issue of inflation because it is a global phenomenon. Forces like high oil prices ripple through the supply chain, and so do supply chain disruptions, leading to scarcity of goods and rising prices for them. The economy is still recovering from the pandemic. We are all feeling the pinch. Canada has done better than most G7 countries, doing better than our American neighbors and peers such as United Kingdom and Germany. We have seen prices come down at the pumps. But according to the latest Statistics Canada numbers and what we are seeing at the grocery store, food inflation remains a serious problem. And while inflation is, as I said, a global phenomenon and a temporary one that will ease in time, that doesn't make the burden on Canadians today any less real and any less serious. And while you and I and our colleagues in this place can afford to absorb the temporary higher prices, not all Canadians are that fortunate. They need our help. Madam Speaker, and just like we always have been since the first act of our government after the 2015 was to lower taxes for the middle class and those working hard to join it by asking the top 1% to pay just a little more. We will be there for those Canadians that need help the most. Canadians are looking to their elected representatives for help. I was pleased to see Bill C-30 receive speedy support and passage at second reading so it could go to committee for further study. This is an important part of our government's response to the affordability challenges Canadians are facing. If passed, Bill C-30 will double the goods and services tax credit for 6 months, delivering $2.5 billion in additional support to roughly 11 million lower-income Canadians. For a typical family, this could mean up to $612 plus $161 for each child under the age of 19. I hope the cooperative spirit continues and we see this legislation passed soon so Canadians can get this much-needed help coping with the higher prices. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that this same cooperative spirit can prevail in this place with Bill C-31, because it also delivers much-needed help for lower-income Canadians struggling with higher prices, and they don't want to see politicians stalling on the help they need with political gains. There are two main components in this legislation. The first relates to dental care. While we here in this place benefit from generous employer-provided dental plans that cover us and our dependents, many Canadians are not so lucky. They are forced to pay for needed dental services out of pocket, including for their children, and beyond the cost of regular cleaning for their children, dental emergencies can also become financial emergencies and force very hard choices. Making life more affordable for families across the country must include making oral health care accessible for all. Dental care is an important part of overall health, yet in Canada, 1/3 of the population cannot afford. Creating a proper national dental system from coast to coast to coast, integrated as part of Canada's healthcare system, will take time, and cooperation and coordination with the provinces and the territories. But recognizing that we need to start helping Canadians with these costs now. This legislation proposes a new temporary Canada Dental Benefit. The benefit would provide dental care for uninsured Canadians with a family income of less than $90,000 annually, starting with children under 12 years old in 2022. The Canada Dental Benefit would allow all eligible parents to access direct payments totaling up to $1,300 per eligible child under the age of 12, up to $650 per year to support the costs of dental care services. Once the program is live, Canadians will be able to access the Canada Dental Benefit through their CRA accounts, and the CRA is prepared to deliver and make it as easy as possible for eligible Canadians to get the money they need for oral health care. Dental health is an important part of our overall health and should not need to be sacrificed for financial reasons. With this bill, we are taking an important first step and putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians that need it the most. The second major component of Bill C-31 relates to housing. Affordable housing and the high cost of safe and suitable housing is one of the biggest issues for the residents of my riding of Scarborough Centre. And this legislation addresses one of the major components of housing that is so often ignored by the official opposition: rental housing. While they have a lot to say about home ownership, they have little to say and little to offer for those that rent their homes. I have a lot of renters in my community of Scarborough, and many of them are trapped in inadequate and substandard rental housing that doesn't meet their needs. I say they are trapped because they can't afford to move to a bigger unit or a nicer unit that could better suit their needs, because the market rent is now well beyond their needs. And if they were to leave their current unit, it would be rented out for many hundreds of dollars a month more. Even within the guidelines, rent increases in combination with other higher prices families are facing are difficult to manage. As part of the National Housing Strategy,
I apologize to interrupt the Honourable Member. Can I ask the Honourable Members to please keep the sound low so that we can listen to the speech the Honourable Member is making? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As part of the National Housing Strategy, we are addressing the issue of affordability and a lack of rental housing construction and capacity. We have introduced the Rapid Housing Initiative, a $2.5 billion program to finance the construction of modular housing, as well as the acquisition of land and the conversion of existing buildings to affordable housing. The Rental Construction Financing Initiative gives developers low-cost loans during the riskiest phases of construction. This helps developers to better predict cost, and they are more incentivized to build the rental projects, all while meeting important criteria in terms of affordability, accessibility, and energy efficiency. These programs are working, Madam Speaker, but it will take time to have an impact and begin bringing prices under control. And Canadians need help now. That's why this legislation proposes to invest $1.2 billion to provide a direct federal Canada Housing Benefit top-up payment of $500 to 1.8 million renters who are struggling with the cost of housing. This is in addition to the $4 billion we are already investing to provide an average of $2,500 in direct financial assistance with the cost of rent to Canadians across the country through the existing Canada Housing Benefit. This new one-time benefit would be available to applicants with incomes below $35,000 for families and $20,000 for the individuals who pay at least 30% of their income on rent. If this legislation is passed, eligible renters will begin receiving payments before the end of this year. To be eligible, applicants must have filed their 2021 tax return and will need to attest that they are paying at least 30% of their adjusted net income on rent. Families must have a net income of $35,000 and individuals have an income of less than $20,000. An estimated 1.8 million low-income renters, including students who are struggling with the cost of housing, would be eligible for this new support. Madam Speaker, this is help that my constituents very much need. It will put more money back into the pockets of lower-income Canadians who need it to help buy groceries and put gas in the cars so they can get to work. I urge my colleagues not to delay in passing this important legislation. Let's deliver help to those that need it the most. And
questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sir Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her remarks. It's interesting, though, going back to the previous Liberal speaker, that Liberals don't want us to be talking about the carbon tax today. It's not surprising why they don't want to hear us talk about their plan to triple the carbon tax. But the reason we're raising this, of course, is that it speaks to the Liberal government's approach to affordability. They're presenting these measures as their so-called affordability package, but the reality is they are continuing to increase taxes on Canadians. They have scheduled automatic tax increases for next year. The Liberals plan to raise payroll taxes and triple the carbon tax. So this is central to the debate today, because when the government says they're concerned about inflation and affordability, frankly, they weren't talking at all about inflation until the member for Carleton became Conservative leader. They were completely ignoring the issue. Now they say they care about it, but they're persisting with tax increases. Why are they persisting with their tax hikes?
Honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Climate Action Incentive provides an annual credit for an individual in Ontario, in my home province, of $373 for an individual and $186 for a spouse or common law partner, and $93 per child under the age of 19. Every dollar raised through carbon pricing in Ontario goes back to the residents of Ontario. And the less you pollute, the more you save. When we are talking about affordability and helping Canadians, why does the honourable member want to take hundreds of dollars out of the pockets of Ontario families?
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurent.
The honourable member for Laurentian-Labad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to what my colleague opposite was explaining in depth about this relief and what could be done as a one-off to help the public with these difficult times. And I'd like to know what my colleague has to say to my constituents who, since 2015, when the Liberal government took office, so 7 years have gone by, where significant investments were made, and there's still a shortage of housing. What does my colleague have to say to those people?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member. Housing is an issue, and since we came into power, we have invested into the National Housing Strategy, and I have seen firsthand the increase in the rental units. Through the rapid housing investments, we have been able to invest. In my own riding, there has been an investment of 57 additional units, and we had a groundbreaking ceremony. The money is going into the different housing projects, and I think investing $2.5 billion in modular housing is really increasing the rental stocks. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
thank my colleague for her intervention today. I wonder if she wouldn't mind talking a little bit about, we stand in this place and we talk about how dental care is so important for the health of children, for children under 12. But it is also a financial benefit. It is beneficial when our healthcare system is under attack and is so overburdened that children are not having to go for emergency care in the emergency rooms, that we are doing preventative work. And I wonder if she could comment on the value of that and perhaps how dental care is similar to things like mental care and pharmacare, which also are very cost effective as a preventative measure for further hardships on our healthcare system.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her advocacy on the dental care. Every Canadian deserves good oral health care, and it is a key component to overall well-being. So that's why we as a government are committed to working to build a comprehensive, longer-term national dental care program. I think it is really very important because when I talk to the families in my riding, it's really very heartbreaking to see that some families cannot afford to take their kids for even simple things like cleaning. So I am really proud to stand in the House today to support the temporary dental benefit, which will provide up to $1,300 to the families for the kids to take care of their dental needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Et statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to rise today to announce the October 1st marked the start of the German Heritage Month. What better way to celebrate than by experiencing Kitchener-Waterloo Oktoberfest, which will be kicking off this Friday with the official keg tapping at Carl's Square in front of Kitchener City Hall. This will mark the start of 10 days of excitement and activities throughout the Waterloo region, including the famous nationally televised Thanksgiving Day Parade on Monday, October the 10th. Kitchener-Waterloo Oktoberfest is the largest Bavarian festival in North America, and over its 53 years of existence has grown to include 40 family and cultural events. I invite all members of this House to join Uncle Hans at one of the 6 Festhallen located throughout the region and enjoy wonderful German food, dance, and beverages. Oktoberfest is wunderbar. Prost.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I stand here today to pay tribute to the late Dr. Bradley Truman Knoll. On September 10th of this year, after partaking in a motorcycle ride to raise money for the Courier Mandé House in Senegal, Dr. Knoll lost his life in a moose vehicle accident while returning home to Springdale. Doc, as he was affectionately known to his students, was a pastor, teacher, mentor, and a friend to so many in our province. He had the ability to challenge beliefs on difficult subject matters with love and empathy. An example of this is his recent book, Tinder, Tattoos, and Tequila, Navigating the Gray Areas of Faith. To quote one of his colleagues, Brad was a mentor and friend to so many, regardless of background, religion, or age. His death has left a huge hole, but his life's impact and legacy will live on in those he has invested in and mentored. That is the true measure of a leader. To the love of his life, Dr. Melinda Knoll, his family and friends, and the hundreds of students that studied under him, know that our hearts and prayers are with you. Sole Deo Gloria.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount. Mr. Speaker, it is a great pleasure to highlight the important contribution of Siméon Pompey to his community of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce and to the students of Dawson College. He has been awarded by Force Avenir a prize for his great work at Dawson College and for all of his participation.
through his leadership of the Comité Jeunesse NDG Community Recreation Services. Many of his students at Dawson College find employment at our community recreation centers and parks, where they lead summer camps, reading clubs for kids, bocce for seniors, and animate numerous activities in the parks. Simeon has expanded his love of golf to include a children's life skills program called First Tee. Simeon supports causes and communities with humility, hard work, and a commitment to families. Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor to recognize Simeon Pompey as a distinguished teacher, community leader, and father in my community. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, one of my constituents, Sylvie Paquette, will receive the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Early Childhood Education for her achievements as an educator at the Mamie Pond Daycare Centre in Saint-Césaire. Quebec is proud of its daycare centre model, implemented by the first female premier, Pauline Marois. Quebec's CPE daycare centres are a wonderful model for early childhood development and for allowing women to return to the workforce. This award recognizes Ms. Paquette's work, teaching methods, and pioneering spirit, not to mention her dedication to ensuring that children have every opportunity to get the best possible start on life. This concept of equal opportunities is part of Quebec's social safety net, one that we wish to continue to pursue. Congratulations, Ms. Paquette. Keep being a strong partner of all families who entrust you with the care of their children, and keep up the creativity.
L'honorable député d'Argenteuil.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud and happy to rise once again to talk to you about a weightlifter from my riding of Argenteuil-La Petite Nation, Étienne Jolicoeur. He distinguished himself by winning the North American Open in Calgary on September 16th and 17th, where he lifted a total weight of 241 kilograms. He's just 16 years old, and he won the gold medal in the 67-kilogram category, competing with junior and senior athletes. He has a bright athletic career ahead of him. Another athlete, Mathieu Blais, also excelled, ranking 5th in the 73-kilogram category, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Argenteuil-La Petite Nation has a history of excellence in weightlifting. I'd be remiss if I didn't commend Guy Marino for the great work he does in training talented young athletes in weightlifting. Congratulations, Etienne and Matisse. You are worthy ambassadors of Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. I admire you greatly. Thank you.
Van. Canadians are getting sick and tired of this out-of-touch NDP Liberal coalition government. That's right. Their support is plummeting across the country. Canadians see hope in a strong, unified, Conservative team that will give them back control of their lives. It's very telling that the NDP has signed a secret backroom deal to prop up this arrogant Liberal government till 2025, and Canadians will respond accordingly during the next election. Mr. Speaker, it has gotten so bad for the federal NDP out west that their provincial comrades in Saskatchewan don't even want the member from Burnaby South, the current federal leader, around. Wow. I can't believe it. The home of Tommy Douglas decided to uninvite the federal NDP leader to their provincial convention. The reason? The NDP leader and his party would rather prop up this Prime Minister and the incompetent government than stand with the hard-working people of Saskatchewan. Our leader and Conservatives will always put the people first.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the larger-than-life Bill Blakey in full Scots regalia piped in the Robbie Burns dinner, carved the haggis, and called down the wrath of Burns in Gaelic, we were absolutely convinced that the perfidious English were storming Parliament Hill. As Scotsman, Bill could have been a stand-in for Hagrid in the Harry Potter movies. I shared a few faith and politics panels with Bill. He, the social gospel New Democrat, and me, an endangered species, an evangelical liberal. Bill's faith and politics were well integrated, but as I pointed out to him, it's a lot easier when you're in perpetual opposition. No Miliquist, Bill enjoyed carving up pontificating Liberal cabinet ministers as much as the haggis. In a pinch, a Conservative would do just as well. Many a House leader found that Bill knew the rules and procedures of the House better than they did, much to their chagrin. A great man, a great bear of a man, a great parliamentarian, a great Christian, to the member of Elmwood Transcona, we share in your family's loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Freedom rallies are taking place around the world to protest the death of Mahsa Amini, who went to visit relatives with her family just like we would do. But instead of receiving a warm embrace from loved ones, she was stopped by the so-called morality police, taken into custody and beaten. She died 3 days later. Mahsa was just 22 years old with her whole life ahead of her, and her death is unforgivable. To the brave women protesting the death of Mahsa Amini, who are met with arrests and bullets, we see you, we hear you, we stand with you. There must be a prompt, impartial investigation into her death. Crackdowns on protesters must stop. Respect for human rights must be upheld, including freedom of expression and peaceful assembly and association. Human rights are universal, non-negotiable, and indivisible. Mr. Speaker, women's rights are human rights.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put the people first. Their paychecks, their savings, their homes, their country. But the carbon tax is an utter failure. The Liberal government would have you believe that it will drive emissions down, but emissions have gone up under their tenure. BC's had a carbon tax for 14 years, and their emissions have gone up 4 megatons. Quebec's had a similar program for 12 years, and they've gone up 4 megatons as well. And the reality is the carbon tax drives the price of everything up, and it's punishing on Canadians who can least afford it. The Liberals would have you believe that you'll get more money back than you pay, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said this is false, and many Canadians will pay more. Still, the Liberals are planning to triple the carbon tax in April of 2023. Clearly, the Prime Minister is experiencing the carbon tax differently than hardworking Canadians. Yet help is on the way, Mr. Speaker. A Conservative government with our new leader will scrap the carbon tax.
L'honorable député de Longueuil, Charles Lemoine.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine. Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, many of my constituents have written to me to express the horror that they feel about the horrific situation currently unfolding in Iran. Like them, I was deeply shocked on September 16th when I learned that Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old Kurdish woman, died after being arrested by the police. What crime did she commit? She didn't wear her hijab in accordance with government standards.
Protests that have erupted across Iran since Mahsa's death have been met by unspeakable brutality on the part of Iranian forces, who in some cases have used live ammunition to disperse the crowds, killing dozens. My daughter-in-law's family is from Iran. While I'm incredibly thankful that they're here in Canada enjoying the freedom of our country, I am outraged to see so many innocent people lose their lives simply because they are peacefully protesting in the street. I call on Iran to put an end to all forms of harassment and discrimination against women and to respect their citizens' right to peaceful protest. Zan, Zandagi, Ozadi.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
The devastating impact the Liberals are having on our country will be deeply felt this Thanksgiving. At a time of record high inflation and rampant unaffordability, many Canadians will struggle to afford their Thanksgiving meals. Others will find it difficult to pay for fuel or fare to visit loved ones, and those traveling by air will be faced with delays and cancellations. Some will be seeing family for the first time in years after being forced apart by a government that can't even provide basic services to its citizens. These are the realities facing Canadians, but the Liberals deny they're responsible for any of it. It's Trudeau, Mr. Speaker. This Thanksgiving, Canadians will overcome these challenges. They will make sacrifices to gather with family, to share a meal, and to give thanks. Their perseverance is inspiring and should serve as a reminder that it is not the government that makes Canada what it is. That's why I'm thankful that ordinary Canadians are committed to reclaiming the can in Canada.
Before we go on to the next statement, I just want to remind the honourable members that they're not to mention someone else's name. They refer to them as their title or the riding that they come from, but not their name. And if they're trying to be clever, you can't do indirectly what you can't do directly. So I don't want to have to cut anybody off on their SO31 because I know how important it is to each individual MP. L'honorable député de Bellechasse,
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, people feel like they've lost control over their wallets and their lives. This Liberal government has doubled our national debt, more than all previous governments combined. This is the most spendthrift government in Canadian history. The more they spend, the higher prices climb. And the result? Families have to alter their menus and recipes to offset the 10% increase in food prices. Seniors are delaying their retirement. Their savings are evaporating due to inflation. Students have to sleep in shelters. Canadians in their 30s live in their parents' basements because of home prices. Single mothers are putting water in their children's milk to deal with the 10% increase year over year. Canadians are worried, rightly so. Most of them are struggling to make ends meet. These are Canadians. These are our people. It's our duty to serve them. We need to give them back hope. Our new Conservative leader will put people first. He will prioritize their paychecks, their savings, their homes, and their country, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, the 22nd Soirée des Éloises was held in Petit Rocher this past weekend. The Éloise Awards celebrate the dynamism, quality, and originality of the creative work of Acadia's professional artists. This gala is unique in Canada, as it is the only one that awards prizes in all artistic disciplines: dance, theatre, music, visual arts, media arts, and literature. I extend my sincere congratulations to all of the finalists and especially to the award winners from my riding of Acadie-Bathurst. Monel Doiron won Artist of the Year in Dance for the CCNB's Péninsule Acadienne Les Oiseaux. René Blanchard won Artist of the Year in Media Arts for Le Silence, a documentary. And Edith Butler was given a Lifetime Achievement Award for a career spanning over 50 years. To the Acadian Association of Professional Artists of New Brunswick, to its president, Philippe Beaulieu, to its Director General, Carmen Gibbs, and to their teams, thank you very much for your hard work to defend and promote the rights and interests of Acadian artists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
De La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers have just under 6 hours left to go vote. I invite all those who have not yet voted to go and do so as soon as possible. Here's my message. Go for a walk, get on your bicycle, get in your car, go alone, go in a big group. No matter how you go and vote. Go choose the person you want to represent you in the National Assembly, in the great place of Quebec's democracy. Go and vote because you know what you want, or because you know what you don't want. Go vote for health, education, the environment. Go vote against higher taxes or for higher taxes. Vote for your vision for the economy. Go and vote for a party that you relate to. All reasons to vote are good reasons, Mr. Speaker. Election day does not belong to politicians. It belongs to the people. The people will be heard today. The louder their voice, the clearer the message. So we must vote. We have the great fortune of being free to vote for whoever we want. Let's take advantage of it. Let's go vote in droves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
For too long, we've allowed the tyrants of Tehran and Qom to terrorize the people of Iran and Rojhelat, to steal their rights, engage in extrajudicial arrests and disappearances, crush protests, and target women. The response of Tehran to massive protests at the murder of Jina Mahsa Amini is the collective punishment of the Kurds in Rojhelat and the persecution of Iranian protesters for simply demanding their rights be respected. Over 2,000 arrests have followed, beatings, hangings, and a bombing campaign across Bashur and Rojhelat, hitting civilians in places like Koya, Oshnavie, Marwan, Shno, and sites in Iraq, including areas near Erbil and Suleimania. 50,000 Canadians took to the streets in Toronto and all across Canada to rally for a free Iran and democratic rights. Millions worldwide have joined in solidarity demanding justice for Jina Mahsa Amini. The tip of the autocratic spear oppressing the people of Iran and Rojhelat is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. There is only one moral, ethical choice for Canada: to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization in Canada.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
September 23rd, Hurricane Fiona made landfall as the strongest hurricane in Canadian history. The 48 hours that followed are some Atlantic Canadians won't soon forget. Coastal communities where fishing is their primary livelihood have been devastated, with small craft harbors, fishing gear, and boats destroyed. Agriculture and farming will take years to build back. In addition to the wrecked barns, silos, crops, and equipment, the mental health of farmers who work every day to feed Canadians and their quality products has taken a serious blow. Even PEI itself looks different, with some of our iconic coastlines eroding upwards of 30 feet. This extreme weather event, intensified by climate change, will affect every single islander for years to come. While there are many reasons to feel defeated, the community response has been truly heartwarming. First responders, line crews, Canadian Armed Forces, and essential workers have been working around the clock. Municipalities opened reception centers across the island. Businesses donated food to ensure everyone had a hot meal. And neighbors opened their doors to one another to charge a device, use a freezer, or have a cup of coffee. As we rebuild and recover, I call on the federal government to continue to support impacted residents and communities in my riding and across Atlantic Canada every step of the way. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be an Islander. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Depuis que les libéraux sont arrivés en pouvoir.
Since the Liberals took power, housing prices have doubled. According to the Royal Bank, an average paycheck to pay monthly bills for an average house is 60% of that check. That's the highest level in all of our history. And what's the Liberal solution? To triple carbon tax on gas, heating, and groceries. Canadians can't pay more. Will the government cancel its plan to triple the taxes? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. This gives me the opportunity to talk about the fact that our carbon tax is one of the most effective in the world because it will reduce greenhouse gases, which went down by 9%, unlike what we heard on the other side of this House. And 100% of revenues generated by the carbon tax are returned to the provinces. 90% of households and 10% of municipalities and Indigenous communities. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Liberals have missed every single emissions target they've set since they put it in. And according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the vast majority of Canadians are paying vastly more in carbon tax costs than they get back in rebates, a problem that's about to worsen as the government plans to triple the tax on gas, groceries, and heat. Canadians are already cutting back on their diets. Adults are living in their folks' basement because they can't afford a new house. Will the government cancel this insane plan to triple the tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I have a riddle for you. Who said, and I quote, "We recognized the most efficient way to reduce our emission is to use pricing mechanism." You could say it's the Minister of the Environment, or my friend and colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Minister of Finance, but no, Mr. Speaker, it's the member of Durham, and I agree with him. Pricing mechanism is the most effective way to fight climate change pollution, and he said that in April of 2021, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Tripling a tax at a time like this is not just insane, it is cruel. And this is going to happen even in British Columbia. They have their own tax there, but the federal government, the costly coalition of the NDP and Liberals, want to force BC to triple its tax now, at a time when gas prices are $2.40 a liter. So once again, for the third time, will they cancel their plan to triple the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition to allow me this opportunity to talk about the fact that they were getting there next time. Carbon pricing is good. Now, what they wanted to put in place is the principle of pay to pollute. That's not how we do this on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. The principle is polluter pay, not pay to pollute. Next time when they flip-flop again on carbon pricing like they've done about 15 times in the last 10 years, pricing pollution is good, and polluter pay principle. They need to go that extra step, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, there they go. They want to divide and distract. They attacked the little old lady living in rural Newfoundland, calling her a polluter for the crime of heating her home in February. According to the Liberal Premier of that province, after the forthcoming increase in the carbon tax, the increased cost of heating the homes of rural Newfoundlanders will have gone up by 80%. Worse yet, this government wants to triple the tax. Why won't they axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to announce that we are putting in place a program to help tens of thousands of Canadians to get off home heating oil. Price of home heating oil is skyrocketing because of the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, Mr. Speaker. We will put $250 million to help tens of thousands of Canadians go to clean, efficient, renewable energy in Canada to heat their homes and save money, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, great. Just what we need. A new government program to help us pay the cost of a government tax. Don't worry if you live in the countryside of Atlantic Canada, where 40% of people now live in energy poverty after this government has been in power for 70 years. There's a new government program coming. So you need not worry about freezing in the dark as this new tax comes in. That's what they want people to believe. Canadians are not stupid. Canadians are not polluters. They have to heat their homes and travel in a big cold country. Will this government cancel its plan to triple?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that climate change is real. And Canadians also understand that the global economy is in the midst of a green transition. It's the biggest transition since the Industrial Revolution. Our government believes we need to help Canadians with the green transition. We need to help Canadian companies like our auto manufacturers, and we need to help Canadian families like those families in Atlantic Canada which want to get off home heating oil. We're going to help Canadians with climate action because that's the right thing to do.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, deciding to make Roxham Road and all of its facilities permanent raises serious ethical questions. The government has awarded at least 7 untendered contracts to 2 Liberal donors. We don't know if there are more, because the government refuses to disclose all of those contracts. This afternoon, I will be asking the Ethics Committee to look into the ethical aspect of awarding these contracts. If the government has nothing to hide, it should disclose these documents. Will it release all the federal documents related to Roxham Road?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Transparency and accountability are extremely important for our government. Rental contracts were negotiated based on fair value in order to get a competitive price. Revealing confidential contractual information would break the agreements that we have with these providers. We will work with departments and organizations to meet their needs through fair and open contracts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, frankly, we're not talking about top secret documents. We're talking about leases signed for land, trailers, and hotel rooms. By refusing to reveal these contracts for Roxham Road, by using questionable excuses, the government is sowing doubt. It's the government itself that's bringing to mind the billions of dollars that went untendered to the Liberal family during the pandemic. It's the government who's suggesting it has something to hide. Why is the government waiting to be forced to be transparent? Why not just disclose them? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, transparency and accountability are critically important to our government. The rental agreement was negotiated based on fair market value to arrive at a competitive price. Given the location of the land and its proximity to the border, this was an ideal location for CBSA to use for this purpose. Our government is delivering open, fair and transparent procurement processes while obtaining the best value for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Tens of thousands of homes and businesses are still without power in Atlantic Canada after Hurricane Fiona. People have been unable to leave their homes and go to work. They need urgent help as they continue the long recovery. The Atlantic provinces are asking for employment insurance to help people get through this crisis, and so far they've had no response from this government. Will the Liberals do the right thing and move immediately to waive EI rules for Atlantic Canadians so that these families can put food on the table at this critical time?
The Honourable Minister for Employment.
We understand the seriousness and the challenges that Atlantic Canadians are facing when it comes to work right now, and we are there with them on the ground. Service Canada has waived the requirement for record of employment. We're looking at what we can do to be more helpful. We're on top of this, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure you that we will be there for Atlantic Canadian workers.
Honorable député de Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Ils l'ont fait pour la Colombie-Britannique.
They did it for BC, and now it's time to do it for Atlantic Canada. The Conservative leader is attacking workers to give millions to CEOs. A premium's not a tax, it's an investment in the future. With a recession seemingly inevitable, families will need protection. Workers are at risk of losing their jobs, and the Liberals are dragging their feet on EI. The old regime is letting people down, and the Liberals are doing nothing. We need a modern, effective, accessible system for seasonal and self-employed workers. When will the Liberals wake up? In the middle of a recession? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Our government understands that our EI system needs to be more fair and better adapted to the needs of Canadians. That is why we've committed to completely modernizing the EI system. We have launched the long-term plan to improve the EI system. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Echoed around the world over the weekend as hundreds of thousands of people protested against the terrorist regime in Iran. Here in Canada, we're among the biggest protests. But the Prime Minister didn't have the guts to show up because he didn't want to have to explain why he has failed to criminalize the IRGC, the terrorist arm of the Iranian government, which killed over 50 Canadians when it attacked a civilian aircraft. Will the Prime Minister have the guts to stand in today and announce he's banning this terrorist organization?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
We condemn in the most unequivocal terms the tragic killing of Mahsa Amini, and we stand with the women, her family, and her supporters at this very difficult time. And there needs to be consequences for everyone who was responsible for that killing and indeed all of the transgressions of human rights in Iran, which is why there are tangible consequences, including just last week the Minister of Global Affairs listing the morality piece as one of those parties that will be sanctioned. We will continue to explore all options when it comes to holding those responsible and defending human rights here and around the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We don't need symbolic sanctions. We need real action against this terrorist organization, and we need it now. The minister says he's still exploring. This terrorist organization murdered over 50 Canadians by shooting down a civilian aircraft over 2 years ago.
That's right.
This government promised they would ban that terrorist organization not long after that. They still haven't done it. It is perfectly legal for that group to raise money, organize logistics on Canadian soil after it killed our people. What kind of Prime Minister fails to stand up for his own citizens after they've been murdered? Why won't he stand in his place today and ban this group?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Happening in Iran is completely unacceptable. This is the regime that is persecuting women. This is the same regime that decided to down flight PS752. Therefore, we are sanctioning the RGC's core leadership. We are imposing new sanctions. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We will do more because more needs to be done. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, vendredi matin dans ma...
Mr. Speaker, Friday morning, in my riding, I attended an event and attended the inauguration of the community fridge. These events were connected to food assistance. Many families in Quebec and Canada are facing challenges. Everybody needs to eat, but not everybody has the money to do so. Is the government aware of this reality? And could they do the bare minimum, which is to not increase taxes? The Honourable Minister of Family. Mr. Speaker, we understand that costs of living for families are high. That's why, in 2015, we introduced the Canada Child Benefit. From 2015, it has raised 450,000 children in this country out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, we are there for families. We have been there for families, and we will be there for families. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the basics. Food, families in need. People who used to be able to give food but now have to take it. We are a G7 country. And food banks aren't enough. And what does this government want to do? Increase taxes. Can this government have a heart and understand that the Liberal carbon tax is no, no, no? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand very well that Canadian families are experiencing trouble. That is why we are going to increase payments to ease the burden of inflation. These measures will give $500 to Canadian families. Now is the time for Conservatives to support our plan for dental care for children and housing payments. That's real support.
New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, there are two constants with this Liberal government. Liberals have never seen a tax they do not like. They have never seen a tax they will not hike. Conservatives know that a dollar left with Canadians is better than in the hands of the politicians who taxed it. So will this government cancel its plan to triple its carbon tax on groceries, gasoline, and home energy fuels?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I know math is not the Conservative Party of Canada's forte. I don't understand how going from $50 to $65 is a tripling, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Triple. This government will triple the tax on gasoline, triple the tax on energy, and make everything Canadians buy more expensive. Liberals don't have a plan for the environment. They have a bone-crushing tax plan. The carbon tax is costing families more and more each day. Canadians know it. A carbon tax is a tax on everything. The Liberals are pushing Canadians to the brink of financial dissolution with their high tax agenda. Will the government cancel its plans to tax gasoline, energy, and home energy fuels?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fact, BC has had a price on carbon for the last 10 years. Their pollution level has gone below 2007 level. Quebec, 3% below their 1990 levels since they've had a price on pollution. The European Union, 24% below their 1990 level. They've had a price on pollution for the last 15 years. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that Canadians would be getting more money from pricing on carbon this year, next year, the year after that, and the year after that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Quebec's tourism industry is sounding the alarm. The decision to end temporary EI measures without a comprehensive reform is putting Quebec's regions at risk. Imagine being a seasonal worker. 10 days ago, you qualified at 420 hours, and now, suddenly, you have to accumulate 700 hours. We're talking about entire industries and regions where it's exceptional to go over 500 hours in a season. This is a betrayal of workers. Will the minister rectify the situation before it's too late? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly why we've decided to extend the pilot project for seasonal workers. And that's why we have committed to completely modernizing the EI system in Canada. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, if the tourism industry is sounding the alarm, it's because it's threatened. It's afraid of losing its workers, like all seasonal industries in Quebec. If the federal government deprives employees of employment insurance this winter, how many will be able to come back next summer, do you think? And if employees don't come back, where will they find replacements in the middle of a labor shortage? When will the minister finally understand that by putting workers in misery, she's dragging seasonal workers down too? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand the specific issues of seasonal workers, and that is why we extended our seasonal worker pilot project. That's why we are working on modernizing EI. We will always be there to support workers. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, pilot projects are not resolving eligibility criteria. By reverting to old EI rules without a reform, the minister is jeopardizing not only workers but also employers, and the result is a perfect recipe for regional decline. First, deprive workers of EI to force them to change jobs or move. Then, deprive entrepreneurs of labor and push them towards closure. This is how Quebec's regions are losing their vitality. Does the minister realize what she's aiding and abetting? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course, we are always there for workers. We've made many changes to the EI system, including extending from 15 to 26 weeks sick leave benefits. We're working on modernizing the EI system as a whole, and I will have more details soon.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Because of Liberal incompetence, the average Canadian family pays more in taxes than they spend on food, shelter, and clothing combined. Families across the country are struggling to just get by, and this out-of-touch government just doesn't care. Our people need a break. So on behalf of Canadians, will the Prime Minister cancel his triple tax hike on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely understand that Canadians today are struggling with the cost of living. And that's why we have put forward a plan to give vulnerable Canadians a double GST tax rebate. That will mean nearly $500 for Canadian families. 11 million Canadian households will get that support. And I'm really glad that the Conservatives have come around and support this important plan. Now is the time for them to also support Canadians struggling to pay their rent with our program and to support Canadian kids under 12 with dental care.
Hear, hear. Member for Regina Louvain.
What an arrogant and condescending response. That rebate will be eaten up by home heating costs in a week, Mr. Speaker. Canadians need much more help. It's too little, too late. As we near the coldest months of the year, this incompetent Liberal government is tripling the tax on gas, groceries, and home heating. Yeah. Canadians will have to decide between heating their homes and buying healthy food for their family. So my question is simple. When will this out-of-touch government stop triple taxing Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Family.
Mr. Speaker, I see the Conservatives are doubling down on their bad math today. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. This government, in partnership with the government of Saskatchewan, where that member is helping families right now. In fact, the government of Saskatchewan announced through the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Initiative that they have reduced childcare fees by up to 70%, Mr. Speaker, well ahead of schedule. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, that helps families with the high cost of living, whether it's buying nutritious food, getting winter clothes, whatever it is that they need, we are helping families. I hope that the member opposite knows that we and the government...
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's reported that 1 in 6 small businesses are having such a tough time they're considering closing. Restaurants Canada reports 85% of restaurants have taken on new debt, and yet the Liberal government defends forcing payroll tax increases on small businesses. The Associate Minister of Finance said small businesses on payroll tax increases, quote, can afford this. And the Finance Minister herself admitted that raising EI premiums will bring in an extra $2.5 billion. Will the government end their planned tax hikes on small businesses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her questions and for her persistence on this issue about supporting small businesses. We share that persistent prioritization. What we've been doing for the past 2.5 years is supporting small businesses through the pandemic with targeted wage supports and supports for rent. What we've been doing since the pandemic is we've launched a women's entrepreneurship strategy, a blank entrepreneurship strategy, and we're empowering Indigenous businesses. We know that the power of small businesses will be unleashed through inclusive growth, and that is what we are prioritizing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are suffering and even dying because getting help for their mental health isn't affordable, and wait lists are months or even years long. This week is Mental Illness Awareness Week, and mental health organizations are once again calling for this government to recognize there is no health without mental health. During the last election, the Liberals promised to spend $4.5 billion over 5 years to expand mental health services and address backlogs. They still haven't delivered. So when will the Liberals follow through on their funding promises to improve mental health services for struggling Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and the ongoing advocacy, particularly in this Mental Illness Awareness Week. Mental health is health, as he said, and our government has made mental health a priority. And since 2015, we've made historic investments to support the $5 billion to the provinces from 2017, $600 million every year still ongoing, almost $600 million for distinctions-based mental health and wellness strategy for Indigenous people. We know that we need to do more, and we will do more.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are clawing back the Canada Child Benefit from parents who needed pandemic supports. But you know what they're not clawing back? The wage subsidy from corporations that gave out executive bonuses or shareholder dividends, like Air Canada, who got $554 million and gave out $10 million in bonuses, or Imperial Oil, who got $120 million and paid out $324 million in dividends. Why are the Liberals clawing back child benefits from single moms trying to feed their kids while letting big corporations off the hook?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely believes in supporting Canadian children and Canadian families. That is why we have worked so hard to put a national program on early learning and childcare in place that is going to help families with affordability, help our economy. That is why the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of Canadian children out of poverty, is such an important program. And Mr. Speaker, we know that everyone in Canada has to pay their fair share. That is why we are imposing a COVID recovery dividend on our banks and insurers.
Well, member for Mississauga-Malton.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Mississauga-Malton, rent and housing costs have risen for so many, especially working individuals, families, and our most vulnerable. They need help, and they need it immediately. Can the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion please tell this House what our government is doing to help renters and those struggling with the cost of housing through this difficult time?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Mississauga-Malton for his important question and hard work on this important file. We know that the cost of affordable rent is increasingly out of reach for many Canadians. That's why we introduced legislation to introduce a one-time top-up of $500 that will help 1.8 million renters and is on top of the already existing average $2,500 as part of the Canada Housing Benefit. I urge Conservative members to stop getting in the way and help us to pass this important legislation so that we can get this important rent relief to Canadians as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Constituents in BC are tired of this government cutting into their paychecks.
Yes, they are.
Yet the Prime Minister plans to triple the carbon tax, raising fuel, heat, and grocery costs, and increase paycheck taxes, killing jobs.
Shameful.
The Finance Minister even admits the money will not go into EI. It will go to cover out-of-control government spending.
That's shocking.
Their paycheck taxes will take $2.5 billion extra out of the hands of hardworking Canadians.
Incredible.
Will the government end their planned tax hikes on Canadians' paychecks?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's really important for us to be clear and honest with Canadians about their pensions and about EI. Right now, at a time of real uncertainty and volatility in the global economy, it would be the height of irresponsibility to cut our contributions to the Canada Pension Plan and to EI. Too many Canadians depend on both. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, our government is absolutely committed to supporting Canadian seniors, to supporting the Canadian workers who depend on EI.
Excellent.
Member for Abbotsford.
The inflation crisis in BC is exploding. It's not only food and shelter costs that are taking a hit. Vancouver's gasoline prices are now the highest in North America. Yet the Prime Minister wants to force BC to triple the carbon tax on everything, making life completely unaffordable for families. While the Prime Minister fiddles around, life has become hopelessly expensive, and Canadians are now losing hope. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister now cancel his plan to triple the carbon tax on gas, groceries, and home heating? Yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think we're all really glad to hear today from the member for Abbotsford, who is an MP we all know and respect. And so I listened to him carefully during the campaign when he said, quote, "I'm deeply troubled by suggestions by one of our leadership candidates that candidate would be prepared to interfere already at this stage in the independence of our central bank." So I wonder if the member for Abbotsford has persuaded his new leader to see the wisdom of his previous comments.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the Tax and Spend government plans to raise the carbon tax from the current level of $50 a tonne to $170 a tonne by 2030. British Columbians are already stretched thin by an out-of-touch government who is now asking BC to triple its carbon tax, making life even more unaffordable. Mr. Speaker, will the government back down from forcing BC to triple their carbon tax on gas, groceries, and home heating?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier during this question period, I referred to the member for Durham who spoke about the benefit of pricing carbon to fight pollution. I would also like to refer to the member of New Brunswick Southwest who also urged his premier, and I quote, to adopt the federal system because checks will be rolling out to New Brunswick families. That's exactly right, Mr. Speaker. We can work to fight pollution, work to fight climate change, and help Canadian families. I agree with the member from New Brunswick Southwest, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this government remains out of touch with reality. With an increase of more than 10% in food prices and the absurd tripling of the carbon tax by this government, things can only get worse, not to mention the 35% tax on fertilizers, which many farms have not yet recovered from. Farmers want help to feed our families with safe and nutritious food, but their inputs have only gone up under this government. Will the government stop its plan to triple the carbon tax on Canadian farmers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I know it's a bit complicated, but the price on pollution, the federal price, does not apply to Quebec because Quebec has its own system of cap and trade. We decided to respect that, as we did with all other provinces that wanted to have their own system for pricing pollution. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Amétis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, again last night in Montreal, shots were fired right in the middle of the city and a body was found in the trunk of a burnt-out car. The situation keeps getting worse. This year will beat last year for shootings, even though last year was the worst in a decade. Mr. Speaker, the first step in fixing a problem is to acknowledge its existence. The problem is illegal guns coming across the border. Does the minister realize he hasn't come up with any effective measures at the border to control this traffic? The Honourable Minister. Our thoughts, first and foremost, go out to the families of the victims. It's a very painful time. We've invested heavily in strengthening security at the borders. And we're bringing criminals to justice who've attempted to import illegal weapons. It's a problem. There are a lot of challenges, but we will continue with our plan. And our legislation will stiffen penalties for organized crime. We have to pass that bill as quickly as possible. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Amétis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, not much progress. There are 1,100 guns seized at the borders last year, but at the same time in Montreal and Toronto, 2,500 guns were seized, more than twice as many. This proves guns are crossing our borders and reaching our cities. Last year, Yves Francoeur from the Police Brotherhood said on Tout le monde en parle that it's become all too common to catch young people with illegal weapons that they've bought for themselves for self-defense because they're living in fear. That's what gun culture is all about. The more guns there are out there, the more you need one. It's a vicious circle. Does the minister realize that this culture is expanding on his watch? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. We have to break that cycle. And that's why we will continue to invest in cooperation with Quebec, $40 million to support police, as well as $18 million to prevent gun violence in Montreal. And we have to go even further with Bill C-21 with more resources. And we're going to do that work in cooperation with the Bloc. Thank you very much.
Thornhill. This weekend, millions around the world protested the brutal dictatorship in Iran demanding freedom. Students at Tehran Sharif University are being brutalized and arrested by the regime. 50,000 people came together in Richmond Hill to demand the IRGC be listed as a terrorist organization, and the Prime Minister didn't even bother to respond to the invite. MPs passed a motion in this House almost 4 years ago to designate the IRGC as terrorist. We need actions, not words, broad sanctions, not a free pass. What time today will the government list the IRGC as a terrorist organization in this country?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Obviously, we're standing with the courageous women and all the people of Iran who are standing up and fighting for their freedom, and I must say also for their future. That is why I raised that very issue not only at the UN last Monday, but also when I was in Washington on Friday at ICAO, and over the weekend also with key Iranian women. This morning we met also with the families of Flight PS752. We will make sure to hold accountable the regime for this. We've imposed sanctions. We'll do more. We will be imposing new sanctions very soon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the virtue signaling of this government's fake feminist foreign policy needs to stop. Projecting lights on the building of Parliament isn't going to punish the brutal dictatorship's morality police from killing women. It won't get justice for the victims of 752. The government has failed Iranian Canadians. It has failed to protect the freedom of women demanding it. It has failed to stand up against the tyrants in Tehran. Will they finally list the IRGC as terrorists today?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. We are all together in denouncing what is happening in Iran, and I really hope I can work with my colleague on this and with all the members of the opposition, because of course we're united in making sure to hold accountable the perpetrators of this awful regime. We want to make sure that we do things right.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Member. I appreciate some honourable members trying to practice their French during question period, but not while somebody's speaking. It's just not parliamentary. The honourable Minister, please, from the top so we can all hear your answer.
So from the top? Sorry. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, this is a very important question for Canada. We want to make sure that we work all together in this House, because indeed, we need to make sure that this is not a partisan issue. Exactly. This is a question of making sure that those perpetrators are held accountable at the international level. We need to make sure that we work all together on this. We will work with other countries in the world, and those who are going against those women, including those who are responsible for the killing of Gina Mahsa Amini, will make sure that they're...
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister speaks about us being all together. We were all together 4 years ago when Liberals voted with Conservatives to immediately list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. This Minister, this Prime Minister, the entire Cabinet voted for my motion to list the IRGC 4 years ago, to immediately list them, and yet they didn't do it. That's the problem, Mr. Speaker. We have more empty words from the Minister, and yet we have 4 years of complete inaction. PS 752 didn't move them to action. The murder of Mahsa Amini still hasn't moved them to action. We need to replace hollow words with real action. It's a...
The Honourable Minister.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, in the face of the atrocious violations of human rights, this government has taken concrete action by ensuring that the state is listed as a supporter of terrorist activity, by listing the IRGC Quds Force because it is a purveyor of terrorism, Mr. Speaker, and by last week ensuring that we sanction the morality police who are responsible for the killing of Mahsa Amini. We need to be united on this, and we need to take...
I'm just going to interrupt the honourable member. The honourable member asks a question, then shouts while the answer is coming back. I just want to remind him that if he wants to hear the answer, he's going to have to stop shouting. We'd appreciate it if he stopped shouting while I'm speaking as well. The Honourable Minister from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying, when it comes to the atrocious human rights violations, and in the face of that action, we have taken concrete action, including ensuring that Iran is listed as a state supporter of terrorism, ensuring that we list the IRGC Quds Force, ensuring that last week that we sanction the members of the morality police who were responsible for the killing of Mahsa Amini. Mr. Speaker, we will never stop defending human rights when it comes to this side of the House. We need to be united on that, not play partisanship. Thank you.
Honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, protecting all Canadians is a top priority for our government. This means working for a criminal justice system that's effective, fair, and above all, compassionate toward victims. Given the importance of having a strong voice to represent victims, can the Minister of Justice tell us more about the recent appointment of the Ombudsman for Victims of Crime? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the member for London West for her question and her excellent work. I was indeed very proud to announce the appointment of the new Ombudsman, Benjamin Roebuck, a recognized expert who's done over 15 years of research in the field of victimology. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support victims in our justice system in every way possible, be it through our investment in agencies that assist them, a new and particularly capable ombudsman, or, Mr. Speaker, by allowing the resources of our system to be used to fight serious crime. Mr. Speaker, our government will always be there for victims.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James of Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, Mahsa Amini is dead for the high crime of showing her hair. Tomorrow marks 1,000 days since the IRGC shot down Flight 752, killing 55 Canadians. The U.S. declared the IRGC to be a terrorist organization over 3 years ago. Sanctioning a few individuals today doesn't go nearly far enough. It's time to send the tyrants in Tehran a clear message. When will this government wake up, see the IRGC for what it is, and finally list this horrible terrorist entity?
All right. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to take concrete action to ensure that no one, whether you're from Iran or any place in this world, who violates human rights, who commits acts of terrorism, who commits the kind of brutal killing of Mahsa Amini or any other woman or any other member of a vulnerable group will have safe haven in this country. We will ensure that those who are responsible are sanctioned, and we will continue to explore all options to defend human rights here and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, we are talking about murder. Surely that deserves more than simple, empty words from the minister opposite. We are talking about a 22-year-old Iranian woman who was killed because she neglected to wear her hijab properly. The entire world is watching. Canadians are calling for action, and this government has empty platitudes to offer. Surely we can do better. Surely. I am calling on this government. I am asking them on behalf of Canadians, when will the IRGC be determined a terrorist organization?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I agree with my colleague in our outrage regarding what's going on in Iran. For all the Mahsa Aminis in the world, we need to stand up, and we are standing up. That's why we are sanctioning the RCG, and we are sanctioning the key leaders, the perpetrators behind this tragedy and these atrocities. But indeed, we need to do more. We need to shed light on what is going on in Iran. We need to stand with the courageous women that are fighting for their future, and we are. And I hope that I will work with, I can count on my colleague.
L'honorable député. The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government will never cease to amaze us. After coming to power in 2016, they removed sanctions against Iran. And then, in response to the murders and torture committed by Iran's Revolutionary Guard, the Prime Minister decided to bring back sanctions, saying the Revolutionary Guards have committed egregious acts. Egregious acts is a way for the Liberals to avoid using words like murder of innocent and defenseless women, men, and children. When will the Prime Minister list the IRGC as a terrorist organization? The Honourable Minister. What's going on in Iran is totally unacceptable. That regime is persecuting women, and they also created the tragedy of the passenger jet that was shot down. And that's why we've imposed stiff sanctions, and we will continue to impose new ones. And I hope my colleague will stop playing petty partisan politics, because this is the type of situation that requires the House to be unanimous, and I hope they will work with us. Thank you.
Last week, the Health Committee heard conclusively from experts that pediatric dental care is part of the overall Children's Health Plan. The president of the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario stated that they have kids in pain because they can't get dental surgery, the part of it that they would see, with 7/8 of them not getting that surgery on time. Mr. Speaker, why is it that the Conservatives want to obstruct kids from receiving a benefit that would prevent the burden of dental disease? Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health please tell this House the importance of passing C-31 so that children can get the treatment that they need this year for good oral health?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Guelph for his consistent advocacy, particularly on health-related matters for his constituents in Guelph. I was at that meeting last week, Mr. Speaker, and according to the Canadian Dental Association, over 2.26 million school days a year are missed because kids are getting tooth decay and other tooth-related matters fixed at their dentist, and fully 1/3 of day surgeries accounted for by surgeries for kids between 1 and 5 for their teeth. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the burden of dental diseases is concentrated in those from low-income families, Indigenous children, new immigrants, and children with special health-related needs. So by putting this benefit in place, our government is taking action. So when will the Conservative...
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, energy workers in Western Canada are frustrated because this government has no credible plan for a just transition. Now, compared to Joe Biden, who is transforming the American economy with massive investments in clean tech to create what he calls good-paying union jobs. But this Prime Minister has missed every single climate target. He's shown no vision for the incredible potential of a clean energy economy. So my question to the Environment Minister is, will this government put the necessary money on the table to create a clean energy future for Canadian workers and their families?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the business of lowering emissions is a complex one. It requires people with talent and determination and ingenuity that will lead and build the energy industries in this country. Energy workers will build CCUS. They will build up lower carbon fuels and hydrogen, and we cannot get to net zero without them. We are delivering strategic investments in skills and training and regional strategies and projects right across Canada that will create sustainable jobs. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in April, even before this government approved the Bay du Nord drilling, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, pointing out that we are on track to more than double the 1.5-degree Paris target, said this, and I quote, "Some government leaders are saying one thing and doing another. Simply put, they are lying," close quote. Since 1990, our emissions have risen more than any other G7 country. When Antonio Guterres says some government leaders are lying, which country's leaders do we think they are referencing?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I thank my honourable member for her colleague and her dedication to the issue of climate change over many decades. As the IPCC has said, countries need to be reducing their greenhouse gas emissions by at least 43% by 2030. We're on track to meeting at least 40% reduction and on our way to meeting 45% reduction, Mr. Speaker. We are doing more right now than any other country in the G7 to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Our investment on a per capita basis are 3 times what the Americans just announced with the IRA in the U.S. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today for questions. Nous avons. I see a member rising on a point of order, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among parties, and I believe you will find the unanimous consent of the House for the following motion: that the House stand in solidarity with the people of Iran fighting for their freedom against Iran's tyrannical dictatorship and those protesting the brutal murder of Mahsa Amini at the hands of the morality police because she dared to confront the Iranian regime and fight for her freedom. And B, express its disappointment that the action was not taken by the government on June 12, 2018 motion adopted by this House calling for the IRGC to be listed as a terrorist organization, and once again call upon the government to list the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization in Canada.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No, we don't. We don't have unanimous consent. It being at 3:14, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recording division on the motion of Mr. Scheer relating to the business of supply. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
I would be smiling.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mr. Upal, moved that, given the cost of government is driving up inflation, making the price of goods Canadians buy and the interest they pay. May I dispense? No? Okay. Making the goods Canadians buy and the interest they pay unaffordable, this House call on the government to commit to no new taxes on gas, groceries, home heating, and paychecks. La période de 10 minutes pour les...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Polyev. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Polis. Mr. Scheer. Ms. Landsman. Mr. Upal. Mr. Moore. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Nader. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Lake. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. McLean. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Bertal. Mr. Workington. Ms. Finley. Mr. Chong. Mr. Halan. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Perkins. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Boutaïf.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Hussain.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Fragskatos.
Mr. Fragskatos.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau,
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Perron,
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval,
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Vignola,
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Lemire,
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot,
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey. Oh, going back to Ms. Kwan,
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Massey,
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout,
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings,
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns,
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan,
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green,
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron,
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes,
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo,
Ms. Zarillo.
Monsieur Bouleris,
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson,
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins,
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson,
McPherson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands,
May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris,
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mrs. Thompson.
Nay, no.
Mrs. Thompson, against, contre.
Mr. Assassi.
Nay, no.
Assassi, against, contre.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Contre, Monsieur le Président.
Bergeron, contre, against.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote no.
Wilkinson, against, contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 205, 205.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de...
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport.
Presenting reports for interparliamentary delegations, the Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Pursuant to Article 34.1 of the Standing Orders, I have the honor to present a report on the Canadian section of Parlamerica's 18th Parlamerica's Plenary Assembly virtual sessions, November 26th, 29th, and December 10th, 2021. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to thank the staff that made this event a success, the Secretariat of the Parlamerica's, and the advisors from the Library of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker.
From committees, the Honourable Member for Waterloo. The Honourable.
Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 15th report later this day, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, if the House grants its consent, I propose that the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented today be adopted.
As opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, will please say nay. Agreed? No? Okay. Okay, we'll just take one quick. I don't know what to do right now, so I'll just sort of say, I hope everybody had a nice weekend. Move on from there. Timer first, and then we'll come back. I'll come back to the Honourable Member from Waterloo first, but I'm going to go to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or special order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-30, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, temporary enhancement to the goods and services tax / harmonized sales tax credit, and a bracket, be disposed of as follows. A, the bill shall be deemed concurred in at report stage without further amendment upon presentation of the report by the committee. B, a motion for third reading of the bill may be taken up during government orders that day. And C, if the bill has been reported back on Wednesday, October the 5, 2022, at the conclusion of the time provided for government orders or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary for the disposal of the third reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment, provided that if a recorded division is requested, it shall be deferred at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on Thursday, October 6, 2022.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member and moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. The motion is carried. Now I'll recognize the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Take two, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, if the House grants its consent, I propose that the 15th report from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs that was presented in the House today be adopted. That all those opposed say nay. The House has heard the announcement. Of those who are opposed that say no. Carried.
Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. Chong, moves that the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, presented on Monday, September 26, 2022, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague and friend from the riding of Wellington-Halton Hills. Conservatives are seeking to have the House of Commons condemn the fake so-called referendums held in Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine. I was pleased to put this motion forward in the Foreign Affairs Committee and now to be seeking the concurrence of the House on this important matter. Now, it's been 6 months since the start of the further invasion of Ukraine by the Putin regime. This invasion has been horrific, but the response to it has been heroic. Ukrainians have inspired the world and caused authoritarian leaders everywhere to rethink their plans. Vladimir Putin is now both losing and trying to raise the stakes. The heroic Ukrainian people are defending their homeland against a conscript army which doesn't know why they're fighting or what they're fighting for. The Ukrainian advantage in terms of purpose, spirit, and morale has led to victory after victory on the battlefield. But on the military side, this conflict is far from over. Russia is still a much larger country with more people. Ukraine can win and push the Russian army out completely, but Ukraine needs more weaponry from Canada and other allies. While Ukrainians are fighting and dying, sending resources and weapons is the least that we can do. With the weapons that they have today, Ukrainians are pushing back. In response, Putin is trying to raise the stakes by artificially labeling occupied Ukrainian territory as Russian territory, and then positioning Ukrainian efforts to liberate territory as an attack on Russia itself. They are doing this while hinting that nuclear weapons would be used to defend the Russian homeland. This is the desperate, dishonest game of a regime that started an aggressive war and is now losing. Now, we all know that these so-called referendums are not real. They are being held at gunpoint with virtually no notice, in some cases nominally covering areas that Russia doesn't even control. These events remind me of President Roosevelt's quip, who said, "What I cannot understand about the Russian is the way he will lie when he knows perfectly well that you know he's lying." The Putin regime is raising the stakes through nuclear threats, and they are raising the stakes in other ways, through escalating atrocities targeting civilians, and through sharpening repression at home that includes conscription especially targeting Russian minority communities. Now, in response to this violence, this conscription, and the threats of nuclear destruction, I call on the Russian people to take a stand against their failing leaders and the senseless destruction that is depriving them of their lives and their children. Ukrainians, Canadians, and all of us hope for a day when a free, democratic, and prosperous Russia will live in peace with all of its neighbors. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to return to the Canadian government's own record when it comes to this war. And it is a record, sadly, that is woefully inadequate. I am calling on this government to do more, to take the steps that are required to stand with our Ukrainian allies. Now, there are various things that we can do. Of course, we can and should send weapons, more weapons, as President Zelensky has asked. We could have been providing more weapons, satellite imagery, and other forms of support much earlier. And in fact, Conservatives were asking these questions and raising these issues all the way back to as soon as this Liberal government took power in 2015. We should have been imposing tougher sanctions on Putin and his cronies prior to February. Indeed, the invasion of Ukraine started back in 2014, and we should have been tightening sanctions as the escalating threats of war came in prior to the beginning of the further invasion this year. Weapons and sanctions are important steps that we should have been doing earlier and we could be doing more of alongside of our allies. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say as well, there is a special Canadian role that we should be taking up in response to this invasion. Mr. Speaker, most of the world's democracies are much more densely populated than we are. Many of the world's democracies are small, densely populated nations, such as in Europe and the Asia Pacific, with limited access to natural resources. Canada has a unique place in the democratic world as a sparsely populated country rich in natural resources that can produce and export critical commodities, especially natural gas, but also potash and other commodities that the democratic world needs in order to be secure. Now, sadly, we are living in the wake of 7 years of failed energy policy under this Liberal government. That we haven't seen not only the economic opportunities associated with our natural resource sectors, but the critical role that those sectors can play in contributing to global security. We could have and should have been doing so much more to develop and prepare to export our natural gas to help our friends in Europe and also the Asia Pacific be energy secure and not have to be reliant on authoritarian countries such as Russia. And by failing to live up to Canada's responsibility as part of the community of democratic nations, we've left our allies vulnerable to the kind of pressure that we've seen from Russia. Russia is funding their war in Ukraine through the export of their natural resources. And Canada could be displacing and replacing that energy. Now, we're 7 years behind, but it's time now for Canada to recognize the mistake and to step up and take up its responsibilities. To support Ukraine, yes, through sanctions, yes, through weapons, but also through playing that critical role of developing and exporting vital energy resources. But the approach of this government, rather than recognizing the potential, the opportunity, and the responsibility that Canada has in the community of democratic nations, it's actually been to grant a waiver to sanctions to facilitate the export of Russian gas through a Russian turbine. Mr. Speaker, why are we allowing exemptions to our sanctions? As one witness told the Foreign Affairs Committee, allowing our sanctions to be like Swiss cheese instead of standing firm on those sanctions, preventing Russian energy from being exported and offering our European friends with alternatives. We found out coming into this summer that the government had granted an exception to their sanctions, allowing the export of a Gazprom turbine. We got various explanations from the government as to why this was. First, they said it was vitally necessary for European energy security. But then it became clear that Russia wasn't even planning on using this turbine, that this was a tool to demonstrate the lack of resolve on the part of the Canadian government, but at the end of the day, the gas still isn't flowing. So there goes that excuse. And then the government said they granted this exception to call Vladimir Putin's bluff. Well, they continue to allow the export of those sanctions even after it's already become clear. So this call the bluff explanation just doesn't make any sense. But then we saw in court filings, Mr. Speaker, that the government was actually invoking jobs and industrial activity in Montreal near the minister's own riding at Siemens facilities as an explanation for why they had pursued this policy. And this is a crying shame, Mr. Speaker, that we find out now that the government was granting a waiver to sanctions on these Gazprom turbines, not because there was any strategic reason to do so, but because the minister thought it was going to be in the interest of economic activity in an area close to her riding. And that sends a terrible message to our Ukrainian friends who are fighting and dying for their freedom. We should be standing with them, not granting exemptions to our sanctions. Mr. Speaker, our response has been lacking, and I call on the government to stand with the Ukrainian people, to send the weapons that are required, to end this policy of putting holes in their own sanctions, Mr. Speaker, and to condemn these referendums at this critical time. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude on a personal note. So this motion today is deeply personal for a member of my own staff. Darina, who's working for me right now in our Conservative lobby, was born and lived almost all of her life in the city of Zaporizhia, the administrative center of the Zaporizhia region. 70% of that region is occupied by Russian troops, but the administrative center where she and her family live is under the control of Ukraine. The house where her parents live is 30 kilometers from the front lines. Now, 2 days ago, Russian troops shelled Zaporizhia. At least 30 people were killed in a parking lot, all of them civilians, and more than 70 people were injured. And then later that afternoon, Putin signed a decree on the annexation of the Zaporizhia region to Russia. In other words, he's decreeing the annexation of a region where he doesn't even control the administrative center. As Darina put it to me, Putin kills 30 civilians in the land not under his control and then announces its ascension to Russia, allegedly at the will of the people who live there. Now, there are many women and men in Canada today who, like Darina, are up late at night waiting for news to confirm that their families are okay. So while so many remain in harm's way, Canada's government must step up to condemn these fake referendums, to rescind the Gazprom turbine waiver, to reform our energy policy so that Canada is taking up its responsibilities in the world to supply our democratic allies with the energy resources they need, supply Ukraine with all the weapons that they require, and to help the refugees who are contributing to Canada and supporting these efforts in so many ways. Mr. Speaker, Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, for many years now, as the member made reference, the invasion of Crimea, we have, in a very, I think, apolitical fashion, try to deal with supporting Ukraine in very tangible ways, going all the way back to 2014. And what I have witnessed is, over these years, widespread support that comes from all sides of the House. It concerns me that the member would try to turn it and make it more political by some of the assertions that he has made. But I want to ask him, from his perspective, or from the government's, from the official opposition's perspective, do they feel that it's still important that we continue to speak with one voice, condemning Putin, supporting solidarity for Ukraine, and continue with whether it's the sanctions, the weapons, Canadians as a whole, financial support? Is this not the right thing to be doing, to continue to work with our alliance countries?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, as a principled opposition, we agree with the government when we agree with the government, and we criticize them when we think they're on the wrong path. And I think they've made some decisions on Ukraine that have been good decisions. They've also made some decisions that have not been. And in particular, it's important for us to critique the decision to waive sanctions on Gazprom turbines. In this, we're aligned with our allies in Ukraine. Conservatives are magnifying the voice of the Ukrainian people who don't understand why the government of Canada would waive those critical sanctions. It sends a terrible message, it sets a terrible precedent, and it undermines our desire to have a unified front in saying no to weakening of those sanctions, Mr. Speaker. So yes, on some issues, but this government is not doing enough. This government needs to stand firm in the face of Russian pressure and say no to any waivers on sanctions, because holding the line consistently is the only way that we're going to be able to effectively stop resources going to fund the Russian war machine.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for my colleague's intervention. On International Trade Committee, we did actually have some hearings on Ukraine in trade. I would like to ask him, though, about a specific one. He didn't mention it in his speech, but cybersecurity is Cyber Security Month. And one of the things that I've known from the Ukrainian interns that have been in my office in the past, they have a lot of young people that could actually be very effective in the long term for the survival and the betterment of Ukraine, is actually getting them more trained to prevent Russian cybersecurity hacks and a number of different things. So I'd like his thoughts about that in general, as to whether or not there's more we can do, post even what's taking place right now in helping young Ukrainians become experts in cybersecurity for not only just the Ukraine, but also the world.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member that there's so much more we need to be doing here in Canada on cybersecurity. There's more we need to be doing to combat efforts by various foreign states, actually, to interfere in Canadian affairs. We see these efforts take various forms in terms of cybersecurity and hacking, in terms of various other kinds of infiltration. And the Russian government is doing this. We know there are other countries that are doing it. On the public safety front, I think this government has been behind in recognizing that the primary threat we face to our security now here in Canada is foreign state-backed interference in the various forms it take. And yes, there's much more work that needs to be done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the members of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mr. Speaker, during question periods, I received word of the passing of Stephen Saul, a lawyer in my riding. I had the honour of being called to the bar on the same day as his son in British Columbia. So I just want to recognize his distinguished career, his advocacy, and give his family and loved ones my best wishes. And in terms of a comment, I just want to express gratitude to my colleague here to my right and the advocacy with which he presents to this House, just as Mr. Saul presented to his colleagues. Thank you. Clients.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I thank my colleague. I agree that there's so much more work that needs to continue to be done to stand with Ukraine, to address this invasion, to combat this unprecedented aggression. And we'll continue to call on the government to step up further, and in particular to condemn these referenda and to cancel the sanctions waiver that they granted for the Gazprom turbines.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the referenda Russia conducted in Ukraine were a sham. The referenda held in the four eastern oblasts of Kherson, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Zaporizhia were a sham. First, they were only conducted in parts of those 4 eastern oblasts because Russian military forces only control parts of those 4 eastern oblasts. Secondly, these referenda were held under force and duress. Voters were coerced to vote. Armed Russian soldiers went door to door to collect the ballots. In many cases, ballots were filled out by Russian soldiers themselves instead of by the households that received them. And there was only 1 vote given per household. In other words, many, many individuals in households where there were more than 1 adult, many individuals were denied the right to vote. And so clearly, the results of these 4 referenda are a sham. Real referenda, however, were held in these 4 eastern regions of Ukraine in 1991. And in that legitimate referendum of that year, these regions overwhelmingly voted to be independent of Russia and to be part of an independent Ukraine. 83% of people in Kherson in 1991 voted for independence. 83% of people in Donetsk. 90% of people in Luhansk. And 90% of people in Zaporizhia voted for independence. And Mr. Speaker, after these sham referenda were conducted by Russia in parts of these 4 regions, they illegally annexed these 4 regions exactly as they did with Crimea some 8 years ago in 2014. And these illegal annexations and these sham referenda have descended into farce. Today, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said that Russia doesn't know where Russia's international border is with Ukraine in eastern Ukraine. Only days after Vladimir Putin proclaimed the annexation of these 4 eastern oblasts. Think about that. They've annexed territory that has no clearly defined boundary on their own terms. And even more of a farce, because the Ukrainian army is actively liberating the very territory that Vladimir Putin claims to have annexed. The liberation of towns like Lyman the day after Putin annexed it shows how ridiculous these illegal referenda and illegal annexations are. In fact, word is coming over social media and through news reports that parts of the Russian front in eastern Ukraine are in total collapse. And so, Mr. Speaker, these sham referenda and these illegal annexations are actually indicative of something else. And that is of Vladimir Putin's complete and utter desperation. It's a sign of desperation that 4 referenda were held in the chaos of a collapsing front in eastern Ukraine, a collapsing front as Russian soldiers flee back toward Russia. It's a sign of desperation that in the middle of the chaos of the Russian army collapsing in eastern Ukraine, that Putin proclaimed the annexation of these 4 eastern Ukrainian oblasts. And it's a sign of desperation that Vladimir Putin has initiated a mass mobilization. It's clear that none of these things are going to help Vladimir Putin in eastern Ukraine, as the Ukrainian army, with the support of the West, valiantly fights on against the injustice and illegal war of Russia in Ukraine. It's clear that all Vladimir Putin has left is the threat of a nuclear war. Russia's nuclear doctrine has long reserved the right to use tactical nuclear weapons defensively. But this is a war of offense, not defense, no matter how Vladimir Putin tries to spin it. However, the Kremlin's inability to articulate, to communicate a red line means that Ukraine will press on to retake the territory wrongfully taken from it in eastern Ukraine, the very regions that Russia has claimed to annex, and means that Russia's threats to go nuclear are unclear, and means that we are, as the West, unable to respond to these nuclear threats. Because these threats are vague and unclear, it means it's not possible for Western powers, in particular the great Western powers of the United States and others, to respond to such vague and unclear threats. Other than capitulation to Vladimir Putin's nuclear threats. A capitulation that would set a very dangerous precedent for the future. A precedent that would allow every future rogue leader or rogue state to use the threat of a nuclear strike to get their way and to undermine all the order and stability that have been built up over the last 8 decades. That would essentially lead to a state of anarchy and a state where the world would be extremely unstable for decades to come. And Mr. Speaker, that is precisely why I encourage the House to support concurring in the report in front of the House and support voting for the motion to concur in the report. Because these referenda were a sham, these annexations were illegal, the mass mobilization is a sign of desperation, and the nuclear threat that Vladimir Putin is directing to the world is not something that is possible for us to respond to. And so we need to take a stand as a House on a very serious and existential matter in front of us and indicate clearly that these referenda, that these annexations were illegal, that they cannot be allowed to be recognized anywhere in the world, that the referenda, the annexations, and the mass mobilization are a sign of desperation, and finally, that the threat of going nuclear from President Putin is not a threat that the West can take and do something with, because it is a vague and unclear threat as to where the red lines are. And for all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I think this matter is serious enough for the House to be seized with it, and serious enough that this should go to a vote, and that the House should make its declaration of support of this report from the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. I thought it was thoughtful, I thought it was important, and I thought it added to the dignity of this House. So thank you for those remarks. I want to, in his closing, he was talking about the importance of ensuring that no country in the world would accept this illegal annexation of those 4 territories. Is he then implying that it would be important for us to maintain our links with allies on everything to ensure that we are in concert with all our allies on issues, and I raised the issue of Gazprom at that point, of making sure that we are working in concert with our allies, not only on the non-recognition of these illegally annexed territories, but on every other issue that we need to share our energy on.
Well, member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. But with respect, I disagree with the government's decision on the gas turbines. And to be frank, I think both the Republic of Germany and Canada were duped by the Russians in being convinced to waive the sanctions to send the gas turbines back to Gazprom. The fact is that since that decision's been taken, Russia has proven the point. NATO has concluded that Russia was behind the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipeline through the Baltic Sea into Germany. And so Russia clearly has no interest in resurrecting this pipeline if they were willing to essentially blow up parts of that pipeline that are leaking dangerous amounts of methane and gas into the atmosphere in the Baltic Sea. So I think it was the wrong decision taken by both the German and the Canadian governments. And I think in hindsight and at the time, it's clear, since Russia itself, as NATO has concluded, has sabotaged the very pipeline that these turbines purported purportedly were to keep open.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to referenda and sham referenda, the question is always extremely delicate, especially for us. The fact that President Putin is threatening the use of a nuclear bomb when the environment is already not doing well. Colleagues have said we shouldn't respond, but we must respond, not with the threat of nuclear weapons, but by other means. I'd like to know what the diplomatic means are that we can use as allies to assure that a nuclear weapon is not used.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for the question. In my opinion, diplomacy doesn't work with Russia. I think it's clear that diplomacy does not work. The only approach that does work with Vladimir Putin, it's clear, is military action. We've used a lot of diplomacy. We used a lot of diplomacy before the war in Ukraine, and it didn't work. We've now found ourselves in a situation where the military is the only solution to convince Russians to stop the war in Ukraine.
Unfortunately, kinetic action, as opposed to diplomacy, is the only way forward to contain Vladimir Putin and his nuclear threats. And because he's been unclear in his nuclear threats, it's not possible for us to respond in any way because he's not laid down the red lines for exactly what would constitute the trigger for a use of a tactical nuclear weapon.
Time for a short question and comment. The Honourable Member of Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I will be quick. I just want to thank the member for his intervention, but also he's been here long enough to remember Canadian members of Parliament like Dave Christopherson and others going to the Ukraine and helping building their voting system. So I wanted to recognize that and have him briefly reflect on that because I don't think a lot of people remember how many members of Parliament actually went to help build Ukraine's democracy, which now was proved as a sham in these regions and Russia's vote. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
I thank my colleague and friend from Windsor West, from southwestern Ontario, for his question. We've worked on a number of things in this House together over the years. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is exactly right. It's not just the contributions we've had in building civil society and democratic capacity in Ukraine, it's also contributions we've made in building the capacity of the Ukrainian military over the last decade, which obviously have come to bear fruit in their campaign to oust Russia out of Ukraine.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, it's been over 200 days since Russia's President Putin launched his illegal, unjustifiable, and despicable invasion of Ukraine. With each day that passes, the number of civilians, including children, killed and wounded, now in the thousands, continues to climb. On a global scale, the consequences of Russia's military aggression are being felt by all. The world has contributed to rising food costs. The world is concerned about food supplies and energy insecurity. We see the consequences on populations, especially in the global south, who are the most vulnerable and the most affected. At the same time, Russia continues to weaponize its energy resources as tools for coercion. In Ukraine, as the battle continues, we are witnessing human rights violations, conflict-related sexual violence, the aftermath of brazen atrocities, including the recent discovery of mass graves in Izium. The ongoing destruction of Ukrainian infrastructure, including its energy grid and civilian infrastructure, such as schools and hospitals, is of grave concern. But the brave and resilient Ukrainian people continue to fight with extraordinary courage, passion, and dignity for their country, their communities, and for their families. Canada's ties, has been said often in this House, with the people of Ukraine are historical, deep, and important. This is why we were the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence just over 30 years ago. And that's why we've been engaged in increasingly supporting its fragile democracy and growing into becoming the democratic country that we're now seeing emerging. Since then, we've developed a strong diplomatic relationship fueled by a passionate and engaged Ukrainian diaspora, over 1.4 million people in Canada. In 2014, thousands of Ukrainians stood up for a democratic future during the Revolution of Dignity. Canada supported many activists, human rights defenders, and civil society organizations who fought tirelessly for a free and democratic future then, and we continue to work with them today in response to Putin's brutality. Mr. Speaker, Canada condemns the sham referendums Russia organized in the Ukrainian regions of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson, which were used as a basis for Putin's illegal annexation. They will not be respected, they are not valid, they are unjust, they are shams. These are phony exercises with predetermined results, and they have zero legitimacy. Ukraine's borders will not change. Let me be clear. Donetsk is Ukraine. Luhansk is Ukraine. Zaporizhia is Ukraine. Kherson is Ukraine. Crimea is Ukraine. Canada is clear. I think we all in this House can agree on that, and we will continue to fight for that recognition around the world. Russia's sham referendums are a sign of Russia's weakness and proof of Ukraine's successful counteroffensive. They do not reflect the will of the Ukrainian people. They're selective, they're illegal, and are a grave violation of international law. We reject Putin's attempts to rob Ukraine of its territory, of its history, of its sovereignty, of its democracy, of its independence. And in response, Canada and the international community is ensuring that President Putin and his enablers answer for their actions. We're working around the clock to deliver comprehensive military, financial, humanitarian, stabilization, and developmental assistance in support of Ukraine and its people. This year alone, Canada has committed over $3.4 billion in support to Ukraine, including $626 million in military assistance committed or delivered, with training to Ukrainian forces, $1.95 billion in new loan resources to support Ukraine's economic resilience, $320 million in humanitarian assistance, $96 million in development assistance, and over $41.5 million in security and stabilization programming to enhance Ukrainian resilience and resistance, including vital support for demining, countering disinformation, and initiatives to advance accountability and justice for human rights violations. But it's not only money in our support for Ukraine. Canada is also stepping up through its comprehensive immigration response, which offers Ukrainians and their family members extended temporary status, an expedited plan for permanent residency through a family sponsorship program, support to the International Criminal Court, the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe's Moscow mechanism, and Ukraine's case against Russia at the International Criminal Court of Justice in order to hold Russia accountable. Pursuing accountability and justice for victims, as well as supporting investigations into war crimes and crimes against humanity, is part of our ongoing work. And announcing a $1 million contribution to the International Criminal Court to support its investigations into sexual violence and conflict-related crimes against children. These are nonpartisan issues. This is the way we as Canadians want to support Ukraine, want to stand up to a bully named Putin, and want to defend territorial integrity and the sovereignty of Ukraine. In addition to direct support to Ukraine and its people, Canada is focused on holding Putin, his regime, and those abetting him accountable, to place economic and political pressure on them in the face of this war to stop the war. We've imposed sanctions since this February on over 1,400 individuals and entities in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, and was the first among its partners on seizure and forfeiture of assets of sanctioned individuals and entities. We announced our most recent round of sanctions just last week in response to Russia's sham referendums and the annexation efforts. Never has the community of democracies, NATO allies, and those others who support our endeavors and our efforts in Ukraine been stronger. We are indivisible, we are strong, we are united, we are concerted, and I hope this House continues to stay that way as well. Canada and our partners are making a principled response to Russia's war of choice because we need to uphold the rules-based international system, and Canada is working to maintain and maximize a high level of multilateral unity within the broader international community. We are recognized as leaders in this field. We will continue to do it. We will continue to call like-minded and not so like-minded countries together so that we can endeavor to hold Russia accountable as we continue to support Ukraine and its people. Ukraine is a brave country. It is a strong country. It is resilient, but it needs help. And it will continue to be free and prosperous and independent with the world's guarding their back and keeping them in mind at every step. We'll also work with our allies and across the international community to protect the systems and structures that we have all protected and strengthened for decades. These are the cornerstones not only of democracy, but of our security and the way that we need to act as a world of like-minded countries. Together with the international community and working with Ukraine's President Zelensky, we continue to call on President Putin to end this war, to get out of Ukraine, to stop the violence, to respect humanity, to respect borders, to respect the people of Ukraine. We call on him to withdraw his troops and his equipment from Ukraine and to turn to good faith diplomacy. We recognize that there are limits to diplomacy, and that's why we continue to help the military operations in Ukraine through equipment and support and training. However, we also know that our world is best served by diplomatic solutions, by working the ways of peace, and by engaging as Canadians would have us engage in the world. Today we stand, I believe, united in condemning Russia, in supporting Ukraine. Today we stand united in refusing to recognize these fake and false and sham-like referenda, and we will continue to stand with the people of Ukraine this day and every day. It's not only because we support Ukraine, these are Canadian values at work in our world, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here. Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the Parliamentary Secretary's aspirations for unity in support of Ukraine. And of course, in pursuit of that end, the official opposition will continue to challenge the government in areas where they are falling short in terms of providing the necessary support for Ukraine. But it's not just the official opposition that has raised these concerns. Other longtime allies of the government have been similarly critical in the last few months of the government for not doing enough. For example, Boris Yashevsky, who served in the House, this House as a Liberal MP, who served in caucus with the Parliamentary Secretary up until 2019, said of the decision to grant a waiver of sanctions that this was a Canadian betrayal of Ukraine and of Canadian values when the decision was made to lift sanctions on the Siemens turbines. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the official opposition, it's many other voices that are saying this government is falling behind, is making big mistakes when it comes to not being consistently principled when it comes to holding the line on our sanctions regime. Will the Parliamentary Secretary recognize, now that gas is still not flowing through the Gazprom turbines, through the Gazprom pipelines, now that the turbines have not been used, will the Parliamentary Secretary recognize that granting the sanctions waiver was a mistake? The government said it was a revocable permit. Is the government prepared to recognize this mistake now and revoke the permit?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's the second speech from the member, and I'm very pleased to be able to respond to that. Canada made the very difficult decision to make a waiver on returning the first of a few turbines that need to go to keep energy flowing to Europe. We're an internationalist government. We're a multilateral government. We listen to our allies and we make difficult decisions at times to ensure that we are one in unity with our allies, and we'll continue to do that. I have huge respect for Mr. Jivneski, who was a member of this place. However, at the same time, I would say that Canada made an important decision, a difficult decision, and we will continue to review it every day as we look at best ways to support Ukraine as we also keep the unity of our alliance together.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a time of war and tension between two countries, when one is a superpower, it is necessary to be careful and find the right balance, and I'm convinced of that. No one wants to have a more global war. I'd like to hear my colleagues speak about the means used here in Canada and elsewhere to maintain this balance and ensure that a greater war doesn't break out. The Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question. I think it's very important to have a conversation on the significance and importance of united allies,
to talk about the fact that NATO and our allies that are engaged in this conflict are doing it with a great sensitivity, very much aware that missteps could make the conflict broader and even more difficult than it is. So we are finding ways to support Ukraine by providing equipment, by providing training, by ensuring that Ukraine has the tools they need to engage in this war without it becoming a third world war. That is very much a sensitivity that we have on this side, and it's a fine line to make sure that we support, hold up, empower, and embolden even Ukraine in its own defense while we limit the scale of this horrendous war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, here's where I give my nightly reminder to all members of this wonderful House to try to shorten up the questions and the answers so that everybody gets to participate in this debate. Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think it's really important to recognize what's taking place in Ukraine today goes far beyond the borders of Ukraine. The people of Ukraine are putting up heroic efforts in terms of defending some of the fundamental principles of freedom and democracy and so many other things that we in Western society and many countries around the world truly value, that is so important to the future not only of Ukraine but in fact to the world, Mr. Speaker. You know, in Canada we have approximately 1.4 million people of Ukrainian heritage. People of Ukrainian heritage have played a critical role in terms of who we are as a nation today. But the impact in Canada goes far beyond just the people of Ukrainian heritage. As the people of Canada have recognized in a very real and tangible way what is taking place in Europe is so critically important to all of us, each and every one of us, Mr. Speaker. Where we are today and ultimately how we got here, my political career in the House has been somewhat limited, but I can tell you, I can recall, you know, in the 2014, when we saw Ukraine, from my perspective, take a significant pivot, when it wanted to talk about trade and looking to the European Union, to countries like Canada and the US, and wanting to enhance those trade relations. And the violent reaction that I saw that was being perpetrated from Russia, which ultimately led to a change in the presidency back in 2015, where we had President Poroshenko actually getting elected and coming to Canada. He spoke in the House of Commons in Centre Block, live in person, and talked about the special relationship between Canada and Ukraine. At that time, I was in the opposition benches. And even back then, we talked about the important relationship between Canada and Ukraine. The parliamentary secretary just made reference to Canada in acknowledging Ukraine as an independent nation, first country in the world to do so. We understand very much the heritage and have the appreciation of Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. I can recall vividly being in the Maidan, Independence Square in Kiev, days afterwards, where I witnessed what I thought was just a beautiful wedding ceremony. The sense of young people going into downtown Kiev, recognizing how important it was that they had that change that had taken place. When Crimea was annexed by Russia, the red flag shot up. We argued then and still argue today, as we are arguing for eastern Ukraine today, that those are territories that we as a nation identify as part of Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. And that has not changed. As referenced, the referendums are a sham. I don't think that there's anyone that recognizes those referendums as being valid that has a true appreciation in terms of what has actually taken place. There's a sense of solidarity for Ukraine that goes far beyond the borders of Ukraine, that I believe is well recognized here in Canada. It is a friendship that predates the Maidan, going back into the 90s and even before then, Mr. Speaker. I think of constituents like the late Bill Bellin, a dear friend of mine that passed. So many that even though they might live here in Canada, their heart can often be found in Ukraine. And it's a part of the reason why we have organizations such as the Canadian-Ukrainian Congress and many others that do such a wonderful job in ensuring that elected parliamentarians here in Ottawa have a full, complete, and comprehensive understanding of the situation that's taking place in Ukraine. That's why, over the years, we have seen substantial support for Ukraine's infrastructure. One of the things that comes to my mind right offhand is the Canadian Forces and how we have been able to utilize members of our Canadian Forces in Ukraine. Ukraine has some incredible members of the Ukraine military that have been trained, at least in part, by members of the Canadian Forces. I think it was estimated at just over 30,000 or somewhere in that nature, Mr. Speaker. And we're seeing some of that training that we were able to provide years ago actually being used today. There are things that Canada has been doing. We could talk about the trade agreement, which was started under Stephen Harper and finalized under the current Prime Minister. And I remember the Minister responsible for trade and the Prime Minister flying over to sign off. Remember, that's something in which President Poroshenko was, when he spoke to us in the House of Commons live, talked about that he wanted to see. Those are some of the things that we've done since or prior. You know, we had a real hero, President Zelensky, appear on our virtual screens, therefore the floor of the House of Commons. Again, he talked about the important role of the allied countries and Canada that we can play to continue to support Ukraine. Just over 200 days ago, Mr. Speaker, when Russia illegally invaded Ukraine, there was an immediate response. There was many people that thought that Ukraine was just going to lie over and Russia would be able to finish that invasion. But it was the heroes of Ukraine. They stood up. You know, I remember the one quote that was attributed to President Zelensky. And it was in regards to being offered to leave. Maybe he should be leaving the country. And he had said something to the nature of, I need ammunition, not a ride. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that it's those sorts of words that inspired so many Ukrainian heroes. It is truly amazing in terms of how the people of Ukraine have responded. And I think it's important as a parliament here in Canada that we tell our brothers and sisters in Ukraine that we have been there for them. We will continue to be there for them in very real and tangible ways. We can talk about the sanctions, the military lethal weapon aid support that we've provided, the humanitarian aid, whether it's even coming from the government or from the people of Canada. I'm always amazed in terms of how many Ukrainian flags you will see flying, whether it's in my constituency of Winnipeg North or when I'm driving into the Interlake. Throughout our country, you will see Ukrainian flags. I believe, as I said before, it's because of there is a solidarity here in Canada that's worldwide to support Ukraine, and we will continue to be there and recognize the referendum as a sham. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think there's a lot of commonalities in the positions taken by the official opposition and the government. I think we've been working in tandem, different opportunities on the question of the referendums. What I've been saying to constituents, and obviously to because of my background as someone born in communist Poland, is these have all the legitimacy, I would say, of a thief who breaks into a bank and is applying for a line of credit during the theft that he's actually committing, which is basically what the terrorist state of Russia is doing. I wonder if the member perhaps could comment on this, is what other steps should the government be immediately taking in providing arms, logistical support, and providing the means for the Ukrainians to reach the Russian Federation's true border, the international border that we actually recognize, that is internationally recognized, to assure that this war comes to an early end with the minimal amount of casualties.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think the most important thing that we can do is to continue to be steadfast at supporting Ukraine in whatever way we can, along with working with our allied countries. It's the allied forces, USA in particular, Mr. Speaker, but it's the allied forces that have been there to support Ukraine in a very tangible way, so that the heroes in Ukraine are in a better position to be able to get back the land that is their land, the territories that will always be a part of Ukraine. And whatever we can do to support that, we should, Mr. Speaker, and that's what I believe the government, in working with opposition parties, is doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I would like him to talk to us about what's coming next. Ukraine asked to be part of NATO. This request has been dragging on for years. What can we do next to improve the situation? How can we make sure that we settle this in the short term? How can we make sure that Russia gets the opposite of what they were aiming for when they invaded? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think that the United, NATO, the Allied forces are in fact working on that particular point as we've been looking at other memberships to NATO. I see that as continuing. One of the biggest concerns I have right now is the fact that we have winter that's quickly approaching and the impact that that's going to have in Europe, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to see more dialogue taking place on that. What is it that we can do to be able to help? Because, as I say, there's been so much devastation in Ukraine, it's virtually impossible to describe it in words in terms of the horrors. We talk about human rights. We can talk about cities being completely demolished. There's so much need that's there, and winter is around the corner. I think like many Canadians, if not all Canadians, is very much concerned about that.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's critical with what is going on that we continue to call out Russia's war crimes and crimes against humanity, and that we need to continue to support refugees, visa-free travel for people from Ukraine. Lives are on the line. But I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, certainly watching the news, growing concern with escalating nuclear threats, the need for global nuclear disarmament is more important than ever. So I'm asking why his government, in the face of a catastrophic nuclear threat, why his government still has not signed on or ratified the International Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member will excuse me if I defer that particular question to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. At some point in time in the future, it might be good to have that dialogue one-on-one with that particular minister. But to the member, I would indicate when she talks about the human rights and the violations of human rights have already been, at least in part, started to be documented. And I think that all of us are concerned on issues such as torture, rape, and the things that are happening to so many people in Ukraine. And there will come a day where we will see some justification from Ukraine and allied countries to ensure that there is a consequence to all those violations, Mr. Speaker, and that is something in which we'll have to continue to push for.
Reprise du débat. Even though I will quickly say we're a lot more disciplined than we were last time, so we're almost getting everybody in. I'm seeing a few people that are still standing that haven't had the opportunity to ask questions yet. Reprise du débat.
The Honourable Member from Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to stay from the start that I'm going to share my colleague. Listen, we're faced with a very serious question. Referendums that are being organized in army-occupied territory, that's serious. You know, in Quebec, we have experience with referendums, and this is a very different matter. We've had democratic referendums. Of course, there were some financial irregularities in the second one, which we could talk about for a long time, but we're still worlds apart here. How can we recognize the legitimacy of a referendum that has been held at gunpoint? 4 regions announced results of these pseudo-referendums, like Zelensky called them. Zaporizhia, 93%. That's a popular position. Kherson, a little bit lower at 87%. Any politician in Quebec or Canada that achieves 87% of the vote in an election would be a demigod. Lugansk, 98%. Donetsk, 99%. You know what this looks like. This looks like the percentages of the voice that Putin earned in the Russian election. These are astronomical, unrealistic results. These demonstrate the falsified process of this referendum, these referendums. I call upon my colleagues, members of parliament, to continue to work together. I think that since the start of the conflict in Ukraine, we have been on the same side, and I think we can do more. Like many of you, I was here for Zelensky's speech in the House. And I'll confide in you something. It was surreal for me. I was able to take a step back and observe the situation that was unfolding before me. Everyone was saying that he was so staunchly defending Ukraine, and everyone was also saying that we couldn't do more. It's not for me to decide whether or not Ukraine should join NATO. It's not up to me to say that we should do more. But I'd like us to think about what more we can do. Since the start, we've been doing a lot, more than other countries. But we're faced with a situation that is so dire. Imagine it's 9 a.m. and someone knocks on your door. 3 or 4 Russian soldiers with machine guns in hand invite you to participate in the democratic process of a referendum to find out if you want to join the Great Russia. Imagine that in the previous week, the neighborhood school was destroyed by bombings. Imagine you watched your hospital burn down. Imagine that you saw your brother, your father, your uncle die. Imagine that you know many women that were abused, raped. Children who were injured, who have lost their limbs, or who have lost their lives. Let's put all of this in context. So someone knocks on your door and asks you to go vote. You're escorted by Russian soldiers. This is the vote. These are the votes that occurred, how they unfolded, Mr. Speaker. This is a desperate approach. The Russian president has nothing left. He's faced with a military failure, and he still has hopes. Thank God for him. And in these difficult moments, we have to have hope. The Ukrainian troops are gaining ground. In Liman, for example, was reclaimed recently. So it's a desperate move from a despot who wants to legitimize his actions, his reprehensible actions, and this will be the justification for his next moves. What will his next moves be, Mr. Speaker?
Bien sûr, on a brandi la menace nucléaire. Bon. Est-ce que
He made nuclear threats. We don't know if we should take them seriously, but definitely we should be concerned, because nuclear war is a war that cannot be won, and therefore it should never even be started. I read that in an article earlier, but sadly I can't quote it, but I can tell you that's not my own words. But I thought that that was a brilliant statement, which is why I'm repeating it here today. So we have to do something. We have to increase our support. You know, the Russian government, let's not confuse the government with the people. Russians are not all bad, but the Russian authorities have acted with poor intentions by blocking grain exports from Ukraine and then by attacking world food security. You know, at the Standing Committee on Agriculture, we invited many witnesses from Ukraine on food security, and they told us what's going on. we know that grain infrastructures were targeted by bombings.
This is called a scorched earth policy during war. For anyone who studied wars, using famine is a weapon of war to weaken your enemy. So how do we react in the face of these things? In the face of a government which is threatening to cut energy supplies for several European countries, which has almost shut off the taps. You might remember the case of the turbine, which needed to be fixed. Well, it was fixed and sent, and then it was not installed. So really, it wasn't needed after all, it appears. So we're dealing with a regime which engages in blackmail and intimidation, and we cannot back down. We have to make sure that all of Ukraine's occupied territories will be deoccupied and go back to Ukraine. Now, take the case of Crimea. If there's one lesson to be learned from that war, Mr. Speaker, it's that we just stood back and did nothing. The annexation of Crimea happened back in 2014. I taught for 25 years in high school. I taught citizenship and history. And I remember during the time Crimea was annexed, and I spoke about this with my students, and I compared what was happening with what had happened during World War II in terms of how a regime goes about annexation. A regime will start by annexing one territory. If nobody objects, well, the pattern continues. So I think we have to draw lessons from history, Mr. Speaker. Right now, the international community as a whole is calling for calm. Even the ambassador of China has said that we must respect the borders of all countries. So the message we need to send to our Ukrainian friends, and Ukrainians, of course, helped with the growth and development of Canada, especially out west, but also here in Quebec. There are many Ukrainians in Quebec, and we cannot abandon them. So I believe the Russian government is going to force Ukrainian civilians to force them to take up arms against their brothers and sisters on the pretext that they are defending new Russian territory. Well, let's stand up and say no.
Come on.
Questions and comments.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member made reference to, I think, a very interesting point when he talked about differentiating the government of Russia versus the people of Russia. And if we take a look at it, my understanding is that there are literally thousands of Russian residents that were wanting to flee Russia. And I say that because I don't believe, given all the propaganda tools that are out there at the hands of the Russian regime, that even the people of Russia, I'm still not convinced, have a full understanding of what has actually taken place. I say that, and the question to the member is, can he provide his thoughts on the importance of social media and the impact that might actually be at play?
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. Yes, indeed, there are many Russians are trying to flee their country. I hear they're trying to cross over several borders, and this is unfortunate because civilians are not guilty of the crimes of their leaders. Now, the question was about social media. Yes, propaganda is broadcast through social media, and unfortunately, Russian citizens don't have access to objective news from outside of Russia. The news is controlled, and that's dangerous. I've heard horror stories of people from the same family who did not believe their their brothers and sisters or their immediate relatives because they had different versions of the facts. So social media must be used, but I don't know if it is possible to get real news to Russian civilians. In the meantime, we cannot back down in the face of such aggression.
Comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Berthier-Maskinongé for his very good, very eloquent speech on an issue we're all dealing with as a Western country, and at a time when we are trying to help our ally, Ukraine, and the Ukrainian people in the face of the Russian invasion. So perhaps the member can speak more to good information and not Russian propaganda, which is found on social media and on Russian quote-unquote news channels. It's also a problem here in Canada. We need to convince our constituents who still might be confused by what is happening in Russia and Ukraine. They're seeing photos, and sometimes they just do not want to believe in what is actually happening over there. So can the member tell us how we can fight Russian propaganda, which is everywhere on social media? The member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. It's a very big question. It's a good question. I don't have any answers right off the bat, but I think we have to start here at home and be a good example, a good role model at home. We need to fund our own media outlets here in Quebec and Canada, our regional media outlets, I believe, can use more financial support. We can tax the internet giants, digital giants. Maybe I'm shifting the topic a bit, but this has to do with the quality of information we're getting. If we want citizens to be well informed, in 15 years, we have to act now. Now, going back to Russia, is it possible to get into Russian servers? Is it possible to counter censorship in independent countries? Well, I'm not an expert. I can't say, unfortunately, but it would be a good thing, of course.
A short one, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, and thank you to the member. In Nanaimo Ladysmith, I'm seeing residents coming together coming together to support Ukrainians who are impacted from this horrific Russian war on Ukraine. And I know the member spoke about the Russian coercive tactics being used to hold referendums in Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine. Could the member expand on this a little bit more and why this referendum cannot have any legitimacy and his thoughts as to why?
L'honorable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Well, thank you to my colleague for Nanaimo Ladysmith. At this very moment, mass graves are still being uncovered. And bodies of civilians are being discovered. They not only were killed and buried, but clearly they were tortured. They show evidence of torture. They were bound for hours. How can you for a minute believe that a referendum held by a military occupation force which committed those very atrocities, when people on the ground have heard the cries and tears of their loved ones dying, that's unacceptable. It's almost cartoonish. I almost feel like I'm dreaming right now. Pinch me. This is such a surreal moment. So we really need to keep on supporting Ukraine in defending its territory, and I hope I've gone some way to answering the question. The first will be last, and the last will be first. Now, order. Pursuant to the standing order, I need to inform the House of the issues which will be raised this evening.
On housing, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre, on persons with disability, and l'honorable député de Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
The member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound on the tax system. The member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise this afternoon on this incredibly important topic. Sorry, my colleague just left. I wanted to congratulate him on his very eloquent speech. I would have liked to have received his insight. He said that prior to becoming a member of parliament, he was a teacher. And actually, I myself, not so long ago, was still in school. I studied international relations, and when I was elected, I was doing my master's in international relations. So I actually have a bit of imposter syndrome right now. As I speak to this topic, I feel I should be back in school learning from experts in international relations who really know and understand what's going on over there and who understand the history of the situation. That said, we as members of parliament have a duty to take a position, and I'm therefore pleased that the Foreign Affairs Committee referred this committee to the House so we can debate its content. It's great when a government takes a strong position and takes it internationally. But here we have all political parties in the House who, with one voice, are denouncing the situation, and this has a greater impact. I sit on the Public Safety Committee, and even though there are members from different parties, and even though we study issues such as firearms, it's nice to see, though, that when we speak with one voice, it sends a strong message. It sends a strong message both here in Parliament and around the world. So I'm quite pleased that the Foreign Affairs Committee has referred its report to us here in the House today on the illegitimate referendums which took place on Ukrainian territory and which were organized by Russia. It behooves us to speak to these issues, and as with many of my parliamentary colleagues, we have welcomed Ukrainian refugees, a mother and her two sons in Gaspésie. They're in a small community far away from Montreal or any larger city. So they came here, whereas while their fathers stayed in Ukraine to fight against the Russians. So they're trying to build a new life here after fleeing a situation on the other side of the world, a situation which might seem surreal. So, therefore, we need to take a position here. This is what the government has done, and it must be commended. I asked a question about the Foreign Affairs Minister earlier in question period. This is a nonpartisan issue, and all parties need to come together and denounce what is happening over there. We have done this from the start of the invasion of Ukraine. We must set aside partisanship and take a firm stand. We must continue to do so. And I was pleased to see G7 countries which have strongly condemned the new attempt by Russia to go even farther in its aggression, and to do so by a different means, by a means Russia claims is democratic, which, of course, it is not. In Quebec, referendums have been held, but clearly these are different things. No government has the right to hold a referendum on territories which are not part of that country. As with most of my colleagues, I remember President Zelensky's virtual speech here in the House of Commons. There was a feeling of solidarity, and this feeling was expressed, and we sent it out clearly to the world. However, there was also a feeling of helplessness. Certainly, economic sanctions were announced, yet we keep on asking ourselves, what more can we do? Russia is still a member of the UN Security Council, and it used its veto to oppose the rightful position denouncing what Russia had done. It was unfortunate to see Russia do what it did. Now I'd like to come back to the basic principles which guide the UN General Assembly and the Security Council. This, in fact, is something I studied in the past, and it's important to remember Section 1 of the Charter of the United Nations, which is to maintain peace and security around the world. It is to take collective and efficient action to repress any act of aggression or any threat to peace in accordance with the principles of justice. So the countries which sit on the Security Council should respect those basic principles. Yet Russia clearly has not been doing this for a long time, at least since 2014 when it annexed Crimea. So again, we must take measures to ensure that any actions taken are taken democratically, and Russia has not acted in that manner. Various G7 countries, as I said, have taken a firm stand, as have most of the countries on the Security Council, to support a motion which was ultimately adopted at the Security Council. That said, some countries abstained from the vote: China, Brazil, India, and Cameroon. Those countries, in fact, were reluctant to denounce the aggression, as opposed to most other countries in the world which did so. So, what can Canada do more? What can our allies do more? Well, perhaps we should engage in a conversation and a dialogue with our dialogue. Beyond economic sanctions, perhaps countries can do more to overcome this feeling of helplessness. Perhaps we should engage in diplomacy. Some people don't always agree with diplomacy. Some people think that force is more effective, yet I believe that diplomacy is an effective tool, even though it seems quite unlikely to work in this situation. I'd like to address a few more issues surrounding these illegitimate referendums. Now, these referendums, of course, the term should be used loosely. And my colleague who spoke before me talked about how people were forced to vote. Basically, armed soldiers knocked at your door and escorted you to the polling stations, and this obviously raises questions. Here in Quebec, voter turnout is actually lower year after year, and we are trying to convince our citizens that it's not only a right by the privilege to vote. In other countries, people are being forced to vote on something they don't agree with. Oh my God.
I'll wrap up, Mr. Speaker, by saying that I was speaking to my La Prairie riding colleague just now, and he quoted Napoleon. He said, "We can do anything with a bayonet except sit down." That's what we're seeing, is it not? Mr. Putin would like to rule with bayonets but can't sit down. Perhaps we need to keep these words in mind to arrive at a happy ending for everyone, but we're still far from that right now. Mr. Speaker.
And comments?
The member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. I'd like to congratulate her for her excellent speech, as usual. I wonder what she intends to do to continue her work to promote help for Ukrainian immigrants who wish to settle in Quebec. The honourable member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. It's a good one. Last week, I called on doctors in eastern Quebec, which is part of the area I represent, to encourage them to go through an Immigration Quebec process that allows them to be an accredited doctor for dealing with immigrants. Too often, these immigrants need to go to major centers to have a checkup. The problem is that there aren't any Immigration Quebec or Immigration Canada, rather, accredited doctors closer to them when they're trying to immigrate or settle, rather, in an area such as the Gaspé Peninsula. Perhaps the Department of Immigration could make this process easier for doctors and even call upon doctors in Quebec or elsewhere in the country, any doctors who would like to help newcomers, refugees. In this case, these are Ukrainian refugees. And that would give them a hand and make the process much easier when they need to have these medical examinations. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Calgary Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke of diplomacy. Western countries and Ukraine have tried diplomatic measures, or tried them rather, before Russia invaded, trying to stop this event. The oligarchs and Vladimir Putin thought otherwise, and this has shown us that the Russian government isn't interested in diplomacy with the West. Now we've seen these illegal referenda, the results of which were announced just before President Putin's speech, when he said, "We are now ready to negotiate with the Kiev government." I don't really have a question. I just wanted to add this comment. Since 2014 and throughout this last year as well, the Russian government has demonstrated that it's completely disinterested in diplomacy, in a pacific way to resolving the problem, the peaceful way to resolve the problem between it and Ukraine. We're not dealing with a reasonable person on the other side, and only Ukrainian military forces will be able to ensure Ukraine's sovereignty. The honourable member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his comment. I completely agree with him. We're in a situation that's so difficult. We can't even continue a dialogue because Russia is hostile to any dialogue. It has now played its last card. The nuclear option, we know we don't want to go that far. Diplomacy hasn't worked. Dialogue hasn't worked. What can we do as an international community then to help Ukraine, which stands alone against Russia? How can we ensure that this battle doesn't degenerate planet-wide? What can we do? As my colleague said, Russia clearly stated its intentions from the beginning, and we were unable to stop it. Threatened with the nuclear option, what can we do? That's my question. Resuming debate.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is a great pleasure to stand here today and share with my colleagues some of my thoughts on this report that has come from the Foreign Affairs Committee. I am a member, the New Democratic member on the Foreign Affairs Committee. I am, of course, the critic for Foreign Affairs and International Development. I'm also the Vice Chair of the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Association, and it was very important to me when I was elected that I take that role, that I take on that role within that friendship group. And I have to say, many people in this House will hear the name Heather McPherson and think it's not particularly Ukrainian, but I am an Edmontonian. And as you will know, in Edmonton, we are all a little bit Ukrainian. We have a incredibly active, incredibly important diaspora community. And I just want to start by saying how proud and how thankful I am for so many members of the Ukrainian community in Edmonton who have opened their arms for Ukrainians, who have worked so hard, tirelessly in fact, to ensure that Ukrainians in Ukraine and those fleeing violence coming to Canada have the support and know that as Edmontonians, as Albertans, and as Canadians, we stand with them. I think we can all be incredibly moved by what we have seen Ukraine endure and what we have seen Ukraine accomplish since the horrible day, February 24th, 2022, when Ukraine was invaded by the Russian Federation and by Vladimir Putin. One other thing I want to say before I get into the meat of my comments is just how proud I was last week to finally realize that I had been banned from Russia, that the Russian Federation had finally sanctioned me. As someone who stood many times in this House and said how horrified I was by the actions of the Russian Federation, to be able to stand outside the Russian embassy in Ottawa with colleagues, with friends, with supporters of Ukraine, and receive from them the thanks for my work was one of the best moments of my parliamentary career. So I just wanted to there's nothing I am thankful to Vladimir Putin for, but perhaps that is one thing that I am thankful for. We are here today to denounce the sham referendums and the sham occupation of Ukrainian territory. Mr. Speaker, I have been to Ukraine a number of times. I was part of two delegations, one in 2012 and one in 2019, observing elections within Ukraine. And so I've been to the region. I have some experience there. I have seen just how hard Ukrainians have worked to build their democracy, improve their democracy, work with their communities to make sure that people have that right to vote. And I will tell you, it's an interesting thing in Ukraine because when they have elections in Ukraine, they happen on a Sunday and they are very festive. There's something I think Canadians could learn from because they have people get dressed in their very best clothes and it is a community feeling of going to vote. I remember going to polling booths where Ukrainian community members had so much pride in the fact that they were in charge of this voting station, that they were managing this voting station, and were decorated in the Ukrainian flag and flowers and whatnot. And so I know what a real election looks like in Ukraine, and I can tell you that it does not look like Russian soldiers escorting people to the polling booths. That is not what a real election looks like in Ukraine. That is not what democracy looks like anywhere in this world. So when we hear things out of Moscow that, they own 15% of Ukraine within days, when we hear things like 87% of Kherson has voted yes, or 93% has voted yes, nobody in this House believes that. Nobody in the world believes that. Of course this is a sham. Of course, we must condemn this and call it for what it is. This is one of the last-ditch attempts by a very, very desperate man who is losing a war in Ukraine that he started. And it's important that as parliamentarians we stand up and we actually condemn what is happening there, that we actually make it very, very clear that at no point does Canada recognize what Russia is trying to do to annex these parts of Ukraine, that at no point do we accept that Ukraine is anything but the Ukraine that is the borders that have been identified that are very, very clear. That is Ukraine, that is not Russia, and all parliamentarians should stand there, should stand with that. Now, that's what we're talking about today, but I want to talk a little bit more as well about some of the other things that we've heard about recently. I want to talk about the horrific stories that are coming out of these territories. You know, one of the things that I find almost comic is the fact that of all the territory that Putin claims is now Russian, the Ukrainian military has been able to take over again, has been able to go in and take that territory back. I mean, if they even know which territory they're talking about, because there are articles that have come out that said that the Russians don't even know what they're talking about in terms of which territory they're claiming to annex. But I want to talk about the things that were found in those communities. I want to talk about the horrific attacks on the Ukrainian people that happened in Russian-occupied areas of Ukraine earlier in this war. Mr. Speaker, I'm certainly not going to use a prop today, but I want you to know that in my desk, I keep a small piece of metal. It is a piece of shrapnel that was given to me by a member of parliament from Ukraine. It was given to me by a female member of parliament from Ukraine who came to Canada and showed me what had flown across her community, the community her 8-year-old daughter lives in. The pieces of metal, the shrapnel that went across her community that ripped through the bodies of Ukrainian people. I keep that in my desk because I need to always be reminded of why we have to continue to stand in solidarity with Ukraine, why we can't stop supporting Ukraine, why we have to continue to do what we can, whether that is through sanctions, whether that is through humanitarian aid, whether that is helping Ukraine continue to win this war. I keep that piece of shrapnel in my desk for that. And over the last several weeks, when we have heard about what has been done to prisoners of the Russian Federation in Ukraine, the cities and towns that have recently been liberated, when we hear of things like mass graves, torture chambers, when we hear about things like, this was a quote from the Associated Press, and it was that the first time the Russian soldiers caught him, they tossed him, bound and blindfold, into a trench covered with wooden boards for days on end. Then they beat him over and over, legs, arms, a hammer to the knees, all accompanied by furious diatribes against Ukraine before they let him go. They took away his passport and his Ukrainian military ID. All he had to prove is his existence, and they made sure he knew exactly how worthless his life was. No one needs you, the commander taunted. We can shoot you any time, bury you a half-meter underground, and that's it. This is a brutal encounter that was just the start of the torture that this man endured, that so many Ukrainians have endured, the war crimes that have been perpetrated against children, the sexual assault against children, the crimes of humanity, the theft of children. You know, the recent report on the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine concluded that the war crimes that had been committed in Ukraine and the Russian Federation's use of explosive weapons with wide area effects in populated areas was a source of immense harm and suffering for civilians. Mr. Speaker, witnesses provided consistent accounts of ill treatment and torture carried out during unlawful confinement. The Commission has found that some Russian Federation soldiers committed sexual and gender-based violence and had further documented cases in which children had been raped, tortured, unlawfully confined, killed, and injured in indiscriminate attacks with explosive weapons. The Commission would continue its investigations, making recommendations regarding criminal accountability and other dimensions of accountability. Mr. Speaker, this is horrifying. It's horrifying for all of us to listen to. It's horrifying to have to say. So it is with that in mind that we must continue our support for Ukraine. I was so proud that I was able to move the motion in this House with the support of every member of this House of Commons to declare a genocide was being committed against the people of Ukraine. I was so proud on April 27th to be able to bring that motion. You know, I was proud on April 4th that we were able to have a motion on what had happened, the initial horrific reports coming out of Bucha, and the mass graves and the crimes against humanity that were happening there. Again, unanimous support in this House. Unanimous support. You know, even before February 24th, when the war began, or renewed, I guess we can say, I brought forward a motion in the Foreign Affairs Committee to study what was happening in Ukraine, because Ukrainians were telling us this was coming. And, you know, we had people here saying it wasn't, and you know, that it'll be okay, and, you know, Putin's just doing exercises in Belarus. We knew better. We knew better at that time. And so I brought forward the motion in Foreign Affairs to examine that. And I do feel when I stand in this place that we do have the support of all parties to support Ukraine. But I think that there is a moment in time where we have to look at how effective we've been. And we have to be able to say, what more does Canada need to do? Mr. Speaker, you won't be surprised that I have some concerns about our humanitarian aid. The Government of Canada has committed a dollar figure to help the people of Ukraine. Or they've announced it anyway. The problem is it hasn't gone out the door. It hasn't gone to help Ukrainians yet. It hasn't been allocated. It hasn't been spent. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's October. And winter is coming. And frankly, we need to have that humanitarian support getting to Ukrainians now. No, scratch that. We needed that support going to Ukrainians months ago. Months ago that should have been in place. You know, one of the things that I wonder whether Canada has done, whether the Government of Canada has done, is have we summoned Russian diplomats like the Europeans are? What is the state of this diplomacy in Canada right now? Has the minister spoken to the diplomats? Has the minister asked for this meeting? Has this been moved? You know, I have deep concerns about our failing diplomatic corps in this country. Increasingly, it appears that our foreign policy is dictated by whim and trade. You know, that we don't have that meaningful role that we play in the world anymore. So I need to know that the minister is moving on that. I want to understand why we still haven't ended the waiver for the turbines going back to Russia. I want to understand why we haven't stopped the waiver of our sanction regime. You know, we've now seen sabotage on the Nord Stream 1 and 2. Why are we still in this House pretending that it's okay to send turbines back to Russia? That they are going to act in good faith, that they are not weaponizing energy, that they are not weaponizing food. Why is that still happening? This seems like a very low bar for me. I need to understand how our sanction regime is working. Mr. Speaker, many times I've asked in this House, I've asked questions during question period, I've asked questions during debate, I've asked questions on the order paper. In fact, I was so bothered by the response that I got from the questions on the order paper that I brought in a point of privilege to the Speaker to ask why members of this House, members of this Parliament, can't get the answers we need on the sanctions regime. So realistically, I have to tell you that right now, we have actually seized $120 million of Russian assets. That is barely the couch on one of those yachts. So where is the rest of the seizure? Where are the rest of the sanctions? Where are we enforcing that? And why can't we get the information about it? You know, we're seeing the same thing right now with Iran. I think it is vitally important that the horrific murderers that are committing the crimes in Iran against women are sanctioned and that those sanctions are enforced, but we don't know how well the sanctions are being enforced anywhere in the world. Ukraine, anywhere. So we need to have that information. We need to make sure that we are able to ensure our sanctions are accurate. You know, I'm going to finish by saying that right now Ukrainian forces are liberating their country. They're working, so they are doing things that I don't think very many people around the world imagined they could. Their heroic actions to take back their country, to defend their country, have been nothing short of stupendous, amazing, incredible. And we all must be proud of that. We all must be proud of what they've been achieving. But more than that, more than standing with them, more than showing our support, we have to be there for Ukraine. We have to be there till the end. We can't change the channel. We can't look away. And part of that is making sure that Russia knows that we will never accept the annexation of Ukraine territory. Mr. Speaker, Ukraine will win. Ukraine is winning. And Canada must stand with Ukraine and with the heroic Ukrainians that are defending their country and defending all of us. Human rights, the rights of international law, the rights of democracy around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to pick up on the member's comments in regards to the human rights at the very tail end. And I think it's important, as we've seen over the last 200 plus days now, you know, we heard and there's been documents, so it's being well established that there were many human rights violations, whether it's of torture nature, rapes. It's a fairly long list. And I think it's going to become very important that the Russian authorities be held accountable for those violations. And if I can just get her thoughts on that.
The member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for the question. You know, clearly Canada can play a really important role here. We need to involve the ICC. That needs to be part of this. We need to ensure that we're providing support for forensic reports, so that we are helping Ukraine document the crimes that are happening against humanity. Of course, we need to stop those crimes from happening, but we also need to ensure that justice is done as we go forward, that the ICC, the International Criminal Court, is involved, that we do have the work for forensics. You know, one of the things that we had heard at the the Subcommittee on International Human Rights was how important it was that we identify not just working on identifying the remains of Ukrainians, but recognizing that we also need to identify the remains of Russian soldiers who have been left on the ground, who have been left behind, because those soldiers also have mothers. So that's, I mean, I think Canada has an important role that we can play on that.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to bring to attention the comments that the member made in January 31st, actually, just where when Conservatives were putting forth the idea that we should be giving weapons to the Ukrainians. That's something that had been put in place already back in 2014. The Harper government was going to be arming the Ukrainians, and that was stopped by the Liberal government. And in January 31st of this year, this member spoke against that and said that we were bringing up all this war talk. I was just wondering what the members' comments are about that in light of what we know today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, what we saw in January changed very drastically in February. So February 24th, when the Russian Federation invaded Ukraine, I think we can all agree that changed what was happening on the ground. And I would hope that every member in this place recognizes that we must fight for peace as long as there is even a hope that peace is available. We must fight for peace as long as possible to ensure that there is less bloodshed and less violence against children, against civilians. You know, the Russian Federation made a decision with that invasion, and that needed to change the reality for all of us.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beau.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all agree on one fact. We agree with the content of the report and the main recommendations that come from it. That said, I'd like us to think about this a little bit further. Once we say that we don't accept these new borders, what do? Because the Russians won't back down. They won't say, oops, sorry, yeah, of course, I'm going to go home. So what's the next step? Does my colleague have suggestions about this? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
At the beginning, we all thought that Russia we needed to negotiate, or there was some way that we needed to negotiate with Russia. I think that that's very clear that that's not what we need to do right now. That in fact, the fundamental international principle of international law that we need to look at here is sovereignty, is our distinct geographical sovereignty for countries. So we have to support Ukraine as they do their own work to defend their own battles, to defend their own borders, But there are things that we can do. We can be helping Ukraine with their rebuilding efforts. That's going to be a massive thing that needs to be done. And it needs to be done in addition to our other commitments in international aid, not instead of. We need to be looking at things like demining in Ukraine, how Canada's experts can be working to demine. We need to be looking, the member's colleague brought up the idea of UN reform. We need to be looking at the fact that Russia has a seat on that Security Council, a veto, and how do we fix that? How do we reform the United Nations and other multilateral institutions to ensure that countries are having to adhere to the rule of law, to international law, international human rights law?
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Victoria. Oh, no. I'm going to, just a second, I'm going to stop the member. It just seems that there's no audio coming. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Just give it 1 second and 1 second.
Hello, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Perfect. I like it when things come, when technology comes together. The honourable member for Victoria.
Wonderful. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her speech and echo her calls around the need to strengthen our sanction regime, and thank her for her incredible work on this. Whether it's turbines or oligarch yachts, this government hasn't been strong, consistent, and transparent. I also want to mention the incredible work of the local Ukrainian Cultural Center in my region and the Ukrainian Canadian Congress in Victoria. Many Ukrainians have fled their country, landed in our city. Many organizations have been vital to supporting these individuals and families as they settle here, but these organizations are actually calling for more support from the government. Ukrainians are arriving, fleeing Putin's violent war, and they have the same needs as refugees, but they're not given the same supports. I'm wondering if the member can speak to this.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague. I know she's done so much work for the Ukrainian community in her riding as well, and I'm very proud to be in the same caucus as her. It is a problem that we have a government announcing that unlimited Ukrainians would be welcome to Canada, and of course they should. Of course that is the case, but we need to make sure that we are providing the support once they get here. And by not saying that they are refugees, they are not able to access the same level of support that other refugees would be able to access. And this is compounded a little bit because I'm sure, as you know, many women came as single parents because the men within their family stayed to fight in Ukraine. So many of them are single parents with children that may have very much been traumatized by what they've seen. I was in Poland just this March, meeting with people who had fled the violence in Ukraine. I saw how terrified, how scared families were. Obviously, they're going to require additional supports. And so I think the government can do more. I applaud the Ukrainian Canadian Congress and the work that they have done to support refugees across this country, but they also need the support from their government, and there's much more that needs to be done at that level. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise here in the House today. And I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her comments. I just wonder, how the SPENDP Liberal coalition feels about the returning of the turbines to the Gazprom, especially now since gas is not flowing and it appears that the Russian regime is actually blowing up their own pipelines in light of what's happening, and how that makes Canada look on the world stage.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit perplexed because I did bring that up in my speech. It was actually my motion at the Foreign Affairs Committee to take on that study, to have emergency meetings during the summer. I'm appalled that the government has not waived has not canceled the waiver on the turbines. I wrote a letter immediately. I've met many times with the Ukrainian ambassador, many times with the German ambassador, many times with different stakeholders about this particular issue. From my perspective, I cannot comprehend why at this point, when it is so very clear that the Russian Federation is weaponizing energy, why that waiver has not been canceled, why we have not nullified it. There's no way to justify it. I have been outraged about this for some time, and I thought I brought that up in my speech, but maybe the member missed it.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to join this debate. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount. Speaker, in 2014, Russia twice invaded Ukraine, first in Crimea, then in eastern Ukraine. And after occupying these Ukrainian lands, Russia held sham referendums to try to legitimize the annexation of those territories. In 2014, in 2015, the world condemned these referendums, refused to recognize the annexation of Crimea, of the Donbass, of eastern Ukraine. But in 2014, the world did not do enough. It didn't do everything possible to support Ukraine, to deter the invasion, to deter the annexation. We didn't provide Ukraine with military support. We didn't impose significant sanctions on Russia. Russia didn't face a significant enough cost. And many people have commented recently, in recent months, that if the world had stepped up to do more then, if we had supported Ukraine, if we had imposed costs on Russia, that Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine on February 24th of this year, and we wouldn't see what we are seeing today. And I agree with them. Fast forward to today, fast forward to the last week or two, Russia has run sham referendums in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. And they had predetermined the results of these referendums, just like they did in Crimea. But not only that, Russia resorted to coercive tactics, like sending armed soldiers and police door to door to collect votes from Ukrainian citizens, to secure those very predetermined results. Now, the reason they are doing this is very transparent. They're desperately trying to legitimize the occupation and annexations of the territories that they have seized in Ukraine, but also what they're trying to do is weaken international support for Ukraine and limit Ukraine's surging counteroffensives. We've seen what Ukraine has been capable of on the ground militarily over the past number of weeks, and this is exactly what Vladimir Putin is trying to stop. And he's trying to legitimize the occupation or the annexation of these territories through these sham referendums, and then argue that these territories are now Russian territory, and therefore any attempt by the Ukrainians to retake them is an attack on Russia. These were arguments that worked in 2014 with Crimea. We can't allow them to work again. Now, what should we do about it? Well, a few days ago, this House unanimously passed a motion that I put forward that talked about what we should do about it. And I'm proud that I received unanimous support from all members of this House, but also grateful to all members of this House for their support and their unity. And in that motion that we all passed together, we called for a number of things. We condemned, in the strongest possible terms, these sham referendums. We made it clear that we do not and will never recognize the results, the legitimacy of these referendums. We reaffirmed that Ukraine's territory is that which was recognized at the time of the Budapest Memorandum in 1994 and includes Crimea and Donbass in eastern Ukraine, which Russia illegally invaded in 2014. And in that motion that we passed unanimously, we urged the Government of Canada to continue to provide additional support to Ukraine until all of Ukraine's territory is once again under the sovereign control of the government of Ukraine. And we said we should do that, the government should do that by imposing more severe economic sanctions against Russia, and by providing Ukraine with more military, financial, and humanitarian aid. So the first thing I want to say is the support for Ukraine is obviously not a partisan issue. It is something that all members of this House support, and I think this motion underlines that. This is one of a number of examples. But I think it's also important to make something very, very clear. There are some who might say, not those in this House, obviously, because you all supported this motion, but there are some who might say that these referendums, these sham referendums, change things, that we should somehow reduce our support for Ukraine or heed Putin's warning. And to those who would say that, I would say, do not fall into Vladimir Putin's trap. This is exactly what he would want people to do. This is exactly what he did in 2014, and we saw how that turned out. Remember what happened in 2014. We didn't support Ukraine enough. The world didn't. We didn't impose adequate costs on Russia. Vladimir Putin was emboldened, and then we saw what he's done since February 24th. Let's learn the lessons of 2008 in Georgia, 2014 in Ukraine, and not only maintain our support for Ukraine, but increase it. Let's support the Ukrainian people more. Let's impose even greater cost on Russia. That's what that motion said, and that's what I'm confident will work, because it is so important that we signal to Vladimir Putin that not only that we symbolically or in our words don't recognize these referendums, but that he will face a cost for continuing to refuse to withdraw from Ukraine. Now, Canada's taken many, many steps to support the Ukrainian people in this fight. Canada's provided over $800 million in military aid and weapons. This includes rockets, it includes howitzers, it includes 20,000 artillery rounds for those howitzers. It includes anti-tank weapons, machine guns, and hand grenades, and much more. And I think another thing that's important to remember about Canada's contribution to what's happening on the ground right now in Ukraine is Canada, through Operation Unifier, which was launched in 2015, trained over 33,000 Ukrainian soldiers. 33,000 Ukrainian soldiers were trained by Canadian Armed Forces personnel over the course of years. Those soldiers are now on the front lines. They're the ones taking the fight to the Russians. I think it's really, really important we remember that. When we see the Ukrainian soldiers advancing, when their counteroffensive is working, and when people comment about the sophistication, the communications ability, and some of the skills that Ukrainian soldiers have, let's remember that Canada and other countries contributed to that through that training and that support over the course of years. We provided $1.25 billion loan to help Ukrainian government meet urgent financial needs, an additional $620 million in loans, again, to help Ukraine financially. We provided close to $300 million in humanitarian aid, and much more. So Canada's taken very significant steps. Canada is one of the leaders in supporting Ukraine, and I think it's important that we acknowledge that. That said, we have to do more. We have to continue doing more, just as that motion that we all passed spoke to. Look, this is not just about the Ukrainian people, this is about all of us. This is a war that affects everyone in Canada, and frankly, it's touching people around the world. It's of course an existential crisis for Ukrainians, but it's also a humanitarian disaster, and we have an obligation to act. There's 12 million Ukrainian refugees alone, but hundreds of millions of people around the world are now facing starvation and food shortages because Russia has cut off food exports from Ukraine. Hundreds of millions, 400 million people at least across the world get fed by Ukrainian food every year. That's 400 million people who haven't had access until very recently, and even that is a very small amount. So this is causing great harm to hundreds of millions of people around the world. It's a threat to our security and to global security. But it's also one of the key reasons that the cost of living is so high. We spend so much time here in this House talking about affordability and the cost of living and the rising cost of food and the rising cost of fuel and energy. Well, why is food and energy going up in price so much? The primary reason is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So Ukrainians, you think about all these consequences. Ukrainians aren't just fighting for them. That's reason enough to support them, because it's the right thing to do. But they're also fighting for us, our security, our quality of life, our democracy, our security. So we need to continue to fight for them. And we have been fighting for them, as I outlined. I think we can be very proud of what Canada's done. We should be very proud of what Canada's done, the leadership that we've shown on the international stage. But to me, we need to continue doing more and more until Ukraine has a decisive victory. When I say decisive victory, that both Crimea and Donbass and all of the territories that Russia's invaded and occupied and pretended to and tried to legitimize the occupation of through these sham referendums, until all of those territories are once again under the control of the government of Ukraine. Because anything short of that, anything short of all of Ukraine's territory being part of Ukraine once again, is a victory for Russia. They'll committed genocide, they'll have destroyed so much of Ukraine, caused so much harm, threatened the international rules-based order, imposed so many costs, to just go back to the 2014 boundaries. So we must ensure that Ukraine has a decisive victory, and we must do everything possible to support Ukraine until they win. And we must do this not only because this is a victory for Ukraine, not only because it's the right thing to do, but because we're all in this fight. So we have to do this until Ukraine wins and until we all win. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I want to thank him for bringing forward consistently the issues that are going on in Ukraine. I want to say that in this House I agree with him that we need to do more, and I was wondering if you could comment on Canada's role in the world right now, because we have this opportunity with our farmers. He's talking about the food shortages. Perhaps we could support our farmers with affordable energy and the nitrogen fertilizer that they need to increase their yields. Perhaps we could increase the liquefied natural gas and oil and energy we could provide over there. Would he be supportive of Canada taking leadership roles in those regards to really help not only Ukrainians but their allies in Europe?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I think we should do everything possible, everything that we can, to help our allies to obtain the energy sources that they need. And I think, in fact, I believe that we are doing that. When I look at Chancellor Scholz was visiting Canada a number of weeks ago, and during that time, what became apparent is that Germany, for example, and Germany's not the only country that needs energy, but certainly they're the largest consumer of Russian energy at the moment in Europe. And what was clear was their needs were immediate, that they needed short-term help to get them the energy that they've lost because of Russia shutting off the gas. We're not being able to rely on Russia. So I think Canada's doing that. We're doing that by pumping more gas into, and that's going to the United States because we don't have export capacity directly to Europe, but that's helping the global market to obtain more gas, which can then be used. But we're also helping them with hydrogen and many long-term solutions as well.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for my colleague for his intervention. One of the things that I've seen clearly Canada have as a starting point for helping Ukraine beyond even this situation is cybersecurity. And I'd like to hear from the member with regards to what we could do more. I've attended a number of different conferences. Ukraine has to deal with a lot of Russian threats, but there are also threats that go beyond just Ukraine. So I'd like to hear more in terms of what Canada's role could be for cybersecurity for not only just right now, but the future. I think it's one of the attractive elements of rebuilding parts of Ukraine is really a strategic investment in cybersecurity for all of us.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I think it's a really important one. And I think that there's, when I think about cybersecurity, I think there's many, many elements, and I'd love to have a longer discussion with the member about that, to be honest. But I think, briefly, I think what we need to be doing is shoring up as much as possible our own security so that we can protect ourselves from those cyber threats. I think some of that is in government, but some of that's in the private sector as well, and working with the private sector to make sure it's protected. But I also think that it's important that we work closely with our allies to do that as well, because one of the things that's become clear is we need to unite to stand in the face of imperialism and threats like this, and cybersecurity is just one of those threats. But I think standing together with our allies and continuing to buffer our protection, both private sector and in the public sector, is the way to go.
Après une brève question, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Brief question, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I appreciated his very reasonable and logical speech, but my problem is Canada's foreign affairs policy, we have not really stood out well or stood out in the last several years. So we're talking about an illegal annexation of territories here. Everybody's against it, you, we, but how can we diplomatically find a solution to the problem? It's a done deal. Is there anything else diplomacy can do to fix this issue?
For Etobicoke Centre has less than a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Je remercie
I'd like to thank the member for his important question, and I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the members of the Bloc Québécois for their support. It's great. We disagree on many issues in this chamber, but on this matter, we stand together, and I'd like to thank you for that. Now, regarding diplomacy, as far as Ukraine is concerned, I feel that diplomacy has to work hand in hand with other tools to ensure that Ukraine's territories go back under the control of the Ukrainian government. It's not one thing or the other which is going to fix the problem. Many tools together must be used, and Canada cannot act alone. Canada, the U.S., Europe, everyone is working together, and this is something positive that's come out of the situation, is how we're working with other countries, how we're all standing together. Sorry, I try to give the member as much time as possible, but the member was going on. So, resuming debate, the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to follow my colleague from Etobicoke Centre, who is deeply invested in this incredibly important issue and has spoken very eloquently in the past on this. Let me start by saying that Canada condemns in the strongest terms President Putin's illegal, unprovoked, and unjustifiable war against Ukraine, its people, and its democratically elected government. With each day that passes, we witness the further devastation caused by his cruel disregard for human life and rejection of international law. Let me remind everyone that President Putin's war is a clear contravention of Article 2, Section 4 of the UN Charter. It is also an attack on democracy, freedom, and human rights. Any pretense to the contrary was completely discarded by the sham referenda and illegal attempted annexation that Moscow just organized. Putin is bent on military conquest, pure and simple, a delusional desire for imperial expansion, regardless of the wishes of the Ukrainian people or the human costs. Canada rejects these fictional referenda results and rejects Russia's attempt to annex Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia, just as we continue to reject Russia's attempt to annex Crimea. The unfolding humanitarian crisis has brought growing numbers of civilian casualties, damage to civilian infrastructure, and evidence of war crimes and other atrocities. With thousands of casualties and millions displaced, this tragedy will only worsen so long as Putin persists in pursuing the path of violence and aggression. Ever since before President Putin's invasion, Canada and the international community have been united. We offered Putin's regime every opportunity to engage in good faith dialogue over our mutual security concerns. At the same time, we made clear that Canada and our partners would impose consequences and costs in response to any further aggression. And this is what we have done. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. Canada's response has been swift and firm. There must be accountability, and Canada is doing its part. In coordination with our like-minded partners, Canada has imposed a broad range of sanctions and other economic measures that are increasing the pressure on the Putin regime. Our sanctions regimes can support numerous objectives, such as facilitating a path to peace or putting an end to impunity for foreign officials and states responsible for atrocities, human rights violations, or acts of significant corruption. we are bringing their full weight to bear in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Canada's priority is to hold President Putin and his accomplices, including officials from Belarus, accountable for their actions. We are accomplishing this in close coordination with trusted partners, including the US, the UK, the EU, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan. Collective action has been key to putting effective and impactful economic measures in place. Since January 2022, Canada has announced severe and hard-hitting sanctions against over 1,400 individuals and entities in Russia, in Belarus, under the Specific Economic Measures Act. In total, since 2014, we have sanctioned more than 1,800 individuals and entities. We have implemented numerous restrictions in the trade, financial, defense, transport, and energy sectors. We have also banned the provision of vital services to key sectors of the Russian economy. In response to President Putin's unilateral recognition of independence of the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, two integral regions that belong to Ukraine, the Prime Minister announced our first round of sanctions against all members of the Russian State Duma who voted in support of this action. We also imposed prohibitions on certain transactions and activities in these regions. Now, following the September 2022 annexation votes, we have extended these measures to the remainder of the Russian-occupied regions and imposed further sanctions, including against the so-called leaders of the puppet regimes Russia has put in place. Immediately following President Putin's invasion of Ukraine, Canada increased the pressure by sanctioning key members of Putin's inner circle and close associates who also benefited from his regime. Canada also stopped the issuance of new export permit applications and canceled valid permits for controlled military, strategic, and dual-use items to Russia. As Russia continued its military attack against Ukraine, Canada expanded our sanctions, including sanctioning President Putin himself, his family members, and his business, military, and political allies. This includes their defense minister, foreign minister, and all members of the Russian Security Council. It also includes Russian oligarchs, financial elites, and their family members, as well as major Russian energy companies such as Gazprom and Rosneft. As a result of Belarus's clear complicity in Russia's unacceptable actions, Canada has expanded our sanctions against the Lukashenko regime. To date, Canada has listed 159 individuals and 39 entities under the Belarus regulations. To limit President Putin's ability to fund his war and Russia's access to the global financial system, we sanctioned core Russian banks and financial institutions, and Canada announced a dealings ban on the Russian Central Bank, the Russian National Wealth Fund, and the Russian Ministry of Finance. Canada also sanctioned the major Russian banks and worked with our like-minded partners to remove them from the SWIFT payment system. Together with the US, UK, EU, and others, we are further isolating Russia economically. This will significantly restrict its ability to send money in and out of the country and effectively pause Russia's major imports and exports. We have also worked together to restrict the export of advanced goods and technology to Russia, which will degrade their long-term capabilities. We continue to expand this list. Canada has implemented a ban on various Russian petroleum products, including crude oil. We have also prohibited all Russian-owned or registered vessels from entering Canadian waters and docking in our ports. In coordination with several European countries, Canada closed its airspace to Russian and Belarusian aircraft operators. Last but not least, we removed Russia and Belarus from the most favored nation tariff treatment, effectively imposing a 35% duty on virtually all imports from these two countries. Canada is united with our partners and allies, and we will continue to work in coordination to sanction targets that have the greatest impact on the Russian government. We consult with Ukraine, the G7, and other partners to jointly identify further targets. We are committed to building on existing economic measures for as long as President Putin persists with his unjustifiable war and until a peaceful solution is reached. We will continue to use every opportunity to press Russia to leave Ukrainian soil. Our actions will undermine the Russian regime's means to finance this senseless war, weaken its military capacity to fight it, and will further isolate it from international communities. Canada will continue to support Ukraine as it defends itself against President Putin's aggression. Sanctions are only one of the tools we are using, but they are an important one, and we will continue to use them to maximum effect. The brave people of Ukraine have the right to live in peace and the right to conserve their history, identity, freedoms, and democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honorable député de
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. Clearly, it's obvious he is a former Foreign Affairs Minister, so I'd like to hear him on the inaction of the Canadian government on refugees. For instance, one of the measures put forth by the government is that these are not refugees, the Ukrainians coming to Canada. They are temporary foreign workers. And there's the issue of health care. They need to pass a medical test, but a lot of these tests are not available in remote areas like Abitibi-Témiscamingue. People have to travel 6 to 8 hours to get that medical test. Is this a good way of treating these people who are fleeing a war zone back home? The honourable member for NDG Westmount. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for his question. I know that Canada is welcoming many Ukrainian refugees, and with good reason. And there's a process which needs to be followed, and sometimes there are challenges related to this process. Certainly, we have a limited number of resources to help these people go through every step of the process leading to their acceptance as refugees. We can do better. We are trying to do better, but sometimes it is harder to do so, as in the situation described by my colleague. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my colleague, former minister, actually, of transport as well, too, for his thoughtful intervention. And if he feels that the sanctions are working the way they should, I just would like to ask him with regards to, are there lessons to be learned about sanctions for other despot and other regimes by going through this? The world has moved to sanctions on Russia, but there have been in the past other circumstances where they might be more robust, especially in the financial sector, Madam Speaker. I'm really concerned with a number of different, I guess, loopholes and tax havens and series of options that evade, billionaires and oligarchs, not only just in Russia, but in general. And just wondering what his thoughts are about lessons to be learned about perhaps putting more muscle against those types of systems that are working against people across the globe.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his thoughtful question. It is a work in progress. Imposing sanctions is something that Canada has done very heavily in the case of Russia and Belarus. And yes, in some cases, there are always attempts to circumvent those sanctions. And as time goes on, I believe that those who are imposing the sanctions learn about how to close those loopholes. And with respect to the first part of his question, yes, sanctions are an effective tool, and we should be considering them for other countries as well, as we have done. For example, we have sanctions in Iran, and we have sanctions in certain other countries. And yes, I believe that they are a powerful tool. They take a while to act, and it is always better, of course, if there's a concerted effort by many, many countries to focus on a particular bad player. But in fact, in my opinion, sanctions in the long run do have a very effective result.
for a brief question, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank my colleague for his intervention. I thank him for his service as a former member of the Canadian Armed Forces, Canadian Space Agency, and of course his work that he did as Minister of Foreign Affairs previously in standing up for Ukraine and cleaning up the mess that was left by his predecessor, Stéphane Dion. I just want to ask him about NATO membership, because I think the secret to all this and one of the greatest aspirations Ukraine has right now is to become a member of NATO, and if he has any brief comments on that path towards complete membership within the NATO family.
The honourable member for
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
And thank you to my colleague for his question. What I will say on that, of course, I'm not the foreign minister at this point. However, the current foreign minister has shown herself to be open with respect to the possibility of Ukraine becoming a NATO member. Of course, there is a process, as my colleague will know. It was accelerated recently in the case of Finland and Sweden, but there is a process through which membership becomes possible, and certainly the Foreign Minister of Canada has indicated an openness to consider that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and indeed honored to be able to participate in today's speech and denounce the very crass move by the Russian Federation and President Vladimir Putin in moving to annex both Donetsk and Luhansk, which have been at war with Russia for the last several years, but also now moving to annex Kherson and Zaporizhzhia. I should mention, Madam Speaker, that I will be splitting my time with the member for South Surrey White Rock, the whip for the official opposition. I just want to say this at the onset, that Canada, Canadians, and all of us here as parliamentarians will never accept Russia's claim to any square inch of Ukrainian territory. And that doesn't just mean Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, but that also includes Crimea. Crimea will always be Ukraine. And as the Ukrainian forces are currently demonstrating in the war against the Russian Federation, in this illegal, tyrannical invasion by Putin and his proxies, that they will continue to stand against the Russians and continue to make gains in winning this war. And we know that the Ukrainian forces have been able to do this because of the tenacity, the patriotism, the valor of the people of Ukraine who are serving in the armed forces, in their militias, and are fighting to protect their country as well as their citizens. And I know that each and every one of us here are just so impressed with what they've been able to accomplish. Now, Ukraine will never accept the sham referendum that was done at gunpoint. This goes beyond coercion. This is about military intervention, going door to door at gunpoint, forcing the people in the oblasts of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhzhia to vote, and to vote for the annexation. That is something that can never stand the test of time and must be denounced by every democratic nation around the world. So I'm glad that we're here adding our voice to this debate and making sure that the international community knows clearly where Canada stands, but more importantly, the people of Ukraine understand that we are standing with them, and that the Russian Federation and those that are sitting in the embassy right now here in Ottawa that are watching this debate know that we will never accept any of this tyrannical, dictatorial way that they have invaded Ukraine and trying to steal Ukrainian territory. You know, here we are. It's 2022, and we're playing out old war games that are going back. You know, a lot of people like to compare this to World War II or beyond, but this is unbelievable that it's happening in our lifetime. Madam Speaker, the Russian forces have been put on their back heel. They have lost, estimates of over 100,000 soldiers already. They have lost materiel and tanks and artillery and supply chains because of the tenacity and the skill of the Ukrainian armed services. And I can say that a lot that we have done since when we were government under Stephen Harper, and has carried on with the current government, that over the last 8 years of starting Operation Unifier, training Ukrainian soldiers up to NATO standards, along with our partners in the United States, the United Kingdom, Poland, Australia, and others, we have made these professional soldiers into a formidable force, going up against what was thought to be one of the great superpowers in the world. And they have proven the world wrong in what Putin and his war machine was going to do to Ukraine. Now, there's no question that we have witnessed war crimes. There's no question that there is a genocide being perpetrated upon the people of Ukraine. And that is why we have to continue to stand with Ukraine, that we can never let down our guard on how the Russian Federation is behaving in the global sphere, especially as their spheres of influence of former Soviet states. And that's why our role in NATO, our role in supporting Ukraine can never weaken. Now, the Ukrainian forces have also been able to get a lot of material from Canada and other nations. And it's because they have a lot of modern equipment now, as well as using the equipment that they had on place and maintaining the planes that they have and the tanks that they already had in service, that they've been able to take the fight to Russia. But every time we hear President Zelensky, he asks us to send more. And we can send more. Now, I know that we've already sent over $500 million of material, of lethal weapons, non-lethal weapons, of images from satellite radar sat images that we have that we used to provide under Stephen Harper and the Conservative government that the Liberals had canceled but then reinstated after the war broke out on February 24th. But as a lot of nations starting to see their own supplies dwindle, Canada has to step up and do more. And so as we hear from President Zelensky, as well as from the Minister of Defense in Ukraine, they are asking the West to send more supplies, more artillery shells, they're running out, more bullets, they're running out. They need more sniper rifles. Guess what we build in Canada? Well, guess what we build right in Winnipeg? Sniper rifles at PWG Defense. And they are already starting to build more sniper rifles for Ukraine. Some of those are sitting there unable to move because the government won't buy them and send them. Why aren't we? They're there. It's a small chunk of change when you're looking at the big scheme of things that the Ukrainian forces are standing on the front line, stopping these Russian marauders, these barbarians from coming in further into Europe and destabilizing the whole world rule of law that we've come to accept as the norm. So we need to send them more. They're asking for more armored personnel carriers. Guess what we have in Canada? And I just asked the question on the order paper about this, is how many LAVs do we have available that we might be able to have in service that we can send to Ukraine? We are about to retire our entire fleet of armored vehicles. The new Super Bisons that are to be replacing them are already built, sitting on a parking lot in London, Ontario at JDLS. They just need to be certified by National Defence. And I know that in the 39 LAVs, the new LAVs that were sent to Ukraine or in the process of being sent to Ukraine, are actually coming out of that inventory. And I thank the government for sending those. Let's make sure that they're equipped the same way that we equip our LAVs here in Canada for fighting in places like Afghanistan, as we did in the past. Make sure they got the 25mm machine guns on them. Make sure that they have the heavy armored plating to withstand IEDs as well as artillery shelling. Let's keep and protect as many Ukrainian soldiers as possible as they're in this fight against these barbarians out of Russia. And yet, the government is saying they can't do more. And I asked a question on the order paper, which actually the Parliamentary Secretary responded to just in the last couple of weeks, question 705. And they said that currently in Canada, the older LAVs that we have that we use in Afghanistan that are still in service is 149 LAV-2s, Coyotes, 140 M113s, which are the track LAVs, which are also the armored personnel carriers that both the United States and Australia has now donated to Ukraine. So the Ukrainians already know how to operate these track LAVs. We can move these M113s over at any point in time. They can jump in and go. And there's 196 LAV-2 bisons. So the Coyotes, the Bisons, the M113s are all sitting here. Great inventory, and all about to be replaced with brand new Super Bisons, the LAV-6s, coming out of JDLS in London, Ontario. So why aren't we actually taking these now and getting them over to Ukraine as they have Russia on their back heel, as they're retreating away from territory, and making sure that they can win this war? The only way this ends well is if Ukraine wins this war. We got to push Russia out of every inch of the country. And we know that we need to also add to that, Madam Speaker, is I've been calling on this government since this war broke out in February to send more of our medical hospitals. We have Role 3 hospitals in the Canadian Armed Forces. The government went and purchased for the COVID-19 pandemic. They purchased another dozen mobile hospitals that are still sitting in the containers that we should be shipping over there to make sure that we can have that triage capability for those soldiers who are getting injured on the front lines. The most critical time is to get them into hands of the doctor and a medic in a good facility, and you can save lives after they've been traumatized through very bad battle wounds. So, Madam Speaker, let's continue to support Ukraine. Let's make sure they get the material they've asked for, the defensive weapons that they need, and that we continue to stand together to make sure that they are victorious.
Any comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to recognize that Canada is very much working with the allied countries and providing lethal weapons and things such as the labs that the member is talking about isn't done in absolute isolation. I think we have to take into consideration in terms of what's happening with our allies and their contributions to Ukraine, along with Canada's own needs. And there are individuals that are maybe a bit of a higher pay grade than the member opposite and myself that have to be held to account in terms of what it is that Canada can actually contribute day in and day out and going forward. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to, when you do a comparison with the Allied forces and how important it is that Canada work with the Allied forces to ensure that we continue to support Ukraine where it needs that support to the best of Canada's ability.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member from Winnipeg North and I know all too well that there is definitely things that we can do in Canada and things that we can't. So I'm speaking to the things that we can do to supplement what our allies have already done for Ukraine. And they're under pressure as well on depleting their own stocks and without support, especially the United States and the UK. Nobody has done more for Ukraine than the United States, the United Kingdom, and Poland. We can continue to say that we're working in a coalition here in support for Ukraine, but let's not forget that we are Ukraine's one of their biggest friends. And so, in Winnipeg, as we said, we got the sniper rifles we should be building and sending and paying for by the government of Canada to Ukraine. We also have in Winnipeg Peerless Garments. What do they build? They actually build uniforms and winter kit. And guess what? Winter's coming, and Ukraine's asking for more winter gear. We should be sending that as well, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Belport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Crimea annexation and the 4 illegal annexations make us fear the worst, make other countries fear the worst, countries neighboring Russia that have in the past belonged to the USSR. What should we do? What can we do to have a more proactive approach and ensure that these regions do not also fall under Russian annexation? The Honourable Member for Kinty Ladysmith.
The member for her question, and I have to say that I agree with her that more needs to be done, especially on the diplomatic front. I'm always worried about some of those Eastern European countries, former members of the Soviet Union, that are not members of NATO. They don't have the luxury that in tack on one, tack on all. So Article 5 doesn't apply for places like Moldova and Georgia. And I've already seen, nefarious actions from from Russian players, whether it's the state itself or whether it's from individuals who continue to undermine their own democracies and economies. So, Madam Speaker, we need to continue to stand with them and find ways to strengthen them, knowing that right now the West is spread pretty thin in trying to deal with the Russian threat and also what's going on in the South China Sea. So we'll have to continue to work collaboratively to find ways to support all member countries. Right now, actually, Madam Speaker, the best thing we can do is defeat Russia and Ukraine, and they won't be that big a threat to all the rest of the nations in the region.
A brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speakers, it's my first opportunity to enter into this debate, having listened to it all afternoon, and I want to thank the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, and many members in this place, the member for Wellington, Halton Hills, the member for Etobicoke North. We heard many strong denunciations, the member for Westmount, Notre Dame de Grace. We here are quite united in condemning what Putin has done. My question to the honourable member is, there seems to be some uncertainty and cautions are being expressed about who committed the sabotage under the Baltic Sea in 3 separate places in the Nord Stream pipeline leading to methane releases. Has any conclusive areas to point us to explain that sabotage?
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for her question, and I just have to say this: that there is no evidence yet to determine who done it. There's only a few countries that have the capabilities to fire upon a pipeline that deep in the sea, and as you said, in 3 cases. It wouldn't surprise me if it was a false flag operation done by Russia itself. They've already rejected the turbines that Canada, erroneously provided back to Gazprom and been able to pump more natural gas from Russia into Germany and the rest of Europe. And so I wouldn't be surprised, Madam Speaker, if Vladimir Putin, who's famous for doing false flag operations, that he actually orchestrated this one as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll begin my remarks with a message for Vladimir Putin. It's the same message that the Right Honourable Stephen Harper delivered when he met with Mr. Putin at the G20 in November of 2004, following the annexation of Crimea. The message is this: you need to get out of Ukraine. At the time, Vladimir Putin denied the presence of Russia in Crimea. Now, almost 8 years later, there certainly can be no denial. Canada did not buy his lies then, and in the wake of sham referendums last week, we don't buy them now. I want to thank the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development for their 4th report. It's a brief report but carries great significance. It reads as follows, quote, that the committee condemns any attempts to hold referendums in Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine. Any such referendums have no legitimacy. The committee maintains its belief that Ukrainian national boundaries recognized at the time of the Budapest Memorandum remain Ukraine's national boundaries today, and the committee report this motion to the House, end quote. I fully endorse the report from the committee and call upon every member of this House to do the same. We must send a strong and clear message from the Canadian House of Commons that Russian aggression in Ukraine is not acceptable. We must be unified in condemning the sham referendums held by Russia in the illegally occupied regions of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. For our part, Conservatives will not now nor ever recognize these regions as Russian territory. Rather, these referendums have only served to redouble our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. It should be noted that these referendums took place amid a collapsing Western Front as Ukraine continues the brave defense of their homeland once again. But the Russians are doubling down and are sticking to their dangerous military doctrine, namely the doctrine to escalate to de-escalate. The Russians have already raised the stakes by threatening the use of nuclear weapons should they be attacked in these occupied regions. These threats are not acceptable. The world has known the horrors of nuclear warfare and must not be subjected to it ever again. NATO has indicated that conventional forces will be used in response to such an attack in Ukraine. The Putin regime is even targeting its own civilians by sharpening repression at home, including conscription of minority communities. This sounds a lot like actions I learned about in Soviet studies courses during my undergraduate time. This territorial grab harkens back to pick one, the Soviet days or the Russian imperial days. Madam Speaker, I've already been banned from Russia, something I wear as a badge of honor, so I will speak freely. The destruction that Vladimir Putin has inflicted upon Ukraine is nothing short of genocide. The horrific scenes of what Russia has left behind as Ukraine forces advance are nothing short of chilling. I recall bringing my father-in-law, a man of Ukrainian descent, to the Human Rights Museum in Winnipeg. I vividly remember the look on his face when he saw the statue of the starving child, representing the millions who starved because of Joseph Stalin, the dictator who engineered a food shortage in Soviet Ukraine in the 1930s. His goal, like Vladimir Putin's, was to destroy Ukrainian ambitions for independence and ensure Ukrainian subservience. As a result, millions of Ukrainians experienced desperate hunger and died. Today, we are witnessing the same aggression we saw from Stalin during the Holodomor, and it must be blunted. Russia intends on using the so-called referendum results as justification for further aggression. They would have the world believe that they are defending what is theirs. But, Madam Speaker, Russia is the aggressor, Ukraine is the defender. And Canada will always stand against dictatorial aggressors and stand with those defending themselves. And Canada must do more to support Ukraine. In the short term, we must ensure that Ukraine is well armed and has the weapons they need to defend themselves. President Zelensky has asked for more arms, and Canada should be a reliable partner. We also need to help Europe isolate Russia by supplying them with Canadian energy. We need to remove our own domestic barriers to help Europe become energy independent from Russia. We should replace Russian oil and gas with a Canadian product that is produced with the highest environmental standards and respect for human rights. The Prime Minister violated his own sanctions against Putin by sending back a turbine so the Russians can continue to pump gas into Germany. While the Liberals are against pipelines in Canada, they are in favor of maintaining the turbines for Russian pipelines that fund Putin's war. Meanwhile, we have 1,300 trillion cubic feet of natural gas that could be used to free Europe from its dependency on Putin. Plus, we have the ability to produce it cleaner than anywhere else in the world. And we should use our resources to help our security partners in Europe. And we should also ensure our own national security is fortified. Russia's extraterritorial target right now is Ukraine. What will Canada do when Russia turns its sights even further on our Arctic and puts its 40 polar icebreakers against our one? Russia is aware that Canada has let its northern warning systems lapse, and NORAD modernization has to be elevated to urgent status with the funds necessary to combat and detect modern warfare tactics and equipment. Canada is chronically underfunded NATO, something that should be corrected immediately. We are well below our 2% commitment made years ago and repeated currently. This is another case, Madam Speaker, of too much talk and not enough action. European countries like Germany, Sweden, and Finland have moved swiftly to deal with present threats, and Canada needs to do likewise. And we need to do likewise now. Only now that Ukraine, especially its eastern oblasts and parts of Europe, are under threat, is Canada starting to take our funding commitments seriously. These funding commitments mean better military equipment for our armed forces, helping with our flailing recruitment and retention. Those funding commitments mean that Canada can continue to be counted on for the security of our own citizens as well as internationally. Right now, our allies are questioning our commitments and our abilities. The Liberal government must get to work on these priorities right away. The path to greater support is clear. The only thing lacking is willingness. Although this government's global affairs minister has stated that Canada is just a middle power, good at convening, Canadians know that we are also proud and fierce fighters, trainers, and peacekeepers. We have shown our mettle internationally since Confederation, and particularly during the last century, when we were called to go above and beyond. Today, many Ukrainians fighting for their country and their families credit Canadian Armed Forces for the caliber of critical military training they learned under Operation Unifier. History will tell a very different story about Vladimir Putin than the one he tells himself. His legacy is one of lies, destruction, genocide, and suffering. The world is uniting against him in a way not seen in a generation, demanding that he must withdraw from Ukraine and pay for his crimes. In the meantime, this House will condemn the sham referendums in Ukraine and give voice to those suffering under Putin's aggression. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've been listening very closely to the debate today on this critically important issue, the concurrence motion coming from the Standing Committee, and to be very, very clear, the Government of Canada has been in every way very supportive in working with our allied countries and doing whatever we can to support Ukraine during this very, very difficult and trying times. And I don't want to underestimate the importance in terms of what it is that we're witnessing overseas. It's a very horrific. Ukraine is really paying the price, and it is demonstrating to the world that through its heroes that it has been able to fight back Russia. And in good part, the Canadian resources, financial and others, providing resources through programs such as Unifier has made a difference, as other allied countries have done likewise, in particular the United States. And my question to the member is, would she not agree that it is the coalition, the solidarity for Ukraine around the world, by supporting our Ukrainian heroes that are fighting the war, that has ultimately turned it around so that there is hope that we will in fact be able to overcome, and it's only a question of time?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for that question from the member. I absolutely agree that it is the coalition of the willing coming together and standing united against Russia's aggression that is helping Ukraine do what it's doing. But we can never underscore enough the bravery, the commitment, the heart of the Ukrainian people fighting, as I said, for their homeland and for their families. And we should be doing whatever we possibly can. My colleague mentioned more medical equipment, medical facilities. There is more that we can do, and when I've met with Ukrainian members of parliament, they know what we can do, and they're asking us to do even more. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech on this very important debate. It's a risky situation. I have 3 comments to make, and she can respond to one or another. The current threat is no reason to abandon our fight against climate change. I'm not the one who is saying it. It's the Secretary General of the United Nations. There are many studies on Soviet Union, and I studied Chernobyl when I was a student. We can't bandy about the threat of nuclear warfare. We also have to fight against misinformation and the anti-media discourse that we hear. This is a war of Russia against the West. This is a kind of dangerous discourse. As a former student of journalism, I am very concerned by these statements by President Putin.
I thank the member for her question. We have lots of urgent issues facing our world, and what we are talking about tonight is the threat of Russia. The threat of Russia against Ukraine, the genocide that's happening there, the cruelty and the aggression that Russia has adopted. And for Ukrainian people right now, it's about what they need right now. They need to win this war. They cannot lose this war for themselves or for all Western democracies. They must win it, and we must do everything we can to make sure that that happens.
Question, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her intervention. As many Ukrainians are fleeing this Russian war and entering Canada, so many in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith are welcoming Ukrainians with open arms. Central Vancouver Island Multicultural Society is one such organization that is offering so many supports for those entering Canada. And I'm wondering what the member thinks about and could share her thoughts on the importance of wraparound services and supports for Ukrainians who are entering Canada, so they not only have barrier-free access to Canada to access safety, but also have the supports that they need once they're here.
So we ran out of time, but I'll let the honourable member respond. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you. I agree that we should be doing everything we can to support those Ukrainians who've come to Canada. There are many of them, but there could be more. But most of them do not want to stay in Canada as much as they feel welcome here. They want to go home and have a peaceful country to rebuild and live in again. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's my privilege to join in this debate today in the condemnation of the referendums that have been held in the occupied territories of Ukraine. Madam Chair, one of the things that I just want to get on the record is around natural gas in particular, or as we could call it, the freedom energy that Canada can provide to the world. And we've seen over the years how the Liberal government has stood in the way of the production of Canadian natural resources, has stood in the way of the export of natural gas around the world, and has stood in the way of the export of our freedom energy, as it were. And now we see the impacts of that when it comes to Europe and their dependence on Russian gas, Europe, and their somewhat hampered ability to provide aid to the Ukraine because the Russians hold them ransom on natural gas, but also the fact that the sale of natural gas funds the war. The sale of natural gas funds the Russian war machine. And so as Russian energy is sold around the world, that money comes back to Russia, and that is what is causing the Russians to be able to maintain their war against the Ukraine. And so that is what I wanted to get on the record here today, is just around the fact that Russia is the aggressor in this instant, and Russia needs revenues in order to be able to maintain this war. And so I come from a part of the country that is well endowed with natural gas, and I remember before I got elected already, Canada was talking about 2013, 2014, Canada was talking about LNG. There was a big support for LNG on both ends of the country, and we could have been a first mover in that, and we would have led the world in that technology, and would be able to provide both Europe and Asia with LNG. Unfortunately, due to government inaction, we have been unable to approve these projects, and we've been unable to provide the world with our freedom energy that comes right from northern Alberta, right from the promised land, as I like to call it, in northern Alberta. And so here we are today. We heard from the member from Etobicoke around how Ukrainians feed 400 million people in the world, and that food is not getting to the rest of the world at this time. Canada has the opportunity to step up and provide more food to the world, but at the very time when the world is looking for more food, the Liberal government is talking about reducing the use of fertilizer in this country. You know what happens when you reduce the use of fertilizer, Madam Chair? You lose food production. The use of fertilizer multiplies our food production by a factor of about 3. So if you take away all the fertilizer that we use, we only get a third of the food production in this country. A warning to the world in terms of the use of fertilizer is the country of Sri Lanka. They have abolished the use of fertilizer and have basically destroyed their economy and starved their own people. And so I would recommend that Canada does not go down that way, that we can feed the world and we can provide them with the freedom energy that they need. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And just on time. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time to put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Genius, seconded by Mr. Chong, move that the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development presented on Monday, September 26, 2022, be concurred in. Si un député d'un parti reconnu
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Surrey White Rock.
Madam Speaker, I request a vote on recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, October 4, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. La Chambre va maintenant poursuivre.
The House will now proceed with the rest of routine business. We are under motions.
Okay. Presenting petitions. Presenting petitions. Oh, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'm honored to rise today to present two petitions. The first petition is E3932, which calls on the government to address period poverty and to address the barriers that vulnerable people in Canada have in accessing menstrual necessities and products. This petition calls for funding to be provided to provinces to administer free access to menstrual necessities and ensure that the provinces provide equal and accessible services to menstrual necessities. I'm proud to table this petition in the House. And the second petition, Madam Speaker, is on a guaranteed livable income. This petition, E3987, calls for the federal government to begin negotiations with the government of PEI to develop and implement a guaranteed livable income in PEI and ensure that all federal transfers that support current provincially funded services and programs remain in place during these negotiations. I am proud to table it in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this petition dates back, I haven't had a chance to table it since last spring, when constituents in my riding of Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon were pushing the government in good faith to amend its air transport agreement with the government of India to allow for direct flights from British Columbia especially to Amritsar in the Punjab. The petitioners were requesting this direct flight because it makes economic sense, it makes cultural sense, and people want to have more flight options. I'd encourage the government members to look very closely at this petition. The request might just fit into its new India strategy moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I have a number of petitions to present today. The first petition I'm rising to present is a petition that proposes to support the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. Petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms and are concerned about the impacts to hearing loss caused by the noise level of firearms and the need for noise reduction. These petitioners acknowledge that sound moderators are the only universally accepted recognized health and safety device that's criminally prohibited in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of sound moderators, allowing them for hunting, sport shooting, and reducing noise pollution. The petitioners are calling on this government to allow the firearms owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal and sport shooting activities. The next petition I have, Madam Chair, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the Liberal Party's platform in 2021 that promised to deny charitable status to organizations that disagree with the Liberal Party on the views around abortion. They are concerned that this would jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations which don't agree with the Liberal Party on this matter. Many Canadians depend on the benefits that these charities provide, and the government has previously used a values test to discriminate against applicants of the Canada Summer Jobs program. As such, these people are calling on the Government of Canada to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules free from discrimination and without imposing another values test on charitable status. They also ask for an affirmation of the Canadian rights to freedom of expression. My next petition, Madam Chair, comes from Canadians from across the country, or comes from the folks who live in the towns of Fox Creek and Swan Hills. These are rural and remote communities in northern Alberta. They are calling for an extension to them for the intermediate prescribed zone for the Northern Living Allowance. Currently, it is an arbitrary line that runs across northern Alberta. Neither Fox Creek nor Swan Hills fall into this area, and they're calling on the government to recognize that they live in indeed remote communities. They are calling for these residents of these two communities to be allowed to claim the residency for the intermediate area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Fortunately, this is all the time we have for petitions in the court order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. At the beginning of May, I had the opportunity to ask the Minister of Housing what the government was actually planning to do about the housing crisis, which has only worsened since the spring. It's now October, and we still have yet to hear of any concrete plans about what this government is doing and when they're going to present real results to British Columbians and all Canadians who are struggling with critical housing needs. According to the Fraser Valley Current, the city of Abbotsford alone is seeing a drastic decline in the number of new homes being constructed. In the last 12 months, just 670 new homes have begun construction compared to 1,162 from the previous year. Multifamily projects, I might add, are experiencing the biggest decline. The simple fact, Madam Speaker, is that available housing supply is not meeting the needs of our communities. In fact, CMHC reports that in the month of August of 2022, housing starts for the entire province of British Columbia were a meager 3,817. On top of that, the average price for a home is still over $900,000 at $918,378. Young families just simply can't afford to live in my province right now. In addition, across Canada, year over year, one-bedroom apartment rents were up by double-digit amounts in August in over half the markets tracked by rentals.ca. In Vancouver, it's not uncommon to see a one-bedroom or a studio apartment going for more than $2,000 a month. It's just unattainable for so many people. So as we stand here in the House of Commons today, it was just over a year ago we actually had a federal election when all the respective parties put forward their plans on housing. Let's look back at some of the things the Liberal government said that they were going to do. Their first promise was to reduce monthly mortgage payments, and I quote, when you need it the most. Madam Speaker, I can't think of a time in the history of Canada when, maybe except for the late 70s and early 80s, when mortgage payments for many people on a variable rate mortgage have increased as much as they have in the last few months. I remember this summer I was with a family friend who was on a variable rate mortgage. She's a single mother, and she says, Brad, I can't take much more. Member of Parliament for Mission Matsby Fraser Canyon, I can't take much more if my mortgage payment goes up another $500 or $600 as it has. The Bank of Canada said we weren't going to see interest rate hikes like we have seen. Why did the Bank of Canada, why did the Government of Canada tell me that the low interest rates were going to stay where they were? I bought a variable rate mortgage with that information in mind, and now I've been failed. One of the second promises they made, they said they were going to help renters become owners. Madam Speaker, inflation is crippling people. I was driving by, I filled up for gas last night before driving to the airport. I paid $2.23 a liter. In many parts of Metro Vancouver, it's 10 to 15 cents higher than that right now. The cost of groceries and home heating, your Fortis, your Telus bills, everything is continuing to go up. So the government's promise to help renters become owners is failed because they can't save any money. It's so hard. A third promise they made last year was to end chronic homelessness or reduce it by 50% by 2027. They failed on that too, Madam Speaker. And then finally, the Housing Accelerator Fund. What are they doing to help communities actually reduce red tape? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government recognizes the pressures Canadians face in the current housing market. We recognize that home ownership is out of reach for far too many people in this country. That's why we made housing a cornerstone of our last budget. This government has put forward the most ambitious plan that Canada has ever had to make more housing available and put it within reach of everyone in this country. My colleague dismisses this government's past and present housing efforts, but his constituents might not. Certainly not the 20 families in Cook's Ferry Indian Band, the Lekamel First Nation, and the Zaxlip First Nation, who are being housed thanks to investments from the Rapid Housing Initiative, and not the residents of the nearly 1,000 other units and beds that are being made available in that riding alone thanks to federal funding. Those successes are being repeated in ridings across this country from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, this government is proud of its efforts so far, even as we pledge to do more. Our plan includes multiple provisions to support people trying to enter the property market for the first time. This includes an extension and expansion of the first-time home buyer incentive. The first-time buyers can also take advantage of a new tax-free first home savings account, allowing them to save up to $40,000 towards the purchase of their first home. Further, we doubled the first-time home buyers tax credit to $10,000, providing up to $1,500 in direct support to home buyers. A driving force behind rising house prices is the simple fact that supply is failing to keep pace with demand. With this in mind, our budget puts us on the path to double our housing construction over the next decade. To do so, we will invest $4 billion to implement a new Housing Accelerator Fund with a target of creating 100,000 net new housing units over 5 years. This fund and other related measures will help provinces, territories, and municipalities to build more homes faster. We're also speeding up construction by advancing $2.9 billion in funding under the National Housing Co-Investment Fund to support the creation of up to 4,300 new units and the repair of up to 17,800 units for Canadians who need them the most. This government has made housing a priority since the beginning of our mandate. We saw as we entered office the extent of the looming crisis. In that time, we've implemented a range of policy steps, most notably the country's first ever national housing strategy. That strategy has included the first-time homebuyers incentive and other successful programs such as the Rapid Housing Initiative. Our budget provides $1.5 billion over 2 years to extend this highly successful program, which has consistently exceeded its targets for building new affordable housing. Mrs. Speaker, too many people in this country are struggling to find safe and affordable housing. And while this government has already taken great and historic steps to help them, we recognize that we still have a lot more work to do. And I would invite my colleague and all opposition members to support the measures we will propose in the next weeks and months.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Montreal. Again, the Government of Canada needs to separate its rhetoric from reality when it comes to housing. We don't want to hear about announcements or committed funds. So I'm going to give the Parliamentary Secretary an opportunity to answer a straightforward question tonight. She talked about the Housing Accelerator Fund that plans on creating 100,000 net new homes by changing the systems that are preventing more housing from being built by fiscal year 2024-2025. How many homes have been built under that program?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I would like to remind him that he himself voted against the measure contained in the budget we put forth. However, now I hope he will support measures like the $500 rental top-up and all measures contained in the budget and recently announced in the budget and which will be implemented. The National Housing Strategy has invested $29 million to create 38,000 new housing units across the country.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to come back to the need to urgently move forward with the Canada Disability Benefit. Every day this isn't funded, 1.5 million Canadians with disabilities continue to live in legislated poverty. In my home province of Ontario, for example, the Ontario Disability Support Program is a meager $1,169. The shelter allowance is less than $500. It's not enough for a single apartment in Kitchener. Many, of course, are disappointed. This is the same bill as was tabled back in June of 2021. And so more than anything else, this is about trust. The governing party needs to demonstrate it's serious about following through on the Canada Disability Benefit. And this includes moving forward the legislation, Bill C-22, with openness to amendments that would improve it, as well as funding the benefit. And so tonight I have 5 questions for the Parliamentary Secretary from the disability, the disability community. The first is whether the governing party is going to demonstrate that C-22 is a legislative priority. We had a first day of debate on this 2 weeks ago. It's not projected to be back until we break at the end of this week. And we know that every day delayed is another day that Canadians with disabilities live in legislated poverty. Every day matters. And so I'm hoping the Parliamentary Secretary will answer when he can commit to having C-22 back for debate in this House. Secondly, we've heard from the Minister, she said that negotiations with the provinces is an issue. And so I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary can share where the negotiations stand, what meetings have been had, and what are the sticking points. Thirdly, the Minister has also shared that another slowdown in her view is the need to sort out eligibility. Yet we know there are existing federal, provincial, and territorial programs that the Canada Disability Benefit would supplement. So the question is, why is this taking so long? Over 2 years since it was promised in the 2020 speech from the throne, when we know existing programs' eligibility lists can and should be used as a starting point. As well, the Minister continually refers to working age Canadians with disabilities, when we know 10% of Canadians over the age of 65 with a disability are living in poverty. is the intention not to include them as well. Fourth, let's not gloss over the important need to fund the benefit. If done properly, this will be a significant investment. But as someone who has advocated often on the climate crisis in this place, I know that the federal government has recently committed $8.6 billion to oil and gas companies for a new tax credit for carbon capture and storage. And so the fact is that budgets are about priorities. And so this governing party has the opportunity to demonstrate that Canadians with disabilities are a priority. When will they then commit to a timeline for funding the Canada Disability Benefit? Is it the fall economic statement? Is it budget 2023, or is it something else? Last, the minister has estimated this could take 12 to 18 months. Those living with a disability continue to live in poverty throughout this time. I'm hearing from Canadians with disabilities who are applying for medical assistance in dying because they feel they have no other option, that they can't afford to live. Our federal government is letting them down when we know through the pandemic that it's possible to move urgently when the moment calls for it. And so what is the federal government prepared to do to provide emergency funds in the short term? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and friend, the MP for Kitchener Centre, for his words this evening, his sense of urgency, and also his tireless advocacy on behalf of Canadians with disabilities. As my colleague, the Honourable Minister for Workforce Development, Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion has already said, we are not playing games, Madam Speaker. We are not playing games when our fellow citizens are facing poverty. We do not play games. We take action. And that is exactly what we have been doing since forming government in 2015. Our work began with the Accessible Canada Act, which led to the creation of Accessibility Standards Canada. Recently, the Act also led to the appointment of Canada's first Chief Accessibility Officer, as well as Canada's first Accessibility Commissioner to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. What's more, we launched the first ever National Accessibility Week in 2019. When the pandemic hit, we provided a one-time payment of up to $600 to persons with disabilities, a payment that was expanded to include the 1.75 million Canadians who receive federal disability benefits. We are also providing income support for students. We are making other investments to increase employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, allow me to mention that Budget 2022 strengthens support for an employment strategy for persons with disabilities. It accomplishes this by providing more than $270 million for its implementation through the Opportunities Fund for persons with disabilities. Of course, I would be remiss if I did not mention that we launched Canada's first poverty reduction strategy, which recognizes that for many reasons, certain groups of Canadians are more vulnerable to poverty. And right now, we are working hard to create Canada's very first Disability Inclusion Action Plan. The cornerstone of that plan is the groundbreaking Canada Disability Benefit. Bill C-22 defines an approach that would establish the Canada Disability Benefit in legislation. And I understand very much that my honourable colleague would like C-22 to move to this House quickly. And I, too, want nothing more than to see Canadians with disabilities receive the new Canada Disability Benefit as quickly as possible. And that's why, Madam Speaker, in the spirit of nothing without us, we have been working tirelessly alongside the disability community, as well as with the provinces and territories, to ensure that every person who receives the Canada Disability Benefit will be better off because of it. It's true that there is more work to do, and I agree with my colleague that time is of the essence. And as the Honourable Minister has said in this House, I encourage all of my colleagues to work together to pass Bill C-22. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to significantly reduce poverty for hundreds of thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities. Let's not miss that opportunity, Madam Speaker. We know persons with disabilities have waited a long time for this, and that's why we are working as quickly and as efficiently as possible to deliver the historic Canada Disability Benefit. We are proud of this work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully, this is not my advocacy. In fact, it was the member for Port Moody Coquitlam who put forward a unanimous consent motion that every member in this House has called on this governing party to move more quickly on the Canada Disability Benefit. And so I'll reiterate the 5 questions I shared, hoping to get an answer to maybe at least one of them. I didn't hear an answer to any of the 5 yet. 1, when can the parliamentary secretary commit to C-22 being back on the floor of this House? 2, where do the negotiations stand with provincial and territorial partners? 3, why not use existing lists for existing disability support programs? 4th, when will they commit to ensuring that the benefit is funded? And 5th, what will they do in the short term to provide emergency supports for those who need it most?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, we know we need to address the long-standing financial insecurity that is the lived reality of far too many working-age Canadians with disabilities. With Bill C-22, we are clearly demonstrating our commitment to lifting persons with disabilities out of poverty. And as we wait for C-22 to be passed, we are working diligently with all our partners to lay the groundwork for the next steps. We will continue building on the success of the past years, like the Accessible Canada Act and the Poverty Reduction Strategy. Madam Speaker, we are already working with our partners to iron out all the details so that C-22 can move quickly through this House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I asked a question on the 20th of May to the Finance Minister whether or not she would keep her promise to support the long-term interests of wineries and cideries, especially the smaller businesses like the cideries in my riding of Bruce Gray, Owen Sound, or would she just continue to tax them into bankruptcy? I want to thank the Finance Minister for listening to those of us in opposition, especially those in the Conservative Party, the Bloc Québécois, and even, I believe, the NDP, who were calling for this exemption for those Canadian wineries and cideries made from Canadian honey or apples to be exempt from the excise duty. That being said, I'd like to remind the Liberal government of the following facts. Canada has thousands of high-quality wineries, breweries, cideries, and distilleries. Over 95% of these producers are small businesses, many of which have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, the inflation crisis, payroll tax increases, labor shortages, and the ongoing supply chain issues. Small businesses took on average an almost $170,000 in new pandemic-related debt over the last couple years. The cost of living continues to increase faster than prevailing wages. Agriculture producers are already facing serious supply chain disruptions, and the hospitality sector was one of the hardest hit during the pandemic. These continued Liberal increases in the excise tax on alcohol will hurt the entire industry, from growers to producers to restaurants to consumers. Further, as a consequence of these 40-year record high inflation, the tax increase will be higher than ever due to it being tied to the Consumer Price Index. Canada's excise duty regime is already uncompetitive compared to peer countries, and the escalator makes it worse. Now is not the time to make doing business more expensive via another tax increase. Tonight, will the Finance Minister commit to supporting Bill C-266, which will repeal or amend the annual adjustments to the duties on beer, malt liquor, spirits, and wine, or at least freeze the escalator task and stop the annual increase? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Secretary.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agro-Food.
The Honourable Member from Grey, Bruce Owen Sound, for his focus on Canada's world-class wine industry. Whether it's from British Columbia to Ontario to Atlantic Canada, hundreds of wineries and cideries continue to drive our economy, supporting tens of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in economic benefit. Wine country tourism alone attracts more than 4 million tourists a year and contributes over $1.5 billion to the economy. Over the past 5 years alone, employment in the industry has grown by 70% to about 8,500 jobs. Wine sales have almost doubled to over $2 billion, and sales of Canadian alcoholic ciders have increased over 80% to more than $240 million. Madam Speaker, we have worked hand in hand with the industry to create a program that would help it remain competitive. And in June, the Honourable Marie-Claude Bibeau, our Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, I should say, announced
that he's not to mention the names of ministers in the House.
I agree with you, Madam Speaker. But regardless, she did announce a 2-year program of up to $160 million wine sector support program. Their program is now up and running and is providing wineries with the tools they need to stay innovative and competitive and to capitalize on new opportunities. All licensed wineries in Canada that produce or contract out of the production of bulk wine from primary agricultural products such as grape, berries, other fruits, dandelions, rice, and sap are eligible for support under the program. For example, a grape winery that produced 100,000 liters of wine in the past year may be eligible to receive about $80,000 through the program. Canada's wine industry is robust and largely rural-based. The industry faces various challenges impacting its competitiveness, such as climate change, geography, and labor costs. Support from this new program will enable the wine industry's businesses to become more resilient and provide economic stability within the industry. The program is intended to support Canadian wineries as they adapt to ongoing and emerging challenges over the short term. Bottom line, Madam Speaker, we stand firmly in favor of supporting this industry, its growth, economic development, and ability to export. And to quote Kelly Brown, Chair of the Wine Growers Canada, thanks to the leadership of the Government of Canada, Canada's wine industry is ready to grow back better. And Madam Speaker, I do want to thank all of the 4 wineries that I do have at home and that make great wine. I'm sure my honourable colleague and mine and myself could compete about who's got the best wine. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I guess to just push back, I'm not going to argue with the Parliamentary Secretary of Agriculture about who has the best wine. I have more orchards and cideries, even though I do have a couple wineries in my riding. Look, I'm a little disappointed, because the Parliamentary Secretary didn't answer my 2 simple questions. Will the government commit to supporting Bill C-266 that will repeal or amend the annual adjustments to the duty on beer, malt liquor, spirits, and wine, or at least freeze the escalator tax and stop these annual increases? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. There are various ways we can support the wine industry. As I've outlined in my last speech, we have provided $160 million, but of course we're always open to new ideas, and I know my honourable colleague is going to be waiting for the government response on the bill he just mentioned. Thank you so much.
Comme il est 19h07,
As it is 7:07, the House will be adjourned until tomorrow morning, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.